Talisman Tales by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. 1. "You'd better start talking," Selene growled, sharpening her claws on the side of an armchair stuffed in the corner of the crowded psychic shop. The place was in ruins, thanks to her blasting spell, and the shop's owner, Hannah Snowberry, wasn't in the frame of mind to protest as Selene shredded through the woven fabric. She was too busy keeping her eyes on August Nell, the man who had held a gun to her head only moments ago. The gun was now in my possession, and I wasn't planning on giving it up any time soon, though I kept it at my side. "Who has Aunt Lavender?" I demanded. August gave the weapon a pointed glance. "Maybe we could carry on the conversation without that?" "Fat chance," Clint interjected. He stood by the front of the demolished shop, doing his best impression of a club bouncer, his arms folded over his chest. He wasn't as big as the stereotypical bouncers from the movies, but if looks could kill, August would have a softball-sized hole through his chest, given the way Clint was staring at his back. August frowned, his eyes flicking to one side, though he didn't bother glancing over his shoulder to meet Clint's gaze. "You said you would take us to her," I snapped, not relenting. "Where is she?" "My offer wasn't some kind of gift, Cora," August sneered, returning his attention to me, and the gun I'd pulled off him. "It was more the opening offer of a negotiation, if you will." "Slippery little snake," Selene spat. "The rats will like you just fine." Turning to me, her bright blue eyes sparked with danger. "Just shoot him, Cora. I'll take care of the body." "Tempting," I said. "But no, at least not yet." The last part was largely for August's benefit. I knew I couldn't kill him, or anyone. I figured if I'd managed to get this far without testing Selene's theory of her own immortality, I probably didn't have it in me. "I know Lavender has one half of the Golden Lotus," August continued, undeterred. "And in the interest of transparency, I will tell you I am in possession of the other half." My eyes narrowed. "But you said you didn't kidnap her." "That's right. I didn't." August frowned. "That was the work of Winslow Anterhill, my business partner." He hesitated over the last part, which raised new questions from the tangled web of theories and doubts swirling around my mind. "And why would he take Aunt Lavender and keep her hostage all this time?" I demanded, my patience wearing thin. Heat sparked in August's eyes. He glanced at the gun again, as though reminding himself why he was suddenly spilling his guts there in the rubble of the psychic shop. Briefly, I let my finger graze over the trigger while keeping the weapon pointed at the floor. "It's a long story, but the gist of it is that I am in debt to him. For a sum so large it would make you choke." He gave a judgmental glance at my scuffed sneakers and attire. "I didn't have the means to settle it, so I struck a bargain with him. I would give him my half of the Golden Lotus and help him find the other half. As I'm sure you've figured out by now, it's a treasure far beyond money. Though, knowing Winslow, he'll find a way to squeeze every drop of wealth from it in the end." Bitterness tinged August's words, the lines around his eyes and mouth going taut as he spoke. "In truth, it was a stalling tactic," he continued. "Everyone worth their salt in the treasure-hunting world knows that the Golden Lotus is lost to the ages. Or so everyone thought, including myself. But Winslow is a determined man. One doesn't reach the dizzying heights of his wealth and power without determination. He hired a sorcerer who claimed to be able to reveal the owner of the other half." "Yeah, and I have an oceanside condo in Hades I'd like to sell you," Selene interjected. She'd stopped sharpening her claws, but the look in her eyes was no less murderous. "Oh, believe me, I thought it was some kind of scam, too," August replied with a scoff. "The spell took 3 months to perform and cost a small fortune. But in the end, it worked. Using some kind of scrying mirror, the sorcerer revealed a woman purchasing the other half of the flower from a stall at a flea market in a non-magic part of Croatia. I just about fainted. Not only did the spell work, but I realized I'd seen the woman before. At Salvatore's library." The sick feeling in the bottom of my stomach redoubled, as I realized that if not for August's presence in that room, Aunt Lavender might very well be at home now, curled up under a blanket, with Selene lounging on her lap. August seemed to overhear my thoughts because he cleared his throat and added, "He would have found out who she was eventually, even without my help. He would have hired a sketch artist and a private investigator, or a whole fleet of private investigators, more likely. Your aunt is well known within the treasure-hunting world. It wouldn't have taken him long to track her down." "Oh, well, then, all is clearly forgiven," Selene quipped. Her tail flicked faster, her agitation growing more palpable. August inclined his head. "I'm not asking to be absolved. I won't make excuses for my part in this, but you should know the wheels would have been set in motion even without my involvement. A secret as big as this one couldn't stay hidden forever." "Maybe not forever, but the Golden Lotus and even Oben's tome were maintained as mysteries for centuries. Without you, Aunt Lavender may have kept her part concealed, eventually taking it to the grave with her." Selene looked up at me, and I wondered if she was thinking of the Lotus's original hiding place in Aunt Lavender's grave plot. What had the woman's plan been? Would she have moved it again to another hiding place before her own death? She hadn't buried it deeply enough to simply be placed over the top of it. Perhaps she would have eventually told me or Evan about it and arranged for it to be buried with her. I hoped I would get the chance to ask her myself. "Winslow is ruthless, but at the heart of it, he is a businessman," August barreled on, not awarding my argument any points. "He sees the fountain of youth as a fountain of money, plain and simple. I've made an arrangement with him to allow my brother the first drink, in hopes it will cure him of his terminal illness. After that, it turns into just another business opportunity. My debt to Winslow will be clear, and Arthur will get his life back." I arched an eyebrow. "And I suppose you'll also get a generous cut of the profits, too." August looked at me with confusion in his cool eyes, as though he simply couldn't fathom the meaning of my question. "Of course. I've done more than half the work, so why shouldn't I?" "So all this song and dance about your sick twin brother is purely secondary. You're doing this for you, August. You're doing it to save your own skin and pad your own pockets." August's jaw flexed, but he didn't argue with me. Shaking my head, I set the gun down on the desk beside me. The weight of it was too much to bear. My adrenaline had ebbed, leaving me drained and exhausted. My magic reserves were still low, and combined with the terror of the evening, I felt like a wrung-out sponge. Flicking my gaze back to August, I lifted my chin. "Who did the blood oath, confining Tabitha to keep your secret about Aunt Lavender?" "I did," he replied without hesitation. I suppose it shouldn't have surprised me. He'd already admitted to an assortment of vile and illegal acts. And yet somehow the way he so easily copped to turning Tabitha into a block of granite struck me anyway, sending a chill up my spine. "I say we give Warden Quinton a jingle, and let her come throw this one in the bottom of the darkest isolation pits at the Order's detention center," Selene said, staring up at me. "If you do that, not only will you never find your aunt, but your own lives, along with your mother, brother, and his family, will be forfeit," August said, stating the threat as calmly as though we were discussing a bank transaction. "What is that supposed to mean?" Clint demanded. stalking forward a few paces and pinning August between the three of us with little wiggle room. Hannah, for her part, remained silent, curled in on herself as she sat on the floor, her back against the wall, watching with wide eyes. I couldn't be sure whether she would help us if August tried anything, or if she was even capable, given her current mental state.
Winslow knows who you are, and what you're doing. I may have been the one to rope Tabitha into helping me keep you two off my tracks, but Winslow is the one having you followed. Surely you've seen the car outside your house, or felt the distinct chill of being followed when you leave your shop?
Ice ran through my veins.
Enough with the veiled words and threats,
Selene snapped, her hackles raising.
You want something from us. Name your terms.
It's simple, August said, his lips twisting into an almost smile.
You give me Lavender's half of the lotus, and I will arrange for her release. It's the same deal we attempted to make with her, though she's resisted to this point.
You expect us to believe you? That after all this time you'll just let her go?
August canted his head to one side. It's a simple business arrangement, Cora. You hold up your end, and I will hold up mine.
I want proof she's safe, I said, holding my head up. I want to speak to her before I make my decision. August's expression morphed into deep disappointment. Clearly, he was used to getting his way with far less effort.
What is it with you hearth witches?
He muttered, fishing into his pocket. Clint stiffened.
Hey, relax.
August sighed, pulling his phone out. He held it up, his other hand gesturing to give him some space. He tapped at the screen, then turned the device to face me. A video feed played, the time and date stamped at the bottom. It was in real time. The room was small, but cozy, with wood floors, a modest fireplace, a bed, and writing desk, and before the hearth sat a wing-back armchair. Selene leaped up onto the desk beside the gun, stepping over it to get closer to August's phone.
There she is.
I nodded, my eyes never leaving the gray-haired woman sitting in the chair, a knitted blanket draped over her legs, and a large book opened across her lap.
She's perfectly safe,
August said, giving us another moment's glance.
At least for the time being,
he added, sliding the device back into his pocket. My heart ached all the more with the image of Aunt Lavender snuffed out.
Your death will be painful and slow if you hurt so much as one hair on her head,
Selene growled. There was no question she meant it. I might not have killer instincts, but my familiar had far fewer qualms about such things.
Then make the deal,
August said.
Give me her half of the lotus, and this will all be over. Please,
a voice squeaked from the other side of the room. Hannah Snowberry pushed up to her feet, though she still looked rather unstable.
Please, just do as he says.
Hannah clasped a small jade sculpture in her hands, twisting it back and forth, and for a moment I wondered if she was thinking up the words to a spell or incantation. She was a psychic, though I didn't know enough about her to fully understand or guess at what other powers she might possess. What about her? I asked, looking back to August.
I won't say anything to anyone, I swear,
Hannah exclaimed, nearly dropping the jade cat.
You don't have to hurt me. She's a loose thread, August said, his tone chirping. Winslow already sent me here to handle it. He won't be pleased if he finds out I didn't finish the job.
Why are you the one he sent? I wouldn't expect a pretty boy like you to enjoy getting his manicured hands bloody,
Selene growled, her tail flicking. It was a good question. August hadn't been the one to physically abduct Aunt Lavender, so clearly there were other options for this sort of thing.
I don't,
August replied to my familiar, his expression grim.
I never wanted things to get this far. I thought we would put a little scare into the old lady, take the lotus, and have her home before Wheel of Fortune was finished. It was never supposed to turn out like this.
He paused, looking at Hannah. There was something that looked like remorse in his eyes, but the set of his jaw was no less determined.
Garbage collection is tomorrow,
Selene said, flicking her tail.
If we get him into the dumpster tonight, he'll be on his way to a landfill where he belongs by tomorrow night. No one would miss him. At least not for long.
August breathed a hollow laugh, his eyes distant. You're probably right. We can't, Selene, I said. He's the only one who knows where Aunt Lavender is, and how to get her free. Selene's ethereal blue eyes snapped open wide as she swiveled her head to look at me.
You can't be seriously considering this, Cora.
What choice do we have?
I just told you. Mincemeat, dumpster, rats. Do try to keep up.
He has people watching your mother,
August added, interrupting the bickering.
I've been the only thing keeping him from having her brought in to try and convince Lavender to go along with us.
Selene hissed, lunging toward August's ankles. Intercepting her, I squared my shoulders and swallowed the bile that rose in my throat. We will give you the half of the lotus. In exchange, you will take us to Lavender, and you will agree to break Tabitha's curse and free her. And my mom is to be left out of this. The last part came from between gritted teeth. Selene swore darkly.
I can't take you to Lavender tonight,
August replied tersely. He checked his watch and swore under his breath.
This was all supposed to be done by now.
Another chill went up the back of my neck. How could he speak so casually about taking another person's life? To hear him, it made me think that he'd compartmentalized the whole thing down to just another item to check off his executive day planner, as simple as unplugging a floor lamp. Moving between him and Hannah, I conjured my last remaining bits of magic. It wouldn't carry much firepower, that was already spent, but August didn't know what I was capable of. He didn't know my limits. And Hannah is coming with us, I told him, my tone leaving no room for argument. She can stay at my house and we will keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't try to contact the police.
I won't,
Hannah insisted, nodding vigorously.
I'll stay quiet and out of the way.
August looked at me, his eyes steely and dark, his pupils enlarged in the dimly lit storefront.
No,
he said, with a firm shake of his head.
We can't take that risk.
Before I could blink, a wave of magic blasted me out of the way, and a second powerful spell followed on its heels.
Cora!
Clint yelled, lunging forward to catch me before I could crash to the floor. Hannah tried to scream, but the horrified howl couldn't fully leave her lips before it was swallowed up by stone. "No!" I cried, scrambling out of Clint's arms to go to the woman's side. "No, no!"
She's fine,
August snapped.
It's temporary.
What is it with you?
And turning everyone into rocks, Selene growled, advancing on August.
Did your mother not love you enough? Did your daddy not take you out and teach you to play catch? What deeply rooted psychological issues led to this?
Tears splashed onto my cheeks. I'd never felt so small and powerless before in all my life. Not when my dad left. Not when the divorce nearly knocked me off my feet. Not when my business got tangled in scandal and I nearly lost everything. It was all too much, and there was nothing I could do. Hannah sat, frozen, in stone, and it was my fault. If I'd put the pieces together a little quicker, I wouldn't have needed to seek her help in the first place.
It's reversible,
August said, ignoring Selene's armchair diagnostics.
When we're done with our business, I will break the spell, and she won't even remember any of it. She's in a deep sleep state, the same as Tabitha.
Somehow it didn't make me feel better.
You can't just turn people into paperweights when they get in your way,
Selene added.
Would you prefer I kill her?
August fired back, gesturing at the gun.
Because that was the original plan. That's what Winslow wants. Why can't you just go to the police? Or to Warden Quinton? I cried. You don't sound like you want to do any of this, so why are you? I told you, August growled. This is for Arthur. I can't help him if I'm in prison, or worse. She's probably someone's sister, friend, daughter. I moved to Hannah's stony side. Does that not matter to you? Like I said, she's still alive. Someone will come looking for her, I said, unable to tear my eyes from the fear etched in Hannah's face, a terrible reminder of Tabitha. It doesn't matter, August said. They won't be able to break the spell. And in the meantime, we can handle our business. And when it's done, you expect us to believe that you'll just come back and set her free? Clint said. His voice was raw and angry. Stepping away from Hannah, I moved to Clint's side. You're not going to get away with this, August. August's cold mask slipped for a moment, his eyes flashing with a new flare of emotion, similar to the one he'd shown when referencing his brother. No, he said. I don't expect I will. I've made my choices. This isn't about me anymore, it's about Arthur. Once he's free of his illness, I don't much care what happens to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he blinked slowly at Hannah, a muscle in his jaw twitching, before he managed to resume his unfeeling countenance. Let's go. We need to get some rest. Tomorrow morning, first thing, we will go get Tabitha. 2. At least we know Aunt Lavender is safe. And she looked okay, despite it all. It wasn't much, and we all knew it. But it was the only thing I could think to say, as Clint, Selene, and I got back into the car. It seemed as though days had passed since we'd first parked it outside Hannah's shop, when in reality, less than a full hour had passed. And somehow everything had changed. August watched us leave from the sidewalk, before pulling up his hood, concealing his face in shadows, and disappearing down an alleyway.
I'm sure she's going stir-crazy, Selene said from the back seat.
For once, she hadn't insisted on riding shotgun.
That woman never stays in one place this long. I used to tell her that she intentionally forgot things from her grocery list just so she had an excuse to go back to the store again the next day.
A wistful smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. Somehow I can't even imagine Aunt Lavender sitting still long enough to make a grocery list. Selene breathed a dry laugh.
It took a lot of wrangling on my part, believe me.
I do, I agreed, flicking the cat a glance in the rearview mirror. Her blue eyes still glowed, but not as bright as usual. My heart twisted and ached. For her, for Aunt Lavender, for Mom. I blinked. We have to go tell Mom. I don't know, Cora, Clint interjected from the passenger seat. If what August said is true, and she's being watched, us showing up in the middle of the night would raise suspicions. I bit back an argument. I knew he was right, even if I hated it. But she deserves to know. Clint reached across the center console and took my hand. My fingers were ice cold in his. The air puffing through the vents on the dash wasn't yet warmed, though something told me even if it had, I'd still be frozen, like my blood had turned to ice water. What if we called her? Clint suggested. You can tell her what happened.
I don't know, Selene said. They might have someone listening in, hoping something is said about the Lotus.
Is there a way to tell? I asked Clint, hoping he knew some techie solution. He frowned, his face giving away his answer before he spoke. I'm sorry, but that's a little out of my league. What are we supposed to do? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. We can't just go home and pretend everything is normal. I'll never be able to get to sleep tonight.
We should at least try, Selene said. You need to recharge your magic stores. You're tapped out, Cora.
How do you know? I asked, genuinely curious.
I tried to access your magic when that brute used that stunning spell to knock you out of the way, she said,
her whiskers twitching.
I was going to rip him into tiny pieces, just like I said. Mincemeat.
I shuddered to think of my magic being responsible for such a thing, even if not under my control. Then again, it was probably an example of Selene talking a big game. In truth, she lobbed similar threats at the neighborhood dogs, who deemed our yard a suitable place to do their doggy business, and she threatened worse things against the squirrels who liked to taunt her from the tree branches as she sat inside, stretched out along the back of the sofa. Thankfully, I'd yet to see her inflict so much as a paper cut. I used too much on the wind spells, I replied, before casting a quick scowl toward the rearview mirror. Which I will remind you I didn't need to do. If you hadn't been so trigger-happy when the ward got tripped, I could have saved myself a lot of energy, magic and otherwise. You might have your 9th life locked down, but I swear, Kat, you're rapidly taking years off mine. Selene muttered something as she stalked to the other end of the bench seat and pressed her nose to the opposite window. Clint chuckled. It was one heck of a wallop you gave me. Wincing, I glanced over at him. Sorry. It took me another half a heartbeat to realize our hands were still clasped together on the center console. Clint followed my gaze and started to pull his hand away. Sorry, I took his hand more firmly. Our eyes met, and for a moment, nothing moved. Words swirled and tangled together inside my head, but my tongue couldn't seem to untangle them enough to speak. Clint seemed to suffer the same fate, so we just stared into each other's eyes, communicating without words instead. So much had happened in such a short amount of time. It was hard to remember the reasons why I'd told him goodbye, especially when it was so clear how much emotion there was left between us. Maybe even love. My heart thumped a little harder.
Are you two going to sit there making goo-goo eyes all night?
Selene snapped.
You're hogging all the heat too, by the way, and fogging up the glass.
One corner of Clint's mouth twitched before a smile bloomed. There would be time later to say what needed to be said. All right, Your Grace, I muttered, releasing Clint's hand in order to use the gear shifter. Where are we going? Selene frowned.
I believe I already said we need rest, and that goes for you too, lover boy. Don't think you're getting lucky just because you saved the day back there.
Saved the day? Clint blinked. Wait, was that a compliment? From you, Selene? I stifled a laugh and moved the car into reverse. Cherish it always. Oh, believe me, I will. By the time we pulled into my driveway, Clint had already resolved to stay the night. He insisted I not be left alone, though he did leave long enough to go home and pack a few essentials. In his absence, Selene teased me endlessly about my potential nocturnal activities. For the most part, I let her have her fun. As obnoxious as she was, it was nice to see her smiling. For a brief moment, we could set aside the heaviness and darkness of the rest of the night. By some small miracle, and the threat of reducing her rations to canned tuna for a month, I got her to stop her bawdy jokes by the time Clint returned, and we gathered around my table for the second time that night. We had more information, and maybe even something of a plan this time, but it felt no less bleak. We traded our tea for something a little stronger, digging up a bottle of whiskey from the back of one of my cupboards. It had been there so long I couldn't recall why or when I'd even bought it. It's weird, I began, swirling the contents of my small glass. I thought I would feel more relieved once I knew where Aunt Lavender was and that she was safe. Clint placed his hand on my forearm, his thumb moving over my skin in reassuring circles.
What if he's bluffing?
Selene said.
August claims there's this big bad boogeyman that's making him do all this shady stuff. But what if it's all a lie? I mean, for all we know, he could be out there right now, looking to permanently cover his tracks.
He had his chance to finish us off at the shop, Clint pointed out. Cora might have had the gun, but I've never seen magic like this. It was so fast and so effortless.
He hasn't got what he wants yet, I added, with a miserable nod of agreement. He wants the lotus. Selene's whiskers twitched.
About that.
I held up a hand, stopping her. I already know what you're going to say, and I don't want to hear it. There are no more choices left to make, Selene. We have to hand it over, and just hope to the goddess he isn't lying when he says he'll let her go free.
Or there is no middleman and he's just playing us to get it for himself,
Selene countered.
It's the same game, just different players. He sent in Tabitha to act like our ally, some kind of helper. But really, she was just a snake-in-the-grass spy. Then he came swooping in himself, acting all buddy-buddy, with the donuts and the, "Oh, Cora, let me rocket your candle shop into stardom."
She paused and made her hairball hacking sound.
Yuck.
Do you have a point here? I asked, rolling one finger through the air.
I'm just saying he's doing it again. Pretending he's the nice guy, the one keeping Lavender safe, keeping your mom safe. That whole bit was a touch convenient, don't you think? A final screw to twist when you started to balk.
Even if he's lying, it's not a risk we can take, I told her. We have to see this through. If we go to Warden Quinton, and it turns out we were wrong, and something bad happens... I paused, swallowing. I'd never be able to forgive myself.
Yeah? Well, don't expect me to forgive you when we all end up frozen like that dollar store psychic.
Selene, I groaned.
Am I not allowed to speak ill about her either?
The cat flicked the tip of her tail wildly.
I swear, Cora, you'd try to be best friends with a rabid mountain lion if it said please and thank you and drank tea with its pinky out. Some people are just plain rotten. One day, you'll have to accept that.
Shifting a long, suffering glance toward Clint, I explained. Selene has decided Tabitha is public enemy number 1, and apparently Hannah Snowberry is now number 2 on that list. Clint shrugged one shoulder. Can't say I disagree. At least not entirely. Selene's bright blue eyes glowed a little brighter as she looked across the table.
You are quickly working your way into my top 5 favorite people. Who saw that coming?
She swept her tail over the back of the chair she perched on.
Now, if you really want to seal the deal, you'll need to go and talk to the guy who runs the fish market. He keeps a list of my seasonal favorites posted behind the counter. Maybe you could work out some kind of fish of the month delivery.
Clint chuckled. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Don't wait too long,
the cat warned lazily.
The competition can be quite fierce.
I'll just bet, Clint replied, suppressing a grin.
In the meantime, let's discuss our packing list for tomorrow's little hike,
Selene continued.
And Cora, so help me, if you tell me to leave the throwing stars behind this time, I'll throw you off the cliff, right alongside Tabitha and August.
I threw back the rest of my whiskey, letting the burn pull my mind away from my worries until it did its work to blur the edges of my knotted thoughts. And as I went to bed that night, alone, despite Selene's taunting catcalls and innuendos, as Clint had declared he'd sleep on the couch, my mind was hazy, though one thought called to me before I finally drifted to sleep. I really hope I don't have to hide a body in the woods tomorrow. 3. August met us at the trailhead the next morning, decked out in the same hiking gear he'd worn when we'd met there only a few days before, back when we'd bought his story about being Tabitha's concerned lover. Disgust gnawed at me as I recalled the recent memory. Before I cut the engine, I flicked a glance into the rearview mirror, then shifted it to look at Selene in the seat beside me. I haven't asked what's in the backpack, and I don't want to know. But before we go, I'll remind you that we're walking the razor's edge here. One wrong move, and this all comes crashing down like a house of cards.
Yikes, Cora. How many metaphors you want to toss out there before noon?
Selene complained, stretching leisurely as though she had all the time in the world. A knock sounded on the window, and I jolted at August's sudden appearance. Frowning,
He tapped his watch. On second thought, maybe throwing stars weren't the worst idea in the world. We hiked up the hill in silence, each of us stewing on our own thoughts, regrets, or in Selene's, and likely August's, case, plotting. Eventually, after hours of walking in strained silence, the trail narrowed, then was lost as we moved beyond the final lookout spot, where the sentries had stopped the proper public path. To sane people, the loop serves as a sign to turn around and head back to the trailhead, but we marched on. The only sounds were our slightly labored breathing as the incline sharpened. Finally, we reached the hillside where Tabitha stood, frozen in stone, just as we'd left her. My heart lurched as Selene closed the space between herself and August's heels. Clint shot me a nervous glance.
"Okay, Richie Rich. Time to give us the razzle-dazzle,"
Selene taunted, planting her furry rear end in the dirt. A swipe of her tail swept some of the dirt and smaller loose stones over the side of the cliff, as something of a stark reminder of the precarious position of the life-sized sculpture. Logically, I knew nothing about Tabitha had changed since we'd last seen her, yet there was something about the delicate lines around her eyes and mouth that gave me pause. A chill skittered up my spine. I wondered what she would say if she could speak. Even now, encased in her stony tomb, did she see us standing before her? Did she know why we'd come? August frowned at Selene, not impressed by her menacing glower or the pointed look she gave the edge of the cliff. He didn't rise to take her bait. Instead, he wriggled free of his backpack, carefully setting it at his feet. Squatting down, he opened the main compartment and produced a few items, laying them in the dirt around Tabitha's stony feet, one by one. A pouch of dried herbs, a walnut-sized hunk of clear quartz, a sprinkling of salt, a mirror, and finally a long black feather. When the items were arranged to his satisfaction, he glanced up at Tabitha's form, and for a moment I thought I saw a shadow pass over his face. Was he afraid of what she might do once freed? It made sense. Tabitha would have every reason to throw his scrawny backside over the cliff.
"Tick-tock, tick-tock,"
Selene muttered, her tail swishing like a metronome. Normally, this was the point where I'd step in and attempt to reel her back in. There wasn't a formal rule in our familiar bond enchantment that required me to serve as Selene's personal filter, but there had been some language about doing my due diligence to keep her from harm. And when it came to Selene, the best way to achieve that was to step in and offer explanations and apologies before the targets of her insults and barbed comments could take a swing at her. However, in the case of August, I decided to give her free rein. After all, it was in August's best interest to keep both of us alive, at least for now. So, if in the meantime he had to suffer Selene's verbal abuse, it was tough luck. Silently, August reached into the backpack one final time and removed a small dagger. The handle was set with rubies, sparkling in the early morning light. Selene paused her pestering and leaned in a little closer. Irritation might be her favorite pastime, but she also held a weakness for all things shiny, especially if they were also pointy.
"That's a nice piece,"
she told August, canting her head as she considered him anew.
"You've got good taste in weaponry."
I bit the insides of my cheeks to keep from screaming that none of this mattered. August made a grunt of acknowledgement, but didn't so much as look at the cat as he gritted his teeth and pressed the side of the blade into the meaty part of his hand. Inhaling sharply, I turned away as a trickle of dark red blood ran down his wrist. "I guess the blood part is literal." "Quite," August replied, as he laid the blade in the grass. Selene eyed it suspiciously, as though expecting it to transform into a shiny serpent and slither away. Rising, August exhaled and placed his cut hand on Tabitha's stony chest, in the place where her heart would be. The woods went still. The breeze-rustled trees fell silent, as if the whole forest was straining to hear the strange incantation August whispered. Selene and I exchanged a nervous glance, as the spell went on. When August finished speaking, his eyes fell closed, his hand staying firmly on Tabitha's chest. When nothing happened, my chest flooded with nervous anticipation. I wanted to ask if he'd ever successfully broken the curse before, but the reverent silence kept me from speaking. Selene must have felt it too, for even she went uncharacteristically silent as we stared up at Tabitha's frozen form. August spoke a final word, and a loud crack reverberated through the woods like an enormous peal of thunder. The air was charged with that same mystical charge, and I eyed the blue sky, expecting lightning to come crashing down at any moment. August jumped back, his eyes wide. He stared at the blood-stained stone as a large fissure spread. It was as though some invisible hand we could not see wielded a hammer and chisel. More cracks spread from the initial break, and chunks of stone began falling to the ground. It didn't make sense how the stone could fall away without carving away at Tabitha herself. I started to worry whether there would be anything of her left at all. The statue version had more or less her exact measurements. There weren't extra inches added to accommodate the violent assault. Yet, when the cracking stopped and the last of the stone fell away, she stood among the rubble without so much as a scratch on her fair skin. "Tabitha!" I exclaimed, lurching forward. Selene picked her way through the fallen bits of stone and pressed her paw to Tabitha's leg, as if needing to see for herself that what she just witnessed truly had happened. Tabitha's eyes opened slowly, her expression reminding me of someone suffering through a terrible migraine or wicked hangover, unable to bear the light. Her legs wobbled, and I reached out to steady her before she could fall backward and risk going over the cliff. "Come here," I told her gently, tugging on her arm. "Let's get you away from the ledge." She groaned as she gingerly followed my lead, nearly tripping on the pile of rocks, the only evidence of her stony prison. Her movements were stiff and slow, as though the weight of the stone somehow lingered. I got her to a fallen log and helped her sit down. From my own pack, I produced a bottle of water and a sandwich bag full of trail mix, along with a package of jerky and a sleeve of peanut butter crackers. Selene had heckled me as I'd prepped the backpack the night before, telling me I'd clearly missed my calling as a Girl Scout troop leader, but her jabs were half-hearted. We'd both known the reason I was taking my time and keeping busy with the task, even if it meant lugging half the contents of my snack cabinet up the side of the hill. Nodding gratefully, Tabitha took the bottle of water, guzzling it down so quickly I almost tried to stop her for fear she might choke. When most of it was gone, she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and blinked a few times, seeming to adjust to the morning light. When her eyes fully came into focus, they zeroed in on something over my shoulder, flashing with smoldering embers, and I cringed. Now came the hard part. "You!" Tabitha hissed, her voice harsh and gravelly. She tried getting to her feet, only to fail halfway and fall back soundly on her rear end. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw August straighten to his full height and put his arms through the straps of his backpack. The objects he'd used to break the spell were likely buried in the rubble, and it didn't seem like he was overly concerned with getting them back. "Tabitha, please don't hurt yourself," I said, holding my hands out toward her. "We know what he's done, but it's important we all work together now. It's the only way to get my aunt back safely."
"Yep, time to play the Partridge Family," Selene quipped, her tail swishing as she joined us. "And really, what's a little hexing between friends? Am I right?"
Tabitha glared at the pint-sized feline.
"You have no idea what you're talking about,"
Selene snorted.
"Oh, don't try that with me. I've forgotten more than you'll ever know in a lifetime. Granted, with your taste and acquaintances, I don't imagine you'll live all that much longer."
Tabitha glared at the cat, her nostrils flaring. But she quickly shifted her ire back to her original target.
"I'll have my revenge," she snarled, her gaze snapping back to August. "You're not going to stop me, Cora."
"That's between you two," I replied, pushing to my feet. Silently, I extended the package of sandwich crackers toward Tabitha, knowing she had to be hungry. She glowered at them, but snatched them away before I could put them back into the front pocket of my coat. "All I ask is that we work together until Aunt Lavender is home safe and this Winslow person is dealt with. After that, you can pry August's eyes out with a rusty metal spork if you want. I won't stop you."
Heck, if we're free, we'll probably join the party,
Selene added jauntily. If August was startled by the volley of threats, it didn't show on his face. He remained as stony as the broken rocks at his feet.
"I'll remind you, Tabitha, you voluntarily took the oath, and you knew what the consequences for breaking it would be. You can hate me all you want, but you have only yourself to blame."
"She was going to break her neck," Tabitha snapped. "That wasn't part of our deal. You promised no one would get hurt. I told you this whole cave thing was a disastrous idea, but you're always convinced you're the smartest guy in the room and won't take constructive criticism." August sneered.
"And since when do you let your conscience override your mission? It's not like you. After all, where would you be if you weren't okay operating in the gray areas of the world?"
Tabitha's eyes narrowed.
"You know that's in the past."
He shrugged casually.
"If you say so."
"Maybe you've changed me, August, just not in the way you expected to." Selene flicked her tail, sending an arrow of pink sparks overhead like an emergency flare.
You know, as much as I'd love to watch the two of you tear each other to shreds, we do have a business to run.
I blinked, surprised by Selene's reference to Wicked Wicks. She usually spoke about it as if the whole thing were some cute hobby I occupied myself with during the week. Then again, knowing her, she was just using it as an excuse to get back to her own interests. I shuddered to think what they might be.
"Cora, I meant what I said that day,"
Tabitha said, grasping my forearm.
"Whatever he's told you, whatever promises he's made, you can't trust them. He's only out for himself. He doesn't care about you or Lavender."
"Oh, believe me, I know. And I want to thank you for telling us the truth." Selene scoffed.
"Oh, you cannot be serious right now."
I nudged her with the toe of my boot, then continued. "If you hadn't sacrificed yourself to warn us, we wouldn't have known to keep digging. This whole thing would probably be an even bigger mess. So for what it's worth, thank you." Selene shook her head, her eyes dark and murderous. Tabitha swallowed hard. She tried to speak, but then broke off and looked away, her eyes brimming. "Come on," I said, offering her a hand up.
"How many days have I been out?"
she asked, letting me haul her to her feet once more.
I knew what was happening as soon as the stone started spreading over me.
She winced, shuddering slightly at the memory.
"But everything after that is missing. It's like I was asleep or under sedation."
Small mercies. "It's only been a few days. We met with Warden Quinton and things kind of spiraled from there. Your producer, Jordana, was there too. She thinks we're terrible people, as we had to kind of downplay everything in order to keep Aunt Lavender safe." I looked across the clearing. "Now that we know the full story, we've made an agreement. August is going to see to Aunt Lavender's release once we turn over our half of the Golden Lotus." Tabitha's eyes widened for a brief moment.
"So you do have it, then?"
I nodded. "We agreed not to tell you about it before you even arrived in town."
"And for good reason,"
Selene spat.
"Backstabber Barbie would have ratted us out faster than you can say cha-ching."
Tabitha shot August a dark look, her jaw clenched.
"I'll hold you to your word, August. You might know about some of my skeletons, but don't forget I know about yours, too."
He didn't reply. Instead, he turned and started heading down the trail. Tabitha's grip on my arm tightened, drawing my attention back to her.
"I know where they have her,"
she said, keeping her voice low, even though August was already out of earshot. August showed us some security footage to prove she's safe, I said, nodding. We've just got to be careful, as it sounds like we are all being watched closely. Winslow? I nodded. Tabitha swore darkly. I truly am sorry, Cora. And to you too, Selene, though I don't expect either of you to forgive me.
Good,
Selene said, turning away, her tail held aloft. Clint glanced at me, and I nodded. He followed Selene, silently taking on the role of buffer between her and August. Exhaling slowly, Tabitha's gaze followed them for a long moment before a spark of recognition struck her. Whipping around, she scanned the trees and the small cave opening carved into the rock wall high above our heads. Did you happen to see Tulip after I, froze? Tulip? Oh, right. The tracking pixie. I shook my head. No, I'm sorry, but she's probably long gone by now. Tabitha swore under her breath. Gertie is going to kill me. Tracking pixies cost a small fortune. Plus, she's quite attached to Tulip. Gertie? I asked. The friend who let me borrow her. Tabitha scoffed, shaking her head, her silvery purple ponytail swinging. Somehow, even after all that time spent encased in stone, she managed to come out the other side looking like a catalog model. Sometimes life just wasn't fair. I told August it was overkill, but he insisted. He said I had to be able to convince you there was really a chance. Why? Surely there were other ways to drag things out and lead us on. I tried to keep the bitterness from my voice. Despite Selene's feelings, the truth of it was, Tabitha had ended up choosing to do the right thing, even at great cost to herself. I just couldn't find it in myself to hate her. Tabitha sighed, still looking at the trees. August is the kind of guy who gets something in his head and won't let it go. She shifted her gaze to me for a moment, new lines forming at the corners of her mouth. To tell you the truth, I wonder if he planned a nasty surprise on that cliff up there. He wouldn't tell me one way or the other, but I think there may be some kind of containment spell. I swallowed hard, daring a glance at the dark opening. Tabitha shouted out for Tulip, then whistled in a specific pattern. Once, twice. Suddenly, a burst of light exploded from the swaying evergreens, and the small pixie streaked right for Tabitha, hitting her square in the chest. Oof! She exhaled, the breath knocked from her lungs. Smiling, she cradled the small pixie. Looks like someone had fun in the woods. Sure enough, the pixie had her arms full of wild berries, though most of them were now smashed, the juice coloring her pale blue skin. A small garland, a tiny ring of white flowers, adorned her head. Did you make friends with some fairies? Tabitha asked with a laugh, as the pixie beat her wings furiously, zipping around in circles, squeaking and gesturing wildly. At least someone had a good time, I muttered, before moving to catch up with Selene. 4.
Where can we drop you? The bus station? Or shall we go straight to the police station instead?
Selene asked, glowering into the back seat where Tabitha sat with Clint, my backpack wedged between them. From the placement of Clint's hand and the way Selene kept glaring at it, I suspected he was blocking her from getting at anything sharp and pointy she may have packed, along with the snacks and water. You heard August, I said to the cat, idling at a stop sign. We'd made it back to Winterspell, with Selene sniping at Tabitha the whole way, setting everyone's nerves on edge. We have to play it cool, act like everything is normal. You should have let me hurl him over the side of the cliff, Tabitha muttered.
There, finally some common ground,
Selene exclaimed. My eyes rolled as I pulled into the intersection, signaling with a late blinker to take a right turn. I needed coffee. Stat. Listen, whatever you want to do with August is fine by me, just as long as we have my aunt back first. That's okay, Tabitha said, her tone breezy.
It gives me more time to come up with how best to dispose of him.
I have some thoughts,
Selene told her, leaning further back into the seat. Of course you do, I muttered. At least they'd stopped arguing. We stopped at Dragon's Gold Coffee Company, my mind reeling at the seemingly mundane nature of it, as if it were any other morning. I smiled at the workers behind the counter, knowing all of them by name. The hum of jazzy music filled the air, mixing with the sounds of the espresso machine and chattering customers buzzing in and out of the shop to go about their own routine. As we waited in the short line, I stared longingly at my usual table by the windows on the side of the shop. It was the best spot for people watching and out of the range of airflow from the vent in the ceiling near a rack of branded merchandise and packaged coffee beans. When we got to the counter, we ordered in turn. Clint paid for the whole group. Selene voiced her complaint that management still hadn't taken any of her suggestions. As the menu lacked any seafood-related items, milk was not available to be served warm in a saucer, and the smell of their orange wood polish was still too cloying for her taste.
All I'm saying is, would it kill them to serve a crab quiche?
Selene muttered as we exited the shop. At nearly $6 a slice for the vegetable one on the menu, you wouldn't be getting crab quiche even if they did offer it, I told her. Selene flung a burst of magic at the car as she sighed dramatically. She jumped inside and shut the door behind her, sulking from her place in the passenger seat.
Perhaps you should take up baking,
Selene said when we joined her inside the warm car.
Or whatever quiche making falls under. I suppose it's a half and half sort of deal, part cooking, part baking.
I have an idea, I said, nestling my latte in the cup holder between us. Why don't you take a class at the community college? You have oodles of spare time. And now that you've settled in, you seemingly have no qualms over how much of my magic you quote-unquote borrow.
You know it doesn't work from more than a couple of yards away,
she muttered dejectedly, turning her face to stare out the window. Frowning, I turned the key in the ignition and pulled out onto the rain-speckled road. You're in quite the mood.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cora. Am I supposed to be all lit up like Christmas morning?
Tabitha snorted a laugh.
That's enough from you, Brutus,
Selene snapped. Tabitha fell silent once more.
This is at least 80% your fault, Selene added. You could have told us the truth weeks ago and saved us all this trouble. Maybe then we could have found a way to get Lavender back without having to give that greasy little worm half of the lotus.
I'm sorry, but it would have been a little hard to get the whole thing out while my mouth was being filled with gravel, Tabitha shot back. At least Cora understands the position I was in. Why can't you show me even an ounce of charity? I already apologized. Charity isn't really her thing, Clint explained in a stage whisper from one corner of his mouth. Apparently not.
Sue me if I don't think falling in love is a good enough reason to participate in such treachery, Selene snapped. That's where you two-leggeds always go wrong. It's always love. It makes you incredibly stupid.
Involuntarily, my eyes found Clint's in the rearview mirror. It wasn't just love, Tabitha said on a deep exhale, shifting her gaze out the window, watching the droplets of rain race each other down the glass. I owed August. When she failed to elaborate, I exchanged another glance with Clint. He cleared his throat. Was that what you meant when you were talking about skeletons? I was hoping it wasn't a literal meaning. Tabitha shook her head. It's a long story. When she fell silent once more, my heart sank. I knew that was as much as we'd get out of her, at least for the time being. I do need to get to the shop, I said after a moment. I'd routed us back through town toward my house as I needed to change clothes. There wasn't time for a shower. You still have your room at the hotel, don't you? I asked Tabitha, vaguely recalling she'd mentioned renting it by the week.
Speaking of, Selene interjected, what's with the burner phone in the air vent?
Tabitha blinked, and Selene wheezed a throaty laugh.
That's right. We're just as good at this as you are, Princess.
It's at my house, I added quickly. You can have it back, of course. Tabitha wilted, sagging back against the seat. I should have guessed you'd search my room, though the phone wasn't hidden from you. I hid it from August. He has friends in low and high places, and I knew as long as I was here in Winterspell, on his turf, nothing was safe. She swiveled her eyes to meet mine in the rear view. You didn't call anyone, did you? I swallowed.
Of course we did,
Selene exclaimed proudly.
What do you take us for, amateurs?
Selene, we are amateurs. She smirked, flicking her tail.
Speak for yourself, Cora.
My client list is my most prized possession, Tabitha explained. Those who hire me know I keep their every confidence. She paused, grimacing. What did you tell them when you called?
We were posing as potential clients, so we were asking for references. The only one we spoke to at length was Katerina Rodrigo.
Tabitha swore under her breath. I'll bet she was a delight.
It wasn't so bad, though it did send us down a bit of a rabbit hole, what with Eduardo's failed quest for the Lotus.
Tabitha nodded, chewing on the corner of her lower lip. Right. Guess I'll have some feathers to smooth.
Sorry, not sorry,
Selene quipped, lifting her chin. Somehow, I managed to get through the day without climbing out of my own skin. In fact, by the time I closed Wicked Wicks, I was beginning to wonder if I should have myself evaluated for a dissociative episode. Goddess knew I was likely teetering on the edge of some kind of mental breakdown. We dropped Tabitha off at her hotel that morning, only for her to show up to the shop around midday with her luggage. There'd been a lapse in her booking and the room was occupied, and there was nowhere else for her to go. She refused to stay at the Winterspell Chalet, not that I could blame her. That was August's territory, literally and figuratively. Against Selene's protests, I slipped her my house key and told her she could stay there until she could get back out of town, whenever that would be. Clint popped in and out over the course of the day, checking on me like a nervous mother hen. He brought us lunch and even went out to the store to get Selene more cat food, since we'd run out days ago and hadn't yet had a chance to get to the small pet store in town. When he returned with the cat food and a bag of fresh fish straight from the market, I thought my familiar was about to launch herself over the counter and kiss him. At the end of the night, I closed down, listening to Selene yammer on about what preparation she'd decided on for the fillet of cod, breaded with panko and baked until it was just the right shade of golden brown.
And not too many breadcrumbs, Cora, or too much butter. You know I hate when it gets soggy.
Setting aside the broom, I scribbled a hand through the air, pantomiming myself taking copious notes on an invisible notepad. Yeah, I got it. I deposited the contents of the dustpan into the trash, then set it to the side, leaning it against the broom's bristles. You're awfully chatty tonight. Normally all I manage to get is a grunt or two of conversation, or critique, when I close down.
Indeed.
She swished her tail, stalking along the front counter. That's more like it, I mumbled, stepping into the storeroom to snag my coat from its peg.
It's a coping mechanism,
Selene called after me.
And it was working, too. But it's a little like magic. Well, human magic. If you point out the fishing line and mannequin legs, the whole thing unravels. So if you could just go with it, that would be marvelous.
I blinked, pausing with one arm halfway down a sleeve. That level of self-awareness was not what I expected from Selene. Ever. Offering a sympathetic smile, I joined her once more and finished putting on my coat. I don't mind. It's better than listening to you peck at Tabitha. Which, speaking of, you need to play nice tonight, okay?
Why? Because she's too self-important to go stay at Buttersby's budget motel?
I scrunched my nose. Selene, that place has more mold than carpeting in most of the rooms. Have you seen their reviews? Someone found an actual toadstool growing out of the shower drain. How is that even possible?
Meh. Sounds like some fairy over-exaggerating. You know how they can be.
Shaking my head, I grabbed my keys and hit the lights. She's staying with us, at least for the next day or two. All I'm asking is for you to play nice, or just stay quiet. That might be the best course." Selene promised nothing as we stepped outside the shop. The amused grin on my face slipped when I turned around after locking up and spotted the dark sedan I'd seen parked on the other side of the street from my house multiple times in the past week. Winslow's men. A chill went up the back of my neck, one that had nothing to do with the chilly evening air. Before I could point it out to Selene, Clint's voice carried through the frosty air. "Ah, right on time. Here." He extended a travel mug toward me. "Peppermint tea. Nice and hot." "Thanks," I stammered. By the time I craned around again, the car was gone. Only a puff of white air lingering where it had been parked.
"Now, Clint, will you be the one cooking tonight? Because if so, I have specific instructions for you to follow,"
Selene said, falling into step beside him as he led the way to the car. It wasn't until after the meal that I got a chance to be alone with Clint. He obliged Selene's requests and cooked her cod, earning himself a satisfactory rating on the Selene scale. Tabitha was quiet and withdrawn throughout the meal, only picking at her food and excusing herself before anyone else. I'd set up an air mattress in the spare room. It fit, barely. I just hoped none of the stacks of candle-making supplies toppled down on her in the night. I didn't share that fear with Selene. There was no point in giving her ideas. After dinner, Selene put on a magic show and did the dishes in record time, luxuriating in Clint's astonished praise as she flicked her tail and sent the dishes through their paces. When she retired to the living room, I asked Clint if he wanted to go for a quick walk. My little house was starting to feel even smaller, and the air was too thick. We bundled up and set off into the night. The street dark, but for the dots of light from porch lamps and the sporadic streetlights. I exhaled a sigh of relief when we stepped onto the porch and I didn't see the menacing car lurking in the bank of shadows across the road. "So how are you holding up with all of this?" Clint began, parrying the question with a soft smile. "Because if it were me, I think I'd be halfway through a very large bottle of whiskey by this point." I laughed softly. "Believe me, I've considered it. I think the only reason I haven't is if I'm incapacitated, there's no one to rein in Selene." "Good point," Clint chuckled. "And on behalf of myself and the rest of Winterspell's general public, I thank you for your service." We continued down the sidewalk until we reached the three-way intersection where the neighborhood splits. Clint took the lead, following the sidewalk to the right. Our footsteps fell into a natural rhythm, as they had so many times before. Clint's stride was nearly 1.5 times that of my own, but he never seemed to mind slowing down for me. One time, when I pointed it out, he'd smiled in that distinct Clint fashion and said he enjoyed the slower pace because back in Chicago his life was always on fast forward. His days were busy from sunup to sundown, and while it took some adjusting, he found he enjoyed the more relaxed pace of life in our small magical community. Even the slow neighborhood walks with his vertically challenged girlfriend. A hint of a smile passed over his lips, and I wondered if he was recalling the same conversation. "I think I'll fall apart once Aunt Lavender is back," I said, my words turning wistful. "It's not easy to hold out and be strong and optimistic, but as long as she's still missing, I don't feel I have much of a choice. Once we get her back, I think it will sort of feel like an emotional dam breaking." I swallowed the lump in my throat, the words a reminder to keep it together, if only for a little while longer. Then, glancing up at Clint, I nodded. "I'm sure you can relate in your own way. With your mother, I mean. It's hard being the one who has to hold space for everyone else." Clint considered this for a moment. "I guess that's true," he said, somewhat hesitantly. "Although, with the choices my mother has made throughout her life, there aren't many people left to be strong for. She's lived in a way that's driven most of her extended family away.
and her friends aren't exactly the kind to drop by with cookies and kind words of encouragement. It's mostly a lot of blank sympathy cards and extravagant floral arrangements, the occasional gift basket. And now with Seth gone too, it's pretty much just me and her. Right. I bit my lower lip, wishing I hadn't drawn the comparison. But I get what you mean, Clint hurried to add. I have to keep all of my mixed feelings and long-buried emotions about her bottled up, mostly because there isn't much point in rehashing the past with her. Not anymore. I wanted to ask about the conversation I'd overheard, the one that had somehow morphed into the catalyst for the ending of our romantic relationship. Was that the reason why he hadn't tried to talk her out of the archaic terms she wanted to place on his trust? He didn't want to spend his mother's final weeks or months in conflict? I'd been so offended and hurt by the whole thing that I hadn't given him much room to tell me how it made him feel. The demands his mother made impacted my life to a point, but at the end of the day, I had the freedom to leave. Clint didn't. My heart twisted at the realization, a twinge of guilt piercing through me. Still, what was done was done. We both had too much on our minds to dredge it all up again now. I don't feel good about what happened last night at Hannah's shop, I said to Clint as we continued down the sidewalk. Some of the houses in this part of the neighborhood had begun putting up their Christmas decor. Colorful lights and yard ornaments brought some much-needed cheer to the cold, damp night. I don't know what we could have done differently, but I can't stop thinking about it. And how we're just letting August get away with everything, at least for now. My aunt means everything to me, but for all we know, Hannah has a niece or nephew out there too. I don't think I'm any more important than they are. So how can I participate in hurting someone else's family, even in the name of helping my own? August isn't getting away with anything, Clint replied, and the firm tone of his voice gripped me. It was definitive and angry, but it was righteous anger, from deep down within him. I want to believe that. Believe me, I do. It's just hard to see it happening, knowing how much he's already gotten away with, you know? Clint nodded. I do. Everything has happened like falling dominoes, one after the other. But now it's like there are two dominoes with just a little too much space in between them, and there's no way to know what to do next. I took a few more steps, my mind whirling like a spinning top. If we give August the lotus, there's no telling what we will unleash upon the world. This kind of magic is not something to be taken lightly. But if we refuse... I trailed off, not wanting to speak the horrible truth aloud. We knew what would happen if we refused. Was the golden lotus a secret worth dying for? I licked my lips and barreled onward. I keep thinking about the different options, you know? It's like one of those choose-your-own-adventure books, but the last pages are ripped out. What happens if we go to the warden and tell her the truth this time? The whole truth. What would August do? In some ways, it feels like the only sane option. Or maybe the only option that would assuage my guilt. But it's risky, too. Clint stopped walking, catching my elbow. He turned me gently to face him and held both of my arms. You're not alone, Cora. You don't have to be the one to make all the decisions. I nodded, though I wasn't entirely sure I agreed, at least not fully. I didn't want to be the one to make all of the decisions, but knowing that I would have to live with whatever consequences they led to, it seemed I should have the last word. I wanted to fall into his arms and let the rest of the world melt away. It would be some relief, but it would be fleeting. We both knew that. Clint, My words were lost in an explosion in the distance. 5.
You ungrateful harpy.
Loudmouth runt, Selene glowered.
Honestly, who do you think you're fooling? We all know that's not your real hair.
A squeak came from the back of Tabitha's throat.
Enough!
I shouted,
barreling across the yard where a cast-iron frying pan lay in the middle of the front yard, among a glittering spray of broken glass, all that remained of the large window on the front of my house. I wasn't sure which one of them was responsible for the mess, but their argument had spilled out onto the front porch by the time Clint and I made it back. A few neighbors had come out, drawn by the boom and the bickering. "Which one of you did this?" I said, marching over the glass and half-frozen grass to retrieve my frying pan. It had cost over $200, making it one of my most expensive possessions. Tabitha clammed up, wrapping her arms around herself as she took a step back toward the open doorway. "What were you two thinking?" Clint followed up, joining me, the shards crunching under his loafers. He whipped around, scanning the street. "Making a scene like this, now of all times," he added, the last part in a low hiss, meant only for their ears. My stomach twisted as I hugged the frying pan to my chest.
"She can't stay here, Cora,"
Selene declared. "I don't remember asking your opinion," I snarled through gritted teeth. Selene hopped down from the porch.
"This is my home, too, and I will not have her invading my peace."
"Peace?" The word came out in a strangled laugh. "There is nothing peaceful about sharing a home with you. Look what you've done. Do you have any idea how much this will cost to fix?" Clint stepped forward. "Cora, I can—" "No." I shook my head. "No, this is on Selene." The cat didn't back down, her eyes glowing all the brighter. "You just can't leave things alone, can you? If it's not what you want, you'll just make everyone around you miserable until they cave in. Is that how it's going to be? Forever?" "Cora, I'm really sorry," Tabitha began, shuffling a tiny step forward. I held up a hand. "Just don't." "I'll call around and see if we can get someone out here," Clint said, already reaching for his phone. "In the meantime, let's see if we can seal it up, and then you can all come and stay at my place." Turning toward him, a lump rose in my throat. Even after all of this, he was still doing so much to try and take care of me, to make sure I was all right. August will be on his way soon to take us to Aunt Lavender. We can't. "Don't worry," he said, smiling gently. "I've got you, Cora." 30 minutes later, the front window was boarded up, a repair was scheduled for the following day, and we were at Clint's house, waiting for August, who had been alerted to the change of venue. Tabitha and Selene still weren't speaking, but they'd stopped taking shots at each other, so that was a modicum of progress. In an effort to distract us, Clint offered up a lemon cake he'd bought at the market. We all accepted a slice, if only for something to do, but the tension held strong as we sat around the table in his rental home. In between bites, Clint attempted a few efforts at making conversation, but none of his openings gained traction. I sympathized with his discomfort over the strained silence, only broken by the scrapings of forks or clinking of ice cubes, but there simply wasn't anything worth saying, at least not that I could think of. So while August's arrival was far from heralded, it at least provided a diversion. Reluctantly, Clint allowed him entrance, directing him to the kitchen where we waited. "Are you ready to go?" he asked, glancing at me and Selene. "I can't guarantee much time with her because we can't risk unnecessary attention. Winslow's people don't report to me, so we need to make this quick. We also can't have a whole parade going through there. I'll only take you, Cora. And I suppose the cat can come too." Selene growled.
"I have a name."
Clint didn't look any happier about the arrangement. "I'm not going to let you drive off with her alone."
"Oh, look, Cora. His caveman side is coming out. Isn't that endearing?"
Selene muttered from her perch on one of the bar stools at the island. "I'm not being a Neanderthal," Clint argued, shooting the cat a scowl. "I'm saying we can't trust him." Normally, an overprotective outburst from a romantic partner, or in this case a former partner, would signal a red flag in the back of my mind. But considering the circumstances, Clint's reaction seemed reasonable to me. The truth of the matter was, I didn't much care for the idea of being alone with August either, especially when my magic hadn't fully replenished.
"Winslow's people will be watching," August reiterated. He wore an irritated expression, but kept his voice even-keeled. "I can get Cora and Selene past them with a reasonable explanation. I can say we are changing strategies, using them to get information out of Lavender. If I show up with 3 people and a talking cat, that will raise eyebrows and questions. Questions that might get sent up the chain of command to Winslow. So unless you have some kind of invisibility spell, we have to do it my way." There was a pause as we all glanced at Selene. She turned her head away from the window to find us all staring expectantly and coughed.
"You think I know invisibility spells? Don't you think I would have said something about that sooner if I did?"
She tossed her head like she couldn't believe our idiocy. "We'll go with you," I told August, then quickly held up a hand in Clint's direction to stave off his argument. "How far away is she? We'll need to set a time limit. If we aren't back within a reasonable amount of time, Clint and Tabitha will call Warden Quinton." Clint frowned, but didn't push his argument further. August ran a hand along his jawline, and for a moment I thought he might refuse to tell us where she was being held, like he was weighing his options. Finally, he dropped his hand and exhaled.
"She's at the campgrounds, the ones out by the Winterspell Chalet. The cabins are closed for the off-season, so we knew she wouldn't be found."
The air evaporated from my lungs. All this time she'd been so close? How many times over the past few weeks had we driven to the chalet, driving past the locked entry gate to the campgrounds? In a way, it was comforting to know she was so close, but also infuriating. Like he'd been taunting us, keeping her so easily within reach. "Don't they shut off the utilities to the campground in the off-season?" I demanded, a new layer of rage simmering in my veins. "There's no electricity out there this time of year." Selene perked at this, her ears flattening against her head.
"So you've just left her locked in a glorified cardboard box in the middle of winter?"
she demanded, her hackles raised, as she stalked the length of Clint's kitchen island, her paws silent on the quartz slab.
"Of course not," August exclaimed. "Her cabin has been updated. One of Winslow's projects. He quietly purchased a large amount of land over the summer, some of which belong to the family who owns and operates the campground. A handful of the cabins were included in the deal. He's planning to upgrade them into year-round rentals, which means putting in electricity and upgrading the plumbing. Some of the more dilapidated cabins are being torn down entirely and rebuilt from scratch. Come spring, that will all turn into a construction zone. One of the main reasons why Winslow is running thin on patience with your aunt."
How is he keeping that a secret? The campground has been in the Kaufman family for generations. If they sold off some of their land and cabins, I think I would have heard about it by now. Something like that would be front-page news here in Winterspell.
"Winslow doesn't want the backlash," August explained with a casual shrug. "He knows the general public won't take kindly to an outside developer buying up even more land. It was enough of a fight several years ago when we opened the chalet. He's biding his time to present it in just the right way, in hopes of minimizing the PR damage. The Kaufmans are under a strict non-disclosure agreement and were rewarded quite handsomely for agreeing to the terms Winslow set."
There would be time to deal with my emotions over the parceling up of a Winterspell dynasty later. For now, the only thing that mattered was getting to the campgrounds as quickly as possible. Aunt Lavender was waiting. Setting my shoulders, I offered August a firm nod. "Fine, let's go." Then, turning to Clint and Tabitha, I added, "If you don't hear from me, and we're not back in an hour, call the warden." The campground was dark. The cabins lining either side of the road were eerie, and almost sinister in appearance, as August drove along the winding pathway to the back acreage of the large property. In the summertime, the campgrounds would be filled with families, both local and from out of town, with children and activities set up everywhere. Campfires and volleyball nets and kayaks would dot the rocky shore along Winterspell Lake. Everything would be green and lush, the perfect setting for a summer family vacation. But in the late autumn cold, there was only a cold darkness, the house like something from an abandoned ghost town. The maple trees that provided a canopy of shade and respite from the heat in the summer had shed their leaves, the branches like spindly fingers overhead. Everything was so dark and deserted, it caught me by complete surprise when I saw where Aunt Lavender was being held. There must have been some kind of enchantment on the cabin, because one moment it looked as desolate as its neighbors, and then, in the blink of an eye, light splashed across the postage stamp yard in front of it, spilling through the windshield of August's luxury sedan. A dark SUV was parked in the gravel driveway, underneath one of the naked maple trees. Every window of the cabin was illuminated, and a twist of curling smoke rose from the chimney, before fading into the starlit sky. Selene's tail twitched once, twice, and she scowled.
"What's this funny business?"
she demanded of August, her blue eyes narrowing as she flicked her glower toward the back of August's head.
"My magic isn't working."
Startled, I twirled one finger, testing my own power. I'd felt depleted since the unnecessary battle with Clint, and hadn't noticed the subtle shift. But when not so much as a tingle of magic appeared, I straightened in my seat. "It's part of the enchantment to keep this place secret," August replied coolly. "Think of it like a magic force field. In order to blend in, this part of the campground has been spelled to resist magic, almost like a mirror. It also keeps your aunt from being able to escape. Winslow knows she's a very talented witch and didn't want to risk his security's safety."
"Oh, yes. Won't someone think of the guard dogs?"
Selene muttered bitterly. "That must be why Mom couldn't make a proper connection," I whispered to her. Selene acknowledged me with a slight nod, but didn't reply. August pulled in alongside the dark SUV and parked. He cut the engine, but made no move to open the driver's side door. Instead, he sat staring through the windshield at the cabin for a long moment. "I hope you realize that I'm trusting you every bit as much as you have to trust me." I blinked. Selene growled a low warning. August continued, his expression suddenly zapped of energy. "Winslow won't stop at hurting you and your family, you know." He shifted a glance to the rearview mirror, meeting my eyes for the faintest of moments. "If the truth gets back to him, my life will be at risk just as much as yours."
"Yeah, you've mentioned," Selene deadpanned. "What I don't understand is why you think we'd be sympathetic. You made this bed, and as far as I care, you can lie in it. But don't worry, we'll make sure our family is safe before we hang you out to dry."
Ever the diplomat. "We'll play along, August," I said, in an effort to soften Selene's biting remarks. "We've made our feelings clear, abundantly clear," I added, cutting a glance to the cat beside me. "We don't like the circumstance, but we'll play our part if it means getting Aunt Lavender back safe and sound, so just tell us what to do." "I'm going to need to bind your hands, Cora," he said, the bare flicker of emotion he'd shown once more stowed away. The man was like a fortress. "I need the security detail to believe you are also a prisoner. I'll take you in and let you see Aunt Lavender, and I'll send them on a break. When they come back, we'll have to leave. I'll tell them that you're being kept someplace else."
"And you don't think any of them will fact-check this with the big boss?"
Selene asked, her whiskers twitching the way they did when she investigated the catch of the day at the fish market. "I don't," August replied firmly. "They aren't all that concerned about the why and how. Most of them are just here to do a job. They don't report to me, but they know who I am and the power I hold.
If we play it right, no one will think twice."
He didn't say it explicitly, but I got the feeling that in general, Winslow was the type to surround himself with people who didn't ask a lot of questions. Or at least, with those who only asked questions if they absolutely had to.
"I have enough confidence for the three of us,"
Selene announced, her chest puffing out.
"Learned from the best, back at my time at the Globe."
"The Boston Globe?"
August asked, his brow raised.
"No, you fool," Selene hissed. "The Globe. Old Billy Shakespeare let me sit in on his rehearsals. He valued my thoughts quite highly."
Oh, good grief. I rolled my eyes. That was a new whopper even to me. Thrusting my hands forward between the two leather seats, I kept my eyes fixed on the illuminated cabin. "Come on, let's get going." August produced a zip tie from his glove compartment. The fact he had them so readily available sent a chill down my spine, and used it to bind my wrists together, promising again to release me once we were gone. Then he escorted me from the car, Selene in tow. She took the lead when we neared the wooden steps leading to the cabin's front door, only stopping short when a beefy silhouette moved past the largest of the windows.
"Let me do the talking,"
August instructed, his voice low. The door opened, and the hulking man appeared, wearing a deep scowl. The crumbs in his unkempt beard suggested we'd interrupted his mealtime, and he was none too pleased. He blinked as August stepped into the light, recognition dawning. The change was subtle, but his posture straightened, and with one quick swipe he cleared the majority of the mess from his facial hair.
"Mr. Nell, sir,"
he said, his gravelly voice gruff. It matched his intimidating stature. His gray eyes fell on me, then briefly registered the cat at my ankles.
"Who is she? We don't have room for anyone else in here." "They're temporary guests,"
August said, his tone tight. The man looked at Selene, his expression twisted.
"The cat is a guest?"
August didn't bother replying. Instead, he pressed a hand into the middle of my back, driving me forward a step. The guard bristled, but moved out of the way.
"What's she been doing today?"
August asked as we stepped inside the cabin. It was a small room, a combination of a cramped living room and kitchen, with a circular table shoved up against one wall. Around it sat 3 battered wooden chairs that were either original to the cabin or had been purchased second or perhaps even third hand at a garage sale. Considering who owned the cabin, the state of the furnishings seemed ill-fitting. We'd been to August's office before, not to mention the adjacent chalet, and knew his taste, and likely that of his even wealthier employer, was far above what was represented in the cabin. Overall, it wasn't as bad as I'd feared, and that went a long way toward easing my mind. Selene paced ahead, her nose and tail both aloft, inspecting everything with the wary eye of a health inspector in a dive bar.
"The usual,"
the guard replied, grunting slightly as he sat down on one of the chairs at the table. It protested under his weight.
"She just sits in there, reading and babbling to herself all day."
A sub sandwich sat on the table, and he unwrapped the second half, offering a disinterested shrug as the paper crinkled in his hands.
"She wants more books, but that's nothing new."
Selene pawed at the door near the small refrigerator. "Is she in there?" I asked, looking at August. For whatever reason, Selene wasn't speaking, and since Selene was never quiet, I had to assume it was intentional.
"Why don't you call it a night? I'll stay here until Robbie shows up,"
August told the guard, ignoring my question. The guard chewed a large mouthful of sandwich, his eyes widening as he turned to look at August. He washed it down with a swig from an aluminum can of sweet tea.
"You sure? Robbie's always running a good 20 minutes late these days." "Is that so?"
August's brow lifted. The guard cringed, having second thoughts about ratting out his partner. But his guilt quickly faded as he picked up his sandwich and began wrapping it up.
The girl is here to talk to Lavender. I'll be here when he arrives and we can discuss his tardiness.
The guard nodded as he finished the contents of the can, belching loudly before pitching it into a plastic tub near the door, where a dozen others were piled.
Works for me. See you later, man.
He left the cabin, shutting the door quickly behind him, and Selene waited until the footsteps departed before her clawing became more frantic. "Lavender?" August peeked over his shoulder out the window, exhaling when the rumble of an engine came to life and a pair of headlights strafed across the front window. He crossed the cabin, opened a drawer in the kitchen, and retrieved a pair of scissors. "You sure know your way around in here," I muttered. His jaw flexed as he returned and cut the zip ties from my wrists. Selene continued her frantic cries.
"Enough already," August said, crossing to the door. "I don't need to buy another door. This whole thing has been expensive enough."
Before Selene could fire off a fiery retort, he pulled a key down from the wooden trim above the door and opened it. My breath caught in the back of my throat at the first sight of Aunt Lavender I'd had in months. 6. "Aunt Lavender?" The words left my lips as something of a squeak, drowned out by Selene's sharp cries. Emotion overwhelmed me, as the weeks of searching, sleepless nights, tears, both shed and suppressed, culminated in a tidal wave that crashed over me like a tsunami. There, across the small room, in a well-worn reclining chair, the silver-haired woman turned. A pair of wire-rimmed glasses perched on the end of a nose identical to my mother's. Bright eyes illuminated behind the spectacles.
"Well, it's about time, isn't it?" She smiled. "I was wondering when you'd come and find me."
Selene stopped short, clearly as taken aback as I was by my aunt's words.
"About time?" Selene spat. "That's the first thing you have to say?"
Aunt Lavender laughed good-naturedly and paused to place a ribbon bookmark in the large tome spread across her lap. Beneath it, a knit blanket was tucked around her narrow frame. The room was warm and well lit, from both the lamp on the table at her left side and the glow of low flames in the brick hearth at her feet. Are you all right?" I stammered, stepping into the room, my legs suddenly wobbly. Aunt Lavender set aside her book on the small table, nearly knocking over a ceramic mug.
"Oh, yes," she said, getting up from the chair. "Once that beastly man stopped coming around, things settled down, though I am very much ready to go home. I miss my things. Are you here to take me away?"
"Your things?"
Selene said, her voice hollow. Aunt Lavender smiled absently.
"Chiefly my library. It takes some serious haranguing to get new books in here."
She raised her voice as she spoke, directing it, at least in part, to August. I shook my head, bewildered, as I turned back. "Beastly man?"
"Not him,"
Aunt Lavender said, following my gaze.
"The other one."
August looked up from his phone, as though summoned. Sliding it back into his pocket, he inclined his head.
"She's talking about Winslow. He came here every day at first, trying to get information about the Golden Lotus. I finally managed to convince him to let me try. Sort of a good cop, bad cop approach, I suppose."
"No one hurt you, though, did they?" I didn't trust August as far as I could throw him. His promises were as useful as wet tissue paper.
"No, I'm not hurt,"
Lavender replied.
"Don't worry about me, dear."
For some reason, the subtle note of irritation in her voice made me laugh. "Don't worry about you? That's all I've been doing. All any of us have been doing for the past couple of months. We had no idea where you were, and have been going half crazy trying to find you." Lavender gave a sage nod,
Well, I'm fine. Perturbed, but fine.
I closed the gap between us and took her into my arms. She stood nearly a head taller than me, her frame thin and spry where I was stout and curvy.
Oh,
Aunt Lavender breathed, returning the embrace.
My dear Cora, I should have suspected you'd be the one to crack the case.
Aunt Lavender, you're saying that like this was all a game, I said into her soft sweater. Pulling back, I held her thin arms, inspecting her up and down. Selene circled us, doing her own inspection.
And Selene,
Aunt Lavender said, stooping over to scratch the cat between the ears.
You too? I do hope you've been taking care of the place, keeping up with the dusting.
Keeping up with the... Listen here, you old bat. What in the world was in that tea?
Selene demanded, launching herself to the empty recliner. Her whiskers and tail twitched as she stuffed her whole face inside the mug and breathed deeply. We thought you'd be more upset, I said, shaking my head slightly. Selene jerked her face up out of the mug and glowered at August.
This has been doctored.
August rolled his eyes, as though this whole thing were a minor nuisance, like a line at the ATM.
It's a mild calming agent.
Aunt Lavender blinked.
It was for her own good,
August added unapologetically, before dropping his eyes back to the screen of his phone.
Can we wrap this up? The next guard will be here soon, and I'd prefer to have you two back in the car by then. The less people involved in this, the better.
My mouth dropped open, but all that I could manage was another half-squeak sound. Luckily, Selene wasn't suffering from the same speechlessness.
Listen here, you dollar store tyrant. We're not going to wrap it up until we get some answers.
August exhaled and hit the button on the side of his phone, the device going blank with a soft click sound.
I've told you everything already. We've already made our deal.
Deal?
Aunt Lavender's voice changed, panic starting to creep into the lines at the corners of her eyes.
What's this, Cora?
Gently, I took her hand.
I'm sorry, Aunt Lavender, but we have to give August your half of the Golden Lotus.
It's the only way to keep all of us safe and to get you home again. She took a step backward, away from me, and bumped into the chair, nearly falling into it.
No,
she whispered, her head shaking frantically back and forth.
You can't do that, Cora.
Turning to her former familiar, her mouth dropped open.
Tell her, Selene. It's too dangerous.
Selene's eyes flashed.
I didn't even know you had half of the Golden Lotus. How could you have kept something like that from me all of these years?
The simmering anger in her voice seemed to surprise Aunt Lavender, as the panic momentarily shifted into confusion. She reached for her mug of tea, taking a sip before either Selene or I could intercept it.
Lavender,
Selene squawked.
Put that down.
Rounding on August, I crossed my arms over my chest. You never said she was being drugged. How dare you? A thump sounded. Selene gave the toppled mug a dark glower, as though daring it to rise from the threadbare rug. August's jaw flexed, his hands clenching at his sides for a moment before he stuffed the emotion down.
When will you get it? I did the best I could given the circumstances. Trust me, the alternatives were far worse.
Trust you? I spat a harsh laugh. Not if you were the last person on Earth. August clenched his teeth, but before he could reply, the phone in his hand buzzed, and he jolted. He answered quickly with a grunted, "What now?"
Lavender, snap out of dreamland, Selene hissed, pawing at Aunt Lavender's hip. They've got some kind of blocking spell, so we can't use our magic. But there has to be a way out. Is there a window in the bathroom?
We can't just leave, I started to say.
How did this happen?
August thundered from the adjoining room. Aunt Lavender flinched, and I quickly placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Selene's hackles raised, as she dropped to the floor and began stalking toward the open doorway. August reappeared, his fist clenching the phone. For a moment, I thought he might pitch it like a fastball into the side of the refrigerator, but he stopped short, the muscles in his lean jaw pulsing. "What is it? What happened?" I asked, moving to stand between him and my aunt. "We need to get out of here," he said, the words harsh. He dragged a hand through his hair and looked around. "Someone called the tip line that buffoon Templeton set up, and the police are on their way here." A trill of anticipation rose in my stomach. What would happen if they arrived and found us here with Aunt Lavender? Surely they could make the arrest and we could all move on. But no. "Was that Winslow on the phone?" I asked, my hope fizzling out. "Yes. He has an insider over there. I don't know who, so don't bother asking," August sneered. "We don't have time anyway, let's go. Tell her to pack up her things and clean up that spilled tea."
"Where will you take her?"
Selene demanded, already at my ankles. August ignored us, moving to snuff out what remained of the fire. He swore bitterly as the smoke rose. Then, whirling around, he jabbed a finger at the book and blanket behind Aunt Lavender. "All of this has to go with us. Nothing can be left behind as evidence." My pulse thundered in my ears as a new choice presented itself. We could leave a note behind for the police to find. Sheriff Templeton wasn't pleased we'd gotten Warden Quinton involved, but he knew he was reporting to her now about anything Lavender-related. If they could get to Winslow first, maybe there was a chance we could get clear of this without anyone knowing we were the ones to give him up. Would we be safe? Or would he just send someone after us from his prison cell? "Come on," Selene said, still glowering as August left the room and began packing the contents of the refrigerator. He was already on another call, barking out orders to someone new. Backing up, I turned toward Aunt Lavender. She was still in her chair, her brow furrowed. "What is it, Cora? What's going on?" "We have to get you packed up," I told her patiently. "So you did come to take me home." A smile tugged at her thin lips, and my heart sank. My heart twisted. "Not yet," I said, crossing to where a few pairs of clean clothes sat neatly in a pile atop an oak dresser. I didn't stop to ask where they'd come from, but vaguely wondered if August had sent someone back to Aunt Lavender's house somewhere along the way to retrieve some of her books and personal items. Or maybe they'd been purchased after the fact. "We're making a plan," I told her, as I gathered the items into my arms. "But first we need to get someplace safe. Is there a bathroom? Do you have things in it?" Muttering something I couldn't make out, she got to her feet and tottered into the adjoining bathroom. Out in the main room, August and Selene were arguing.
"Some kind of criminal organization you're running," Selene taunted. "You don't even have a safe house. Amateurs."
"This was never supposed to take this long," August ground out. "It wasn't supposed to happen at all. If she'd just taken the money."
Selene swore loudly. "This isn't helping," I reminded them, moving to the stack of books. I grabbed a few, piling them on top of the bundle of clothing.
"Thank you, Captain Obvious,"
Selene retorted.
"Why don't you start wiping the place down? They'll probably dust the place for fingerprints,"
August said, whirling around to face the feline, a half-packed bag of groceries in his hands. Selene snarled.
"I doubt Templeton even remembers how."
"That's not really the point," I reminded her. Selene glared up at August, her tail twitching.
"Can you lift the magic-blocking wards or not, Junior?"
August blinked, but quickly snapped to, and spoke an incantation. A silent force of magic rippled through the house, and my stomach swooped, like I just dropped over the highest peak on a roller coaster.
"That'll do,"
Selene muttered. Then, with a flick of her tail, a blast of pink sparks exploded, scattering to every corner of the main room.
"There. Now no one touch anything."
August let the fridge door fall closed, blinking as the sparks faded.
You're serious?
As a heart attack,
she deadpanned, already stalking toward the front door. Another blast of magic blew it open, and she sauntered out onto the small porch. August looked back at me.
What is she?
I grabbed the last of the books. A furry nightmare. 7. August didn't have a safe house, but he did have a very nice suite at the Winterspell Chalet that was perpetually kept reserved for his personal use. It wasn't the first time Selene or I had seen it, as we'd been there only a handful of weeks ago to drop off the large order of gift baskets for August's charity auction. The very auction that nearly led to Wicked Wicks being shuttered for good. Still, the suite was just as impressive the second time, and we quickly got Aunt Lavender comfortable in one of the bedrooms. She hadn't said much since I'd told her we couldn't take her home tonight. When I'd spoken to her or offered directions, she'd only had a vacant look in her eyes. Whatever they'd laced her tea with had quite an effect. "Why did you go through the charade of putting up reward money and a tip line?" I asked August, when my pulse started coming back down to normal again. "Not exactly a brilliant strategy, seeing as you've been keeping her right here in Winterspell. You had to know people would be extra vigilant once they saw those dollar signs."
I get the feeling he's got the handful of brain cells up there spending most of their time duking it out over which pinstripe suit goes best with which hand-stitched loafers, and they get distracted from the bigger picture.
Selene commented, with a casual flick of her tail. A few pink sparks flew from it, though they were almost lazy, as if just a reminder of what she could do. August set his jaw. "I didn't set up the reward money, or suggest Templeton start a tip line." I blinked, sliding a glance toward Selene. She hadn't been on the phone with August when he'd told me about the reward posters all over town, but she'd been in earshot. August sighed, sensing my question. "I lied, okay? You jumped to the conclusion that it was me, and since the actual source was anonymous, I let you go along with it." He shrugged. "It helped build the image I wanted you to have of me." Muttering a dark curse, I shook my head. My gaze snagged on the closed bedroom door. "How long until your little relaxant wears off?" I demanded, snapping my attention back to August. "A few hours, give or take. She didn't have that much from the looks of things." His cool tone only made me angrier. I'd spend the rest of my life trying to put him in prison, despite my promises to play nice for the time being. If he thought he could use and outsmart me, well then I could play the same game. The dark thoughts swirling through my head gave me pause. This wasn't who I was, or rather who I wanted to be. But what choice did I have? I was so far out of my depth I couldn't see the shoreline anymore. Would I ever find my way back? Back to the person I used to be? Or was the damage permanent?
"It's been an hour," Selene said quietly. "You'd better call Clint before he gets spooked."
"I already texted him," I replied, reaching for my phone to see if he'd replied. "When can you bring me the Lotus?" August pressed. I scanned Clint's reply, a simple "okay," followed by one 5 minutes later asking where we were. "I don't know how long I can keep her hidden here," August continued, eyeing the door with suspicion, though he'd hung the Do Not Disturb sign on the handle when we'd come inside. I swallowed hard, recalling the panic in my aunt's eyes when we'd told her we planned to give up the artifact. "I need to speak with her before we finalize it," I said, surprising myself. Selene whipped her head around to look up at me. But my resolve built as I pushed away from the soapstone counter in the small but expensive-looking kitchenette. "Cora, we had a deal," August replied, his tone low. "I've explained what will happen if you don't follow through." "I will speak with my aunt," I said again, already heading to the bedroom door. August started to protest, but Selene snapped her tail, producing a faint stream of sparks, and he clammed up again. "Fine," he muttered, after a moment, already dragging his phone out from his pocket. Like a petulant teenager, he sagged back against the couch and stared down at the screen, flicking angrily at the screen. I knocked, softly, but my other hand was already moving for the doorknob. We stepped inside the darkened room, the only light coming from the digital clock on the bedside table. Feeling around the wall, I hit a switch, illuminating a pair of wall sconces hung on either side of the enormous wooden bed. Aunt Lavender sat on the bed, under the covers, though she wore the same clothes we'd found her in, as opposed to a nightgown or something more practical for sleep. Her eyes still looked clouded, though perhaps a smidge more alert as we approached.
"Oh, there you are, dear,"
she said with a smile, reaching for my hand.
"I've been having the strangest dreams lately."
"It's going to be okay." Selene leaped up onto the bed.
"Lavender, we can't take you home tonight. You'll have to stay here and rest."
For a moment, I thought she might doze off. Her eyes looked so heavy. Then they snapped open and she stared at me, clutching my hand a little tighter.
"Did you say you were going to give him the golden lotus?"
"Where did you even find it in the first place?" Selene asked. "And when?"
A sleepy smile crossed Aunt Lavender's lips.
"Oh, it was many years ago. For a time, maybe decades, I forgot I even had the blasted thing."
Selene's mouth dropped open.
"I got it from a flea market in Croatia. It was just sitting there in a basket with a bunch of brass door knockers, next to an assortment of chipped vases and mismatched flatware."
She chuckled softly to herself.
"The vendor had no idea what they were sitting on."
"And why didn't you tell me? You love showing off your trinkets and treasures."
I knew the cat was trying to keep the hurt from her voice, but it was there, raw and tender all the same. It didn't appear Aunt Lavender noticed, though, as she shrugged one slim shoulder.
"It wasn't until we went to Sal's, back when we started my search for the death mask of Pharaoh Hori III. He showed me Oben's fabled tome, and when I was flipping through, I saw the illustration of the dang thing and remembered."
"And still you said nothing to the cat,"
Selene muttered. "Why did you take the book from Sal?" I asked. Aunt Lavender blinked up at me.
"Well, to find the other half, of course."
She exhaled and settled back against the pile of fluffy pillows.
"I should very much like to see Sal and tell him all the trouble that blasted book caused."
Wincing, I slid a glance towards Selene. That wasn't a bit of news either of us wanted to break. "Aunt Lavender, I know you want to protect it, but like we said before, it's the only way out of this mess."
"At least the only way out that doesn't involve body bags," Selene added. I frowned at her.
"No,"
Aunt Lavender tossed her head.
"It's out of the question. Leave me here to rot. I won't tell you where I've hidden it any more than I've told them."
I grimaced. "We already, found it."
"Honestly, Lavender, in your own burial plot?" Selene muttered. "That's a touch out there, even for you."
Thin fingers dug into my forearm as Aunt Lavender lurched forward, her eyes wide.
"Promise me you won't give it up. Or so help me, girl, I'll hex you right here and now. This is too important."
"Let her go,"
Selene cried, butting in between us. Aunt Lavender jolted back, and for a moment I wondered if Selene had cast some type of spell. I was still reeling from her sudden defense of me when I saw the look in my aunt's eyes. She knew. Wildly, she looked from me to Selene and back again.
How could you, Selene?"
The words were a horrified whisper, but they cut straight through me, right to the heart, with the skill and precision of a scalpel, but the impact of a grenade.
I thought something was off, but that cabin was warded," she explained, tears brimming in her eyes. "Aunt Lavin, just go. Both of you."
She flapped a hand, inadvertently sending a blast of magic through the room, strong enough to rattle the cabinets on the dresser on the other side. "Hey!" August boomed from outside the room, footsteps already headed our way. The door opened, and August glared inside.
"Get them out of here,"
Aunt Lavender demanded.
"But we—"
"Cora," Selene interrupted. Let's give her some space.
It took every bit of willpower to tear myself from the suite and leave the chalet in silence, out the same back door we'd come in through, so as not to draw attention from the hotel employees. Selene remained silent as we stood under an awning, shivering in the cold as we waited for Clint and Tabitha to come and get us. Only when Clint's black BMW pulled into the parking lot did Selene look up at me, her eyes dull.
I don't like this, Cora.
The statement was simple, but carried the weight of a boulder. I don't either. Clint burst from the car, without pausing long enough to cut the engine. He slid on the icy asphalt as he rushed over to me, pulling me into his arms with the urgency of a man about to ship off to war. "You're okay," he breathed. "We're okay." He felt good, and I didn't have the strength to force myself to pull away. Instead, I sunk more deeply into his warmth and strength, knowing full well my own was gone. Tabitha sat in the passenger seat, raising one hand in greeting when my attention shifted beyond Clint's shoulder. "Come on," Clint said, ushering me forward. "Let's get you into the car. It's freezing out here." Somehow, I didn't think the warm leather interior would do much to thaw the frost around my heart. 8. "I'm so glad she's okay," Tabitha said, her tone sincere, though that didn't stop Selene from shooting her a nasty glare all the same. Bobbing my head, I exhaled, the adrenaline crash hitting me like a runaway semi-truck. We'd filled them in on the events of the evening during the ride back into town. It was good to see her. I paused, allowing for a fresh surge of emotion to come and go. The events of the day were tugging at my frayed edges, threatening to unravel me completely. The stricken look on my aunt's face, the moment she realized Selene was no longer bound to her and had instead chosen me, was etched in my mind, appearing every time I blinked for the briefest of moments before I could shake it away again. We'd left that part out when explaining it all to Clint and Tabitha. "August told me she was kept safe and unharmed," Tabitha continued, as if needing to fill the silence. "I wouldn't have gone along with any of this if she'd been mistreated."
Oh, yeah? Is that where you draw your moral line? Selene snapped, poking her head between the two front seats, eyeing Tabitha with unadulterated scorn. Kidnapping is fine by you, as is causing an entire family weeks and weeks of emotional harm.
"Selene," Clint said, his voice weary. "Please?"
"Please what?"
she demanded, flicking her ire toward him. Reaching forward, I snagged her by her slim hips and dragged her back. She dug her claws in, threatening the leather upholstery, and I released her. "There's no point in bringing this all up again. We all know how you feel about Tabitha. Our entire neighborhood knows how you feel about her after your little cast-iron pan routine."
"And I'd do it again," Selene insisted. "It's just a pity I missed my target."
"Stop the car," Tabitha snapped, then added a quick, "Please." "Tabitha," I said.
"Let her hoof it, Cora. It's beginning to smell rotten in here anyway, like a rat."
Selene made a show of twitching her whiskers.
"For all we know, every single word we say in her presence is going right back to August."
Tabitha swore. "You can't be serious," she scoffed, tossing her mane of silky hair. "I'll stay at that mold motel. Hell, at this point I'll go back and stay at the chalet, even if it means breathing the same air as that snake."
"Mm-hmm," Selene hummed. "See, Cora? I knew it."
"Knock it off," I growled. Clint pulled over, but asked Tabitha if she was sure before hitting the master unlock button. She stomped off into the chilly night, using the light of her phone screen to illuminate the way between cones of light from the street lamps. "I'd ask if you're happy now, but I'm afraid the answer is yes," I muttered, still glaring at my familiar.
"I'm not speaking to you anymore tonight," Selene declared, curling up in the corner. "Doing so will only irritate me further."
"And we wouldn't want that," I mumbled, climbing out of the car. I dropped into Tabitha's former place in the front passenger seat and placed my hands over the air vents. Clint eyed me and Selene in turn, as if weighing his options. "Come on," I sighed after a moment. "Let's just get to your place and try to get some rest." Nodding, Clint pulled away from the curb and continued down the road a little ways. He made a right turn at a four-way stop, easing the vehicle onto his street. Nice two-story homes line both sides of the road, each with well-tended lawns, orderly flower beds, and tasteful front porch displays. I was admiring the large Christmas wreath hung on the neighboring home's front door when Clint pulled into the driveway and slid the car into park. Turning to unbuckle my safety belt, something else caught my eye. There, in the yard, a large white and red sign displayed two words that sucked the air from my lungs. "For sale." My fingers froze on the buckle. Clint grimaced. "Was that—" "No." The lines of his face deepened as he swiveled to face me. "No, they must have come while we were gone. The real estate agent said they might. Something about an open house in the area." He paused, scrubbing a hand over his jaw. A burst of sparks flung open the back door of the car, and Selene streaked out a moment later, bolting for the front porch. I told myself it shouldn't matter. We were broken up, and up until a couple of days ago I'd thought he was already back in Chicago, and well on his way to leaving Winterspell and me in his past. This wasn't even his house. So why did that sign have me so unglued? Clint remained still, his hands on the wheel of the parked car, his expression filled with regret. "Cora, I should have said something sooner. It's just been, well, a little busy. Although that's partially a cop-out. I wanted to tell you earlier when we were out walking, but then the frying pan through the window kind of put a damper on that plan." "It's fine," I interjected, holding up one hand. "It's really none of my business, is it?" "Cora." Inhaling slowly, I lifted my gaze to meet his eyes. "Clint, it's okay. Really, you're moving on. I get it." There was too much space between us, and yet somehow not enough. Whether it was the rest of the day catching up to me, or some other reason, tears sprang to my eyes. Quickly, I turned my head, letting my shaggy, and in desperate need of a trim, bangs fall across my forehead to provide some semblance of cover. My separation from Roger was so long ago, it was hard to recall all of the details and timeline. I'd healed from that heartbreak, but the wounds had been deep, and some scar tissue still lingered. Now, as I sat in the front seat of Clint's car, the scars prickled and burned. "Cora, Headlights glared through the back window, bathing the interior of the car with bright white light. Squinting, I held up one hand and twisted around, halfway expecting to see August standing between the beams. We'd stalled him for another night. At least that was the plan. Clint removed his seatbelt. "Please tell me that's the real estate agent," I whispered, spotting a silhouette exiting the car. "I don't think so. You should stay here. I'll go see who it is." "Clint!" I clawed for his arm, but he was too quick, already slipping from the car before I could snag his elbow. Twisting back around to face the other way, I grabbed at the door handle. My magic reserves weren't back to full strength, but they were better than nothing. I could still recall the strength with which I'd flung Clint into the tree in my yard only days before. I'd managed to surprise even myself. Magic mixed with adrenaline was a powerful force indeed. A knock sounded on the other side of the car, and I jolted, my heart jumping into my throat with the speed of a popped champagne cork. "Ah!" Clint's face appeared in the window, and he gestured for me. My pulse thundered in my chest. But I climbed out of the car in time to see Tabitha walking up the front steps. I quickly put two and two together as the other car drove off, and the street light glow bounced off the shiny lettering for a Winterspell taxi service. "When this is all over, I'm going to a beach somewhere, and I might not come back," I muttered to Clint as he rounded the front of his car and joined me on the sidewalk. Chuckling, he gently placed a hand at the back of my arm. "I was thinking Waikiki, but I'm open to suggestions." I sighed dreamily as we traversed the frost-coated sidewalk. I've never been, but I trust your judgment. His arm lingered even when I no longer required assistance over the icy cement. Not that I minded. Smiling up into his face, thinking of us in matching lounge chairs, our toes in the sand, fruity little drinks at our fingertips. I'm just here to get my things, Tabitha said by way of explanation as we joined her on the covered porch. She cast a look around at the shadowy patches in the manicured flower beds, as though expecting Selene to barge out and take a swipe with her razor-sharp claws, which, for all I knew, she was. I'm really sorry about her, I said with a sigh, already bracing for the impact by the pint-size furball. She was sick of Tabitha, and I felt certain I was the next one down on the ladder of her current irritants. It's fine. Tabitha shook her head, and the wariness faded, giving way to sheer exhaustion. It's better this way. Moldy carpet or not, I need some peace and quiet until I can get out of town. Clint unlocked the door and let us inside. When are you leaving? As soon as I can. I don't care what August wants anymore. She bit her lip, holding back a thought. Clint caught my eye, his brow creased. Tabitha swallowed hard, wrapping her arms around herself, no longer in a hurry to get her things and leave. I was hoping to see Arthur before I left, but now I'm not sure that's a good idea. I blinked, hesitating momentarily as I shrugged out of my coat. He's here? In Winterspell? Tabitha nodded miserably. He's at the chalet. Another reason I was giving it a wide berth. I didn't know if I wanted to see him, but now. She broke off again, her eyes glossy. My heart squeezed. You care about him a lot. Clint took my coat, hanging it up before removing his own. You know there's room here for you. There's technically 2 extra bedrooms, and the den is more than big enough for an air mattress. I think I've seen some out in the garage. The guy I'm renting from left a lot of stuff here when he moved out. It's more of a vacation rental than anything. My gaze slid to the side, through the narrow windows framing the front door. I couldn't see the for sale sign, but I knew it was there all the same. Tabitha was looking at me when I managed to pull my attention back to the conversation. What about Selene? She asked. If you're asking whether I can stuff her in an animal carrier for the rest of this, the answer is sadly no. But I can talk to her. We need to talk anyway. Come on, Clint said, heading into the open living space a few steps from the entryway. I've got a whole cabinet of liquor. We can find something to drown this terrible night with. Cora, Tabitha said quietly, her manicured nails digging into the sleeves of her leather jacket, kneading the fabric the way Selene often kneaded the throw pillows on the couch when she thought I wasn't looking. Stay, I told her, mustering up as much of a smile as I could manage. Leave Selene to me. Tabitha's gaze lingered for another moment. Then she dropped her arms to her sides and followed Clint's lead into the kitchen. 9. I found Selene sitting on the stone bird bath in the far corner of the fenced backyard. After half an hour of searching, my hands were cold, even through my gloves. There you are, I said, approaching slowly, the way one might a wild animal, which in some ways was a fitting description for her. She looked up from the frozen layer of water in the center of the shallow dish, her eyes glowing brightly under the haze of moonlight. Here I am. She looked past me, to the windows and glass doors spanning much of the back of the house. Is she staying? With a heavy sigh, I sat down on the bench near the bird bath. The frozen stone bit through my jeans, but I ignored it, leaning forward to brace my elbows against my thighs. I think so, and I'm here to ask you to be nice, or at the very least quiet. Tabitha is going through a lot too, you know. Selene scoffed. Oh, that's rich. We both know you're not really angry with her, I interjected, at least not entirely. Her blue eyes fell back to the sheet of ice. She was bound to find out one way or another, Selene, I said gently. We knew this day was likely coming. That doesn't make it any easier, Selene said quietly. No, I shook my head. No, it does not.
Did you see the way she looked at me, Cora? I may as well have been plunging August's fancy little dagger right into her chest.
My breath hitched in the back of my throat. I wanted to say something, to try and bring her some bit of consolation or comfort, but nothing came to mind. In truth, I felt much the same. Taking Selene as my familiar hadn't been my idea, but I'd gone along with it all the same. We'd had good reasons. After all this time, there was no telling what would remain of Selene if I hadn't agreed to the spell. If she'd remained bonded to Aunt Lavender, this amount of distance would have reduced her to a magically anemic husk of herself. I didn't think she would have died, because at least according to her, that wasn't possible. But for all intents and purposes, the result would have been close to it.
What am I supposed to tell her, Cora? Assuming she'll even speak to me again.
We'll tell her the truth, I replied. Though I'd leave out the bits you told me about her abandoning you in the past. Selene gave a miserable nod. Her tail hung limp over the side of the bird bath, lacking its usual twitch, the one that she did even when nothing was going on. I'd catch her sometimes, just watching TV or staring out the front window, twitching away, plotting. But now, it was still.
It is good she's all right,
Selene said after a long moment.
After Lilac's attempts with the scrying mirror, I envisioned Lavender stashed in some damp cave or a dark, spider-infested basement.
Me too, I agreed. It makes all of this slightly more bearable, knowing she's been tucked away in a cabin, reading a mountain of books and drinking tea.
Not that I'm going to be kissing August's feet anytime soon,
Selene said, a hint of her usual vigor returning to her eyes as they cut toward me.
So don't even bother, all right? I'll play nice with Tabitha, but not him.
I'd never ask you to do that. I glanced over my shoulder. Clint and Tabitha were still in the kitchen, on either side of the large island. They each had a tumbler in their hands, speaking about something, though from the looks on their faces it wasn't all that lively of a conversation.
You know that if we hand over the Golden Lotus, we can both kiss Lavender goodbye, right?
Selene said.
If we don't wind up hexed, that is.
My chin dropped again as I turned back to face her. I thought of that too. But what choice do we have? You heard August the same as me. He's running out of time to buy us. Selene lifted her nose, her whiskers moving gently in the faint breeze blowing through the yard. I plucked at the scarf I'd tossed on, wishing the knit was a little tighter.
There's only one person in this world who might be able to convince her,
Selene said, lowering her gaze to meet mine.
But August said, forget him, Selene snapped. We don't have a choice, Cora. It's either this, or we get Lavender back only to lose her again.
Dread settled in my stomach. I knew she was right. And somehow, imagining Aunt Lavender choosing to leave us, it would be infinitely more painful than what we'd gone through these past weeks. Pushing to my feet, I gestured with my head back toward the gate to the yard. Well then, we'd better get going. This is our last shot. We circled Mom's house 3 times, driving through the surrounding neighborhood in various routes, before we felt confident no one was following us or watching the house. Of course, there was the chance Winslow was using magic to survey the place, but then I wasn't sure why he would bother when he'd seemed satisfied sending a car to watch Selene and me the past week. In any case, we'd made our decision, and it was time to follow through. Tabitha had forgiven Selene after the latter offered a thin blanket of an apology upon returning from our chat in the frozen backyard. There was still much to say. My heart churned all over again as we walked past the for sale sign on the way to the car, but I stuffed my emotions down as best as I could. Right now, Aunt Lavender was the priority. Clint would have to wait. Mom answered the door in her pajamas and house robe, her hair mussed and her eyes bleary. It wasn't yet past her usual bedtime, but she looked like she might have dozed off in front of the TV after dinner.
"Cora?"
she said, her tired eyes widening.
What's going on?"
We're sorry to drop by like this,
Selene began, poking her nose past my ankles. I blinked. That was 2 apologies in one night. I made a mental note to take her temperature when we got home.
But we have some news,
Selene finished, glancing up at me.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, nothing. I held out my hands and gave an innocent shrug. Come inside, Mom said. We're letting all of the heat out. We scrambled into the living room and, in as few words as we could, explained everything. That we'd been wrong to keep everything from Warden Quinton, and that the order wasn't behind Aunt Lavender's abduction, but rather, it was August. What was Hannah thinking? Mom exclaimed when we told her of the psychic's fate. She always struck me as so open and caring.
People change, Selene said, especially when they have $signs in their eyes.
I frowned. August says he'll free her when this is all over. Mom didn't look any more convinced than Selene and I were on the matter. But there was a final piece we needed to tell her.
Lilac, we need your help,
Selene started. She slid me a hesitant glance, and I continued. Aunt Lavender knows Selene and I are bonded now. Mom grimaced. Oh, no. It went badly, I added, and she kicked us out before we could fully explain. Now there's this whole deal with the Lotus, and she's made her feelings clear on the matter. We're afraid if we go behind her back and give August her half of the artifact, she'll never forgive us. Selene's chin drooped.
Lilac, you're our last hope. You have to help us convince her it's the only way out of this.
Mom leaned back in her chair, considering us over the length of the dining table. She'd put on a kettle after we'd arrived, if only out of habit. By the time it came to a boil, we were too deep in conversation, and she'd not bothered to prepare the mugs. We can't lose her again, Mom. There has to be a way to make her understand. Can I go and see her? Mom asked, her voice thick with emotion. Not right now. It's too risky. But as far as we know, August's suite at the Winter Spell Chalet doesn't have the same wards and spells in place, so we were thinking you could try the scrying mirror again. You should be able to connect with her now. Mom considered it for a moment, still crestfallen. Selene placed a paw on the edge of the table.
Lilac, please. We have to try.
Nodding, Mom rose from the table. She paused, her hands braced on the back of the chair as she pushed it back in. All right, we'll give it a try. Mom made the preparations largely in silence, but for a few whispers under her breath. She double-checked herself as she went through the steps, laying out the various implements around the scrying mirror in her little studio where she practiced her divination work. When she was sure everything was in the right place, she reached for my hand, her own trembling, as she led me to the table and asked me to sit. Selene took the chair opposite mine, her eyes wide as she stared down into the mirror's surface. Mom spoke the incantations and lit a candle, her eyes squeezed tight at the final word. Silence greeted her. Lavender? Can you hear us? Mom asked, her voice quivering a little as she glanced between me and Selene. Lilac? Mom choked on a sob at the sound of her name. Yes, it's me. I'm here. Oh, you have no idea how good it is to hear your voice again, Aunt Lavender said. Mom's eyes brimmed with fresh tears as she shook her head, a small laugh bubbling up. I think I have a pretty good idea, actually. I smiled and squeezed her hand, careful not to disturb any of the herbs or crystals gathered around the edges of the scrying mirror. She wiped at her eyes with the corner of a tissue, then cleared her throat. Lavender, I don't know how much time we have. Well, that's all right. I don't know how much there is to say. It's not like I've been getting out and about these days. Mom frowned. Who is with you now? No one. At least no one I can see. There was a pause before she added, I suspect I'm being watched, though. Mom looked at me, an unspoken question in her eyes. I shook my head, unsure. It didn't seem to quite fit August's character that he would have left her unattended, especially when she was now back within range of magic and able to access her own powers. but then I didn't know how many people were involved, and it would likely start to draw attention if he suddenly had a changing of the guards rotating through the hotel suite the way he had at the cabin.
I'm sorry you're stuck there, Mom said, wiping her eyes again before balling the tissue tightly in one fist. But Cora's explained the situation to me, and it doesn't seem like we have many options. I won't give up the lotus, Aunt Lavender said defiantly. Lavender, it's the only way to get you home safely, Mom said, countering her sister's harsh tone with equal parts patience and firmness. Sheriff Templeton and Warden Quinton are investigating, and there's a tip line now with reward money attached to it. In short, the walls are closing in, and that's when people start getting desperate. She stopped short of relaying any specific threat, not that she needed to. None of us wanted to consider what might happen if Winslow and August were pushed any closer to the edge. August still had a reason to treat Aunt Lavender and the rest of us with a soft touch. He wanted the lotus for more personal reasons. However, Winslow's motives were more cut and dried, and if he started to change his mind and decide this was all more trouble than the end result was worth, he'd have to cover his tracks, and we were right smack in the middle of them. It's just a trinket, Lavender, Mom exclaimed, leaning in closer to the surface of the mirror. Just another bauble in your collection. It's not worth your life. It's not just a bauble, Aunt Lavender fired back. It's the key to the fountain of youth, Lilac. Don't you see how dangerous that could be in the wrong hands? And let me assure you, these are definitely the wrong hands. Mom looked to me, her eyes desperate and pleading. My mouth opened, but no words came forth. Aunt Lavender was as stubborn as an old mule, and we all knew it. She was an immovable force once she planted her feet, and it was clear to all of us gathered at the table she was firmly rooted on this one. I'd spent so much of my life wishing to have a closer relationship with my eccentric aunt, a desire that had grown exponentially over the past months of searching for her, wondering if my chance had been snatched away for good. To come so far only to drive her away permanently would be unbearable.
Oh, will you get your head out of the clouds, you old bird? Selene snapped. This is your ticket out of this mess. Or would you rather we just start making your funeral arrangements now and get it over with?
Mom's eyes went wide, glossy with fresh tears. Selene, I hissed, jabbing her with my elbow so hard she nearly fell off the side of the table. This isn't about me, Aunt Lavender retorted, oblivious to her sister's distress. It's much bigger than that.
You're right. We'll all end up in some shallow grave right alongside you, Selene growled, her hackles lifting.
I buried my face in my hands. She truly couldn't help herself, could she? Honestly, I should be amazed she'd let Mom try the diplomatic approach for a whole 3 minutes uninterrupted. Don't speak to me, traitor. Aunt Lavender's voice filled the small room. Selene's eyes narrowed. Aunt Lavender, I don't want to hear from you either, Cora. How could you steal my familiar from underneath me? Lavender, that's not fair, and you know it, Mom interjected, silently passing me the tissue box. Selene glared and jumped down, running from the room without looking back. Cora was only doing what she thought was right for Selene, Mom continued, her tone cool and even. She didn't want Selene to suffer in your absence, but that's really not the point right now. We have time to deal with this later, but only if you agree to go forward with our plan. I'm afraid you're on a hopeless mission, dear sister. Aunt Lavender's face didn't show in the mirror, which struck me as odd, but at least she was speaking with us. I could visualize her face with little trouble, and figured her lower lip was protruding, her arms crossed. It was a look I'd seen before. For an elderly woman, she had a tendency to revert to childlike displeasure when told she couldn't or shouldn't do something. Lavender, we're doing this, with or without your permission, Mom replied. I'd never forgive myself if something happened to you, and I know Cora and Selene feel the same. Well, then it's good they have each other to commiserate with. I'll have no part in this. A crackle went through the air, and the candle flame flickered. Exhaling, Mom sagged back in her chair.
She's gone.
We sat in our misery for a long moment before going out to find Selene in the living room, perched on the windowsill as she stared out the window into the dark, the tip of her tail flicking. Maybe there's another way, I suggested, crossing the room to sit on the couch beside her perch. Maybe Warden Quinton could put us all in some kind of, magical witness protection program. Move us to the other side of the country, give us fake names and IDs, and we could start over. Selene twisted around and glowered at me.
You want to go be Darlene Smythe, who runs the checkout line at a Piggly Wiggly for the rest of your life?
Cringing, I looked to Mom. At least we'd all be safe. We know where Aunt Lavender is, and there's either no guards, or at least no one close enough to cause too much trouble. We could get her and go on the run, even without Warden Quinton's help.
Even if we could get away, there's no way Lavender would agree to it,
Mom replied, her expression uncharacteristically defeated. She's too stubborn, too set in her ways. She won't leave her house and all of her things. This is ridiculous, I exclaimed, throwing my hands into the air. My nerves and muscles twitched, restless and eager. Pushing up from the table, I shook my head and stalked into the kitchen. I couldn't sit still. My legs and muscles were restless. I went to the fridge and yanked it open, calling into the other room. How does she not understand the danger she's putting us in? This isn't just about her. I'd be giving up everything too. My business, my friends, my house, my Clint. Frustrated tears blurred my eyes as I snagged a green can of lemon-lime seltzer water.
We'll think of something, dear,
Mom said, as I returned to the living room, though her words did little to console me.
We have to go over her head,
Selene admitted.
She'll never forgive us, but it's the only way to keep her here, in the land of the living.
A cold shiver climbed up my neck as I plopped back into my chair and cracked open the can. We stewed in agitated silence for a long moment, when suddenly the doorbell rang and we all jolted. A dribble of clear liquid spilled down my front, and I swore loudly as I set my can down on the small table beside me. Are you expecting anyone? I asked, not looking at Mom as I swiped a tissue from the box she brought in from the other room and left on the coffee table.
It must be Evan,
Mom answered, getting to her feet as I dabbed at my sweater.
He's supposed to stop by sometime this week to help me with a few things around here. It's a little late, but he might have been stuck at work.
A crease formed on her brow. Although he doesn't usually ring the bell. No, he's more of a barger-inner, I muttered, still frowning at the mess I'd made. Mom opened the door and shrank back.
Samuel?
Is Cora here? Selene hissed, her back arching, as a red-faced Sheriff Templeton strode into the living room, as though he'd been invited.
I thought that was her car out in the driveway,
he continued, hooking his sausage-like fingers in his belt. Turning, he met my eyes, his mustache twitching ever so slightly.
Ah, there you are. I think it's well past time you come down to the station for a little talk.
10.
Oh, for the love of the goddess, Samuel,
Mom exclaimed, her fists slamming into her hips once she'd shut the door.
Have you just been driving around hunting her?
Sheriff Templeton frowned, casting Mom a withering look.
I went to Wicked Wicks, found it closed, then drove by her house. What happened to the window?
Window? We'd left that detail out, considering the Tabitha versus Selene civil war ended. What is so urgent you had to drive around Winterspell looking for me? I asked, getting to my feet.
And what could be so pressing you can't speak here and now?
Mom added, looking no less irritated.
As I said, Lilac, I think this conversation would best be had at the station, Templeton reiterated. There is an open investigation, and I believe Cora may know something about it.
His beady eyes swiveled toward me, his heavy brow creased. Is this some kind of retribution for going over your head and talking to the warden? I asked. Because if this is about Aunt Lavender, I've got nothing else to say. I've told you everything I know, repeatedly. That wasn't entirely true, of course, but Sheriff Templeton's sudden eagerness to do his duties grated on my nerves. Selene and I had spent weeks begging for his help without much luck. Now, when his involvement would be detrimental, he chose to step in. Somewhere, the goddess must be having a real laugh. Sheriff Templeton's walrus-esque mustache bristled. Does the name Hannah Snowberry mean anything to you? My stomach swooped. Oh no. Hannah is an acquaintance of mine, Mom answered before either Selene or I could come up with a reply. Glancing down at my heels, I noted the slight kink to Selene's tail. Well, it appears she's been hexed. Templeton shifted his gaze around between the three of us, his unkempt brows furrowing all the more. Mom looked at me. Hexed? What kind of hex? What would I have to do with it? I interjected, placing my fingertips slightly on Mom's arm, hoping she'd take the silent hint to back away from the topic. Miss Snowberry's neighbor went to check on her after a series of phone calls went unanswered. Apparently the two had a standing coffee meeting every week, Sheriff Templeton continued. And she'd grown concerned when Hannah didn't show up. She entered the shop with a spare key and found that Miss Snowberry had been turned to stone. Mom's arm jerked under my fingertips, and I gently tightened my grip. In hindsight, keeping that detail from Mom was a mistake. We hadn't told her about August's hex because we knew there was nothing to be done about it, and she would likely insist on carrying some of the guilt as she'd been the one to point us in Hannah's direction. It wasn't her fault, of course, but my mother and I were similar enough I knew she'd punish herself all the same. And what would this have to do with Cora? Mom asked, giving her head a slight shake when her words stumbled. Cora has no reason to hex anyone, and even if she did, she's an air witch. Mom folded her arms. You know, Samuel, I realize magic classes were never your strong suit back in our academy days. But surely you recall that only an earth mage would be capable of such a spell. Selene hooted with delight.
Oh, Templeton, you never told us you were the class dunce.
Templeton's mustache bristled a little quicker, reminding me of the way the squirrels' tails moved when they taunted Selene from the tree in the front yard. His cheeks deepened to a rich Merlot color, seeming to reach a boiling point before he exclaimed, I'll not stand here and be insulted. I am an officer of the law. Now, Lilac, you and I have never had reasons to tangle in the past, but if you try and get in the way of my investigation, that might change. Mom offered a half-hearted shrug. You can feel however you want to feel, Samuel, but the truth of the matter is you're grasping at straws, and I won't let Cora become one of them. She has already suffered from your lack of curiosity, back when you tried to throw her candle shop under the bus of public opinion. Don't think I've forgotten, or forgiven, that you did nothing to set that situation right once the truth was out. Not to mention, you refused to believe that Lavender truly went missing, despite our evidence and pleading these past months. We may not have tangled in the past, as you said, but more and more I'm finding it hard to defend you. I try not to be a cynical witch, but I can't help wondering if perhaps the upcoming election season and pressure from Warden Quinton is the only thing keeping you from an evening at Merlin's Well swapping fish stories. A surprised giggle bubbled in my throat, and I clamped my lips together to hold it back, only allowing a soft hiccuping sound to escape. Selene had no such qualms, and was openly cackling, rolling to her side on the floor beside my feet.
I think that's what the kids call a mic drop moment,
she crooned, her paws flailing and kicking with amusement.
Ooh, speaking of microphones, we should arrange for one of those roasts. The whole town would turn out for their chance.
Mom ignored Selene's merriment, keeping her eyes fixed on Sheriff Templeton. You can mock all you want, but I'll have the last laugh when I finally get to the bottom of this.
I have a feeling I'll have 2, or perhaps I should say 1.5, new additions to the jail cells."
"This is absolute nonsense, and you know it," Mom scowled. "What makes you think Cora has anything to do with this? Or even any knowledge of it?"
"Miss Snowberry's shop was all torn to bits. We were, initially, leaning toward a robbery gone wrong, in fact. But then, there in the middle of all the mess, was Cora's business card, right on the counter by the phone. And when we ran a magic scan, we found traces of illusion magic. Now, they are not as accurate as fingerprints, of course, but the 2 of those things together brought me here. And with a little more digging, I'll find out the link."
"I see." Mom nodded, and while she didn't turn to look at me, I got that prickly sense she was watching me. Perhaps moms really did have eyes in the back of their heads. I gulped. "And do you have a warrant?" Mom asked, arching one brow. "Because Cora is not going anywhere unless you have one. In fact, I have half a mind to call Warden Quinton's assistant and see if we might get the warden's opinion on this matter." I couldn't be sure if she was bluffing or not when she started to move toward the landline she insisted on keeping. The outdated phone sat on a small table in the corner of the room where the arm of the sofa met the recliner. However, it didn't matter what I thought. What mattered was that her bluff worked. Templeton quickly stepped forward.
"There's no reason to call Warden Quinton. She's warden of the Northwest, but that doesn't mean she wants to be involved in every quibble between townsfolk."
"I think we should leave it up to Leona to say what she is and is not interested in," Mom said, her tone as silky as Selene's best sarcasm. Had the cat been giving out sassy lessons when I wasn't looking? It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Mom plucked the phone from the cradle, lifting it as though to dial. Templeton swore under his breath.
"Fine. Your point has been made, Lilac."
This set off a new peal of laughter from the feline lounging by my feet. Templeton cut Selene a dark glower, even as he took a step toward the door.
"I'll be adding this conversation to my notes. So, for the official record, your answer is that you don't know anything about Hannah Snowberry or the Hex?"
He made a point to retrieve a small notepad from his pocket, and with a twist of his stubby fingers, pulled a pen from midair. I'd not guessed Templeton was much of a magic wielder. "I didn't hex Hannah Snowberry," I said, keeping my tone even and firm. A lump rose in my throat, and I quietly swallowed it down. Templeton eyed me for a long moment, his magic pen still over the paper. My pulse quickened, bracing for more questions. Templeton had magic abilities, but he wasn't a walking lie detector. As far as I knew, magic like that didn't exist, thankfully. Across the house, 3 loud thumps sounded against the back door that fed into the kitchen. All 3 of us jolted, Mom and I swinging around toward the sound.
"That must be Evan," Selene interjected. "Didn't you say he was coming over to change out some light bulbs, Lilac?"
"Well, yes, but Evan wouldn't use the—"
"There's a first time for everything,"
Selene interjected. Sheriff Templeton's mustache twitched once more, but with another wave of his hand, the pen vanished into the ether. Grabbing for the door, he yanked it open and stormed out, pausing only to issue a parting threat.
"I'll be back," he growled. "You can bet on that."
Mom turned back around to face him, offering a saccharine smile. "Won't we just be looking forward to that? Perhaps I'll keep the kettle on." She didn't wait for him to reply before closing the front door. The visual of him sputtering and twitching on the other side finally broke the dam on the giggles I'd been holding back.
"Mom, you were so good. Using Warden Quinton's first name was a stroke of genius."
Selene snickered.
"Templeton might need to run home and change his trousers."
The knocking was a nice distraction, I complimented the cat, still smiling. The feline inclined her head.
"Why, thank you."
Mom turned, and there wasn't a trace of humor in her face. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes, flicking them from Selene to me, before demanding, One of you better tell me what in all of Hades' realms is going on around here. Selene's bright canines disappeared, and my own smile fell from my face. We were going to tell you. Selene slunk behind my ankles, silently yielding the floor to me so she could retreat to the far side of the room where Mom's wrath couldn't reach. At least, in theory. Coward, I muttered to the cat before turning around. We should have told you. Yes, you should have. August used his magic on Hannah, just like Sheriff Templeton said. It's the same spell, or at least the same type of spell that was used on Tabitha when she broke the blood oath. Mom gaped at me, and I barreled on. He was going to kill her, Mom. I sort of convinced him to let her live, not realizing that he would curse her in the process. I exhaled. He said he would reverse the spell once our side of the bargain is completed. My limbs suddenly felt as heavy as if they too had been cursed into cinder blocks. That's why we have to find a way to convince Lavender to give up her half of the Lotus. It's not just about her safety, or even our own. But Hannah's life is now caught in the balance too.
What's that saying? Snitches get stitches?
Selene parroted from her perch near the fireplace.
I say we change it to traitorous witches get stitches. I didn't feel bad for Tabitha when she got turned into stone, and you won't talk me into feeling bad for the psychic either.
She finished her statement with a dramatic flourish of her tail and a self-satisfied nod. Mom shook her head as she tossed her hands into the air and stalked into the kitchen. I need a cup of tea. 11. Just be normal. It was the only thing I'd ever really tried to be. For as long as I could remember, I'd built my life to revolve around routines and certainties, something that became all the more important after my divorce from Roger. I never wanted to create waves or turn heads, draw attention. So for all intents and purposes, the mission of the following day should have been smooth as silk. Should being the key word. By 10 o'clock, I'd accidentally knocked over a full bottle of eucalyptus oil, making the entire front area of the shop smell like a cough drop factory, according to Selene. After that, I'd been lighting some tester candles for a customer and caught a glimmer of movement out of the corner of my eye, turning just long enough to inadvertently singe the side of a wicker basket. And then, when Lily came in the back door rather than the front, I'd nearly blasted her into the alley with a wind spell.
Okay, Wreck-It Ralph. I think you need to take a time out and get some lunch,
Selene groused from her usual perch behind the counter, while I apologized to Lily for the dozenth time. Scowling, I turned. I knew it was a mistake letting you watch that movie. Selene flashed her dainty white canines.
Why? It was a delightful little film. Although I had trouble figuring out what they were all so mad about. If you ask me, King Candy was doing the right thing.
Why is it you always side with the villains in Disney movies? If I recall, you thought Ursula was a savvy businesswoman, merely trying to protect her investment, and Scar was simply misunderstood.
As cats so often are,
Selene replied unapologetically. Rolling my eyes, I shook my head before turning back around to peek into the storeroom, where Lily was unbundling from her coat and gloves. I really am sorry, Lily. I'm just a little on edge. I'm fine, Cora, I promise, Lily said, her warm smile never wavering as she unwound the scarf looped around her slim neck. Her hair was mussed, but otherwise she looked to be okay following the blast of wind I'd sent slamming into her moments ago. Is everything all right, though? Her gaze skirted past me to the singed bits of wicker. Her nose twitched a little, too, though it was hard to say whether she was detecting the burned wood or the overpowering eucalyptus oil. I didn't sleep well and had a little too much coffee this morning, I replied. Technically, both statements were true. The part I left out revolved around the plan to meet August and finalize the arrangement to trade the Golden Lotus for Aunt Lavender. Selene, Mom, and I had gone round and round about it the night before, but in the end, there really was only one path forward. In the meantime, We had to play everything calm, cool, and collected. We couldn't draw Sheriff Templeton's ire any more than we already had. And, more importantly, we couldn't let ourselves get spun up and lose our nerve. "Well, tell you what," Lily said, hanging her scarf on a peg on the inside wall of the storeroom. "Why don't you take a break and let me cover for you? Though I'd suggest sticking to chamomile if you pop over to Dragon's Gold." A withering laugh slipped through my lips as my head bobbled like one of those cheap figurines people stuck to the dashboard of their car. Lily exchanged a concerned glance with Selene.
"Come on,"
the cat said, sliding down from the shelf affixed to the wall.
"Let's go. A little walk around the block ought to do it."
We both knew that wasn't true, but my head was starting to spin. Of course, that could be the effects of the overwhelming scent clinging to the air. Was it possible to overdose on eucalyptus? "Thanks," I mumbled to Lily as I passed by. "Any time," she replied brightly, already tying on her apron. Seriously, what did I do before her? I asked myself as I followed Selene out the back door into the alleyway. Selene wasn't listening. She leaped onto the top of the dumpster, stalking along its edge.
"We going to Dragon's Gold, or do we need to head straight for Merlin's well?"
"Get down from there," I scolded. "You complain if I go more than 3 days without running a mop through the house, but you'll voluntarily walk on that?"
"I'm practicing my balance. Something you should consider, especially after this morning's antics. Don't think I miss you almost crashing into the end cap display when the phone rang. You're jumpier than a me on a hot tin roof."
Selene leaped from the dumpster to the ground, then pranced ahead a few yards and jumped up onto the edge of a wooden planter under the front window of Julia's cafe next door to my shop. Placing her paws on the wall, Selene peered inside the small coffee shop.
"Of course, we could always go see what Julia's cooking up,"
she offered with a soft cackle.
"Ooh, look at this, Cora. Bananas Foster milkshakes, and she's garnishing them with the stem from the bananas. Now that's clever. Why throw something in the compost when you can use it as a topping?"
My nose scrunched. One day the town should pool our resources and send the poor dear to some culinary school in Europe.
"Yeah, maybe if we got lucky she wouldn't come back,"
Selene said dryly, dropping back down to the sidewalk. It wasn't the fairy's fault, and she was perfectly lovely, but her cooking and flavor combinations were like something aliens might come up with after spending 24 hours on Earth without having a clue what people really liked. Sighing, I sagged against the wall, right before the corner where the alley met the sidewalk. I hate all this waiting around, constantly checking over my shoulder, wondering if some hitman is going to pop out of the bushes and end us.
"I think you're grossly underestimating my reflexes,"
Selene replied, casually licking her front paw.
"But I'll forgive the slight this once."
"Gee, how gracious, oh mighty one."
"I don't think I like Grumpy Cora very much. How do I switch you back? You have some kind of control panel or something?"
She swiped for the back of my leg, as if expecting to find a joystick. I shied away, shooting her a death glare over my shoulder. "Knock it off. Why are you being so zen, anyway? This time last week, you were just as unglued as I was." Her whiskers twitched.
"I was not."
Sighing, I relaxed back against the wall again. People passed by, but most of them didn't notice me standing off to the side, halfway tucked into the alley. I just don't want Aunt Lavender to hate me. I'll be lucky if she doesn't turn me into some kind of toadstool right there on the spot.
That's not all that hard to reverse. It's only if she tries to turn you into some kind of mammal that things get complicated,"
Selene quipped, her tail swishing as she batted aside the drooping leaves of the greenery in the planter. Frowning, I poked her in the side. "I'm being serious." She stopped toying with the leaves and sat down, looking up at me in earnest.
"You don't think I've had the same thought? Well, maybe not the part about the toadstool. That seems sort of like a specific fear. But I'm worried she won't speak to me again. I've never said goodbye to a guardian before. Not like this. It's not the way it's supposed to work. And now, knowing she might not forgive me, it doesn't sit well.
I know. My heart clenched.
Lavender's a stubborn old goat, Selene continued. She's not going to work with us on this one. She thinks she's doing something admirable, going down with the ship, so to speak. And when she gets locked onto something, it's almost impossible to change her mind.
My phone rang. I tugged it out of my pocket and swore. It's August.
Oh, goody.
She flicked her tail.
He's a little early, isn't he?
Nodding, I tapped the screen, accepting the call. Is everything all right? Had Aunt Lavender escaped? Or worse? Was she hurt? Sick? Turned into a marble sculpture? Winslow is getting antsy, August said, the tension in his jaw evident in his voice. He doesn't want her at the Winterspell Chalet. It's too unprotected, and he doesn't trust me to keep this quiet. He's making arrangements to move her to a guarded house as soon as he gets 2 replacement guards. What happened to the guards from the cabin? Winslow thinks one of them called the tip line, and the other one, Robbie, never bothered showing up for his shift the night we were at the cabin. The disgust was evident in August's voice. Do you think it was him? It's possible, but Winslow's working based off assumptions. In any case, it doesn't seem like the tipster gave up Winslow's name or mine, but still it's got Winslow spooked. I don't want my aunt with more strangers, I said, a fresh wave of anger rising. Why can't you go and keep watch? I do have other things going on, August barked. A life? My fiancé is already getting suspicious. Of course she thinks I'm stepping out on her. Right, and a good, upstanding guy like you would never, I jeered, rolling my eyes. Time's up, Cora. It's time to make the swap. Can I tell Winslow you'll meet him tonight? My eyes squeezed shut, my heart hammering, though not loudly enough to drown out the swirling, panicked thoughts raging like a choral group in the back of my mind. I already told you we'll meet you at the chalet once the shop is closed. Not a minute before. I have a life too. No, August said. Not the chalet. A growl vibrated in the back of my throat. Where then? My office. Once the switch is made, I'll give you the key to the suite and you can go and get your aunt. No dice, August. She's there or you're not getting a thing from us. Fine. The line went dead. My gaze fell to the pint-sized cat. We need to go to Aunt Lavender's and get the lotus. Selene gave a miserable nod. It was dark by the time we got to Aunt Lavender's bungalow on the other side of town. But then, this time of year, it got dark early. Still, it set an ominous mood as we trudged up the front steps and let ourselves inside. Neither of us said anything as we entered the silent house. We haven't told her we cleaned the house, either, I remarked, spinning in a slow half-circle. The house was still more cluttered than my own, but considering its state when we first began our search, it was a night and day difference. Aunt Lavender was a pack rat on steroids, and prior to our organizational efforts, she could have been featured on a magical edition of the show Hoarders.
Or about Sal,
Selene offered sadly.
They had an odd relationship, but it will wound her to know he's gone, and under such tragic circumstances.
I nodded my agreement, the wood floors squeaking as I headed into the kitchen. Suddenly, I stopped, as a creeping feeling in the back of my mind stepped over my other thoughts and made itself known. Selene, I said, twisting back around to retrace my steps.
What?
The cat asked, leaping silently onto the counter. Do you remember where we left the lotus? It sounded so stupid. We'd only just hidden it. Why couldn't I remember where we'd left it? It's here, right? I spun back around in time to see Selene tiptoe along the counter's edge, her gaze fixed on the side of the refrigerator. Relief whooshed through me. My stress-addled brain lost tabs on the lotus's location, but of course Selene remembered. With one fluid motion, she launched herself to the top of the fridge, promptly sneezing as she landed. Passing a paw over her nose to clear the dust, her whiskers twitched, as though fighting off a second sneeze. "You do know where it is, don't you?" I asked.
Of course.
Selene poked her nose into the wicker baskets stacked on top of the fridge. The baskets on top of the fridge had been my idea, as I had something of a similar system at my own home. I couldn't access the top of the fridge without using a step stool, which made it hard to keep tidy. At some point, I'd picked up the baskets and used them to keep any potential mess hidden from view. Crinkle sounds were followed by a thump, as Selene jumped down to the counter, a chocolate chip granola bar in her mouth.
"It's called brain food, Cora," she said,
dropping the bar in front of me like some poor rodent she might have caught in the backyard. Sighing, I tore open the granola bar and set it on the counter for her before disposing of the wrapper. As she bit into the snack, my gaze scanned the kitchen, my thoughts growing more frantic. "Selene, why can't I remember where it is? Do I need to pick up some kind of memory potion at the market? I've never put much stock into those kind of things before, but this is a little scary." I was trying to stay calm, but with each passing moment that grew more difficult. My mind was blank, the edges cloudy with fog when I reached for the answer. This wasn't like misplacing a pair of glasses or my car keys. Those things were easily misplaced due to their everyday use. Something like the golden lotus should be top of mind. The harder I tried to remember, the thicker my mental fog became. What was going on? Selene finished her bite, then peered up at me.
"I think it's fairly obvious what happened here."
I blinked. "It is?" Selene scoffed, taking her sweet time as she nibbled the side of the chocolate chip bar.
"The old bat wiped our memories,"
she said calmly.
"I must admit she outfoxed us good. I didn't see this coming. It's kind of fun knowing I can still be surprised, even after all these years."
"Selene!"
"What?"
She took another bite, eyeing me as she chewed.
"There's nothing I can do about it."
"This can't be happening." Rubbing my face, I slumped into one of the chairs gathered around the kitchen table. I didn't even know that kind of spell was possible.
"Oh, yeah. She either specifically made us forget this memory, or she put some kind of general forgetful spell on the house, just to cover her bases. Your aunt is very good at magic. You come from incredibly strong magic stock, Cora."
"Lucky me," I groaned, the heels of my hands burrowing into my eye sockets. Anything to do with mind magic was incredibly difficult, and most of it was outright illegal, though Aunt Lavender wasn't exactly one to toe the order's line.
"A simple forgetful spell is one of those Swiss Army knife types of magic,"
Selene continued casually.
"Any witch worth her wand would keep it in their back pocket."
Frowning, I dismissed the not-so-subtle dig. We both knew spell work wasn't my forte, at least not when it came to anything beyond my candles. My illusion magic was top-notch, able to be channeled into even the most specific types of illusions, wrapping delicate fragments of memory and imagination into the wax of my creations. But when it came to broader magic, I was mediocre at best.
"It's just not used all that often because who would want to forget things?"
I breathed a dry laugh. "Oh, I don't know. I have some mistakes I'd like to forget." Selene shook her head.
"Then how would you ever learn anything?"
Exhaling, I dropped my hands from my face and peered at her.
"Mistakes are how people learn," she clarified. "Cats, too. Of course, some of us learn faster than others, with fewer mistakes."
All right, you've made your point," I grumbled. "Just tell me how we break it." Selene nibbled the final bits of her granola bar, her sandpapery tongue struggling with the chewier bits. "Selene?" I almost stamped my foot. "This is important. Why aren't you more upset?"
"What good would that do?"
She canted her head.
"Getting upset isn't going to fix the problem. There's a spell we can try. Lavender's been without access to her magic for some time now, meaning it will be a little anemic. Magic is sort of like a muscle, Cora. If you don't use it on a regular basis, it starts to atrophy. It's why your little boy toy Clinty Poo couldn't so much as spark a matchstick if his life depended on it.
Let's just leave him out of this, okay? Clint never used his magic as far as I understand it. It wasn't something his parents thought was all that important.
But of course they didn't, Selene growled. They had money, oodles of it. And at the end of the day, like it or not, money trumps magic. This whole mess should prove that to be true.
Frowning, I considered her statement. It didn't seem quite right, but I couldn't fully pin down why. August was putting us through all of this for money, but ultimately he was after the magic. If his brother didn't need the Fountain of Youth to cure his disease, then he wouldn't be tangled up in this mess to begin with, would he? As for Winslow, Selene's statement seemed true enough. He saw magic, by way of the fabled fountain, as a way to earn himself endless amounts of wealth. Maybe she was right. Not that I planned on telling her so. She finished her snack, then spent a couple of minutes cleaning her whiskers of marshmallow and chocolate residue. I ground my teeth together to keep from snapping at her to hurry it up. When she finished, she jumped down from the counter and trotted across the kitchen, her paws making dainty little clicking sounds on the floor. When she crossed through the open archway, she paused to glance back at me.
Hello, are you coming or not?
Exhaling, I tossed my hands into the air. You didn't say anything.
Honestly, Cora, must I give you instruction for every little thing? You're worse than some mangy old golden retriever.
Scowling, I followed her to Aunt Lavender's study. I'm not mangy. 12. This is hopeless. My head was swimming, the foggy parts fully consuming all but a pinpoint of focus as my fourth attempt at the reversal spell evaporated into thin air.
You almost had it,
Selene muttered, her expression dark as she watched the frail bits of magic sparks wink out one by one. No, I didn't, and we both know it. You don't have to sugarcoat it for me. Selene bristled.
Since when have you known me to sugarcoat anything?
I glanced up, momentarily forgetting my irritation. Good point. Still, this is clearly not going to work, and we're running out of time. I'm surprised August hasn't already blown up my phone. Selene's nose wiggled.
Like with a grenade? You think he has access to that kind of firepower?
I folded forward, planting my forehead against my arms resting on the table. It's just an expression.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you,
Selene said, shaking her head. Apparently, the entire thing had left her befuddled. She'd walked me through the spell, step by step, covering every detail, from the arrangement of the implements to the incantation itself. The first step went awry due to improper pronunciation. The second fell apart when I couldn't get the words out in the right cadence. The third attempt we chalked up to a lack of confidence, small wonder, and the final effort just flat out didn't work.
You're in your head too much,
Selene said, raising her eyes to mine.
It's a confidence thing, I'm telling you.
Yeah, you mentioned that, I muttered. Spread across the table was a faint chalk line with 5 circles, each holding an object meant to ground the spell. My gaze hitched on the small white candle, the only one we'd found in the kitchen, which struck me as odd considering I'd sent many a box of candles to Aunt Lavender over the years. Was she selling them on the side to fund her exploration trips or something? I was afraid to ask Selene. Plucking the candle from its place on the table, a new idea took shape in the back of my mind. What if we could bind the memory spell to a candle? We could use these implements and make a memory candle. It's actually not a bad idea for a new product at the shop, you know? People are always losing things or forgetting things. How many times do you hear someone say they entered a room only to immediately forget what brought them there in the first place? It happens all the time. Selene remained unconvinced.
Cats don't have such problems.
Well, people do, I insisted. If we could bind the incantation to the candle, all it would take is the striking of a match to release the spell. Simple enough for everyone, even drop-out witches like me.
The corners of my mouth twitched up into a self-deprecating smile at the last part. I largely expected Selene to discount my theory outright. For all her life, or lives, experience, she still had her areas where her rigidity showed, and magic was one of those areas. She had a tendency to reject any idea that didn't fit neatly into her past experience. And for the most part, no one could argue with her, as she was older and supposedly wiser than anyone in a given room. She didn't create magic, of course, but somehow arguing the finer points of magic with her felt a little like trying to explain how a computer worked to Bill Gates. To my surprise, Selene tilted her head to one side and admired the candle as I rolled it between my thumb and forefinger. Then, with a sigh, she flipped her gaze to the clock on the wall.
"We'd better get to it," she said. "If we can't find Lavender's part of the lotus, we'll have to get creative."
What does that even mean?
Well, I've been thinking. This Winslow guy doesn't know what the golden lotus looks like, other than the drawings he's seen. August knows roughly what he's looking for, seeing as he has the other fragment and has done more research. But I think we could get him to go along with it.
Along with what? What are you suggesting? I placed the candle back down on the table. Rising, I began puttering around the kitchen, looking for something to use to melt the candle down to wax. Normally, I would have suggested going to the shop, or even back home, where I kept a plethora of supplies. But, as Selene had rightfully pointed out, we were running low on time. Tracking back and forth across town would only shrink our window of opportunity.
"Winslow is August's problem just as much as he is ours,"
Selene continued, beginning to pace the length of the table.
"If he were removed, it would set all of us free. So if we talked August into presenting Winslow with a fake lotus, we could lure him to a secluded place and—"
She paused long enough for me to look back at her. Once she had my attention, she offered a slight shrug.
"And bump him off."
I rolled my eyes. Selene, it is downright disturbing how many of your so-called grand plans end with murder.
Perhaps.
The cat leveled me with an unrepentant glance.
But I think in this case it would be more than appropriate.
Shaking my head, I found a glass bowl and set the candle inside of it. The candle was relatively short and slender, like a cigar, which boded well. It would melt down quickly. Look, even if the guy deserves it, and I'm not saying he does, we can't be the ones to dish out justice.
Oh, and why not?
First of all, he has tons of wealth, which means he doesn't exist in a vacuum. People would notice if he went missing. And considering at least some of his staff are aware of the situation, I don't think it would take long before they came around looking for an explanation. So even if we could manage to pull off the perfect murder and get away with it, it would only be a matter of time before we found ourselves on the end of that very same vigilante justice.
Not if we change our names and run away to Mexico first, Selene offered. I wouldn't say no to a margarita on the rocks right about now.
I'm not sure if that would make you more or less insufferable, I told the cat, eyeing her as I pulled down my aunt's ancient-looking crock pot from the cupboard.
What are you talking about? I'm a delight, sober or inebriated. Truly, Cora, you should be thanking the goddess for bringing me into your life. I can only imagine how plain it must have been before I arrived. Something like a soda cracker. Or, more accurately, a low-sodium soda cracker. Whoa, try saying that 3 times fast.
I plugged in the crock pot and dropped the candle into it before finding the lid. Yeah? Well, I'm ready to go back to the so-called bland times any day now. Selene snickered.
I'll just bet. So then you're on board for the Mexico plan?
No, we're staying right where we are. My tone carried a confidence I didn't yet feel as I moved between the counter and the table, transferring the supplies while waiting for the candle to be reduced to liquid. As I carried each implement, the creative part of my brain fired up, sorting through ideas as to how best to use them in the new candle. Selene sulked over my rejection, and began bathing herself right there in the middle of the kitchen table, as a pattering of rain began pelting the windows and roof. The sleepy little neighborhood was winding down for the evening. Gone were the small cries of kids riding by on their bikes, or the sounds of passing cars as people returned home from work. The silence was somehow comforting and foreboding at the same time. In general, Lavender's house felt strange in her absence, though over the weeks and months I'd grown somewhat used to it. Since the search had begun, I'd spent more time in the bungalow than in my own home. A prickling sensation burned my nose as I wondered when its owner might return, and somehow it felt like even the house itself was holding its breath waiting for her. We worked in silence for a long stretch, breaking it only to give instructions or make functional requests of one another as we fashioned the newly titled memory candle. It was funny how magic that seemed so daunting on its own suddenly became almost second nature once reframed to the medium I was most comfortable with. Layering in the spell as I went through the familiar movements and steps of candle making was almost soothing, the stress and pressure removed. "We're going to have to stall August," I said as the process wound down. "The candle needs at least 24 hours to cure."
"Aren't you an air witch?"
Selene countered. "Yes, but it doesn't work like that," I said, reining in my irritation. "I've tried using my magic to cure candles before, obviously. It's never worked for me." Selene scoffed, her chest puffing out ever so slightly.
"That was before you had me to walk you through it."
I resisted the urge to bump her backward over the edge of the table. In the end, and much to my chagrin, I let Selene talk me into trying her method, and it worked. The candle was every bit as solid as a fully cured candle in my shop, with only a few minutes of carefully applied magic. Selene flashed her dainty canines in smug satisfaction as I tapped one nail against the hardened wax, unable to keep the shock off my face. Through the process of layering in bits of the implements and the spell itself, the white candle was transformed into a gray and black color that reminded me of some of the fungi growth we'd seen on fallen logs during our time in the woods. The artist in me wanted to throw the whole thing into a molten pit of lava, as surely no one would buy such a ghastly-looking candle. But as Selene pointed out, when cajoling me into trying the air magic, this candle didn't have to be aesthetically pleasing as it wasn't meant for sale.
"Go on,"
she prompted.
"We don't need to wait for an engraved invitation here, Cora."
Glowering, I held my breath and lit a match. The wick caught, then, just as quickly, went out.
"Did you get it wet?"
Selene's tone was cranky and accusatory. "No, I did not." I tried again. This time, the flame died with a small pop. Selene's whiskers jumped.
"That was strange."
"What was that sound? Even if the wick was wet, it wouldn't make a popping sound."
"Try it again."
I lit a third match and tried to light the candle, to no avail. A second popping sound, and though it was likely my imagination, it sounded louder than the first, and the flame died instantly.
"It can't be because of the air curing,"
Selene muttered. I shook my head. "No, at least I don't think so. Like I said, I've done it in the past just to test it, and I've never had a candle do anything like this. Are you sure we got the incantation right?" Selene balked, and I realized my mistake. She was already grumpy, her blood sugar likely plummeting after her sweet treat. And now I'd messed up a so-called easy spell nearly half a dozen times and made her do arts and crafts, which was her least favorite thing on the planet.
"Just try it without the candle. You've got it down. It will work this time,"
Selene snapped.
"No more fussing around."
I started to argue, but shut my mouth before I managed to find the words. As much as I hated it, there were times it was easier to swallow my pride and just do what she said. She nodded along encouragingly as I went through the steps, reciting the incantation just as she'd spoken it. And truly, with everything in me, I tried. My hope kicked up when the swirl of magic began to spin, sparks moving in centrifugal circles, But the hope was dashed as they spun too fast and broke apart, flying to all sides of the kitchen with a sizzling sound effect. Selene swore under her breath.
You're too tired. This isn't going to work.
Should I call Mom? She's not much better at spell work, but she could at least try. Selene shook her head.
No, it's time to move to Plan B.
Selene, for the last time, we are not murdering Winslow. Selene's eyes narrowed.
I wasn't talking about that. You've already rained on that parade.
Okay. So then what are you talking about?
It's time to spring Lavender from the big house.
13. All right. He's not happy about it, but August is on ice for the next 16 hours. We're scheduled to meet him tomorrow at 6. No excuses. I swallowed hard, recalling the borderline irate tone of August's voice when I told him we needed more time before arranging the swap. Mom, Clint, Tabitha, and of course Selene were gathered around Mom's kitchen table, waiting patiently as I'd called August from the other room. Setting my phone down on the table, August's near apoplectic words of protest still buzzing in my ears, I took my seat. Selene made a play for the tassel on Tabitha's expensive suede handbag, and I swiped her paws away, shooting her a frown. Be serious, we don't have time for games. Scowling, she straightened and placed her paws carefully on the edge of the table.
Fine,
she began, tail swishing.
Then we'd better get started. I've given it some more thought, and I think the popping sound we encountered during the reversal spell is a tricky little failsafe, or enforcing spell. Probably one of Lavender's own making.
She groaned at this, silently cursing her former companion.
That would explain why Cora couldn't manage the spell on her own.
Selene continued, side-eyeing me.
I mean, really, 4 failures? If you were that poor at spell work, I'd be marching to the academy and demanding some kind of audit of their coursework. Or better yet, I'd take over as headmaster.
Egads, those poor children, Clint muttered. Tabitha snickered. The kettle sounded, and Mom hurried to turn off the burner. Within moments, she leaned over Clint and placed a tray in the center of the table. 4 mugs, each with a tea bag already draped over the side, along with a small dish of sliced lemons, a squeeze bottle of honey, and a plate of raspberry scones. Thanks, Mom, I said, glancing up at her. She offered a quiet smile, though it wasn't enough to conceal the worried lines pulling at the sides of her mouth. Her complexion looked ashen, highlighting the dark circles under her eyes. I hadn't asked, but it was easy to assume she'd been up most of the night trying to contact Aunt Lavender. Although Mom's power was unique, she had her limits. Judging by her appearance, she'd reached them long before she actually stopped trying. So, are you saying it wasn't my fault the spell didn't work? I asked, cocking an eyebrow at Selene as I reached for one of the mugs of tea. The warmth seeped into my hands, filling me with a soothing sensation as I brought it to my lips.
Perhaps not,
Selene admitted, although she maintained her slightly disgusted expression at the mention of my failed attempts.
In any case, the only way out of this mess is with Lavender's cooperation. We might have to play hardball.
Mom sighed as she took her seat, gathering her own mug close to her chest, the steam wafting up toward her chin. I've been trying to reach her. She's not responding. It feels like I'm being sent to metaphysical voicemail. Selene swore, shaking her head.
Stubborn old bird.
Mom frowned, but didn't object. Sometimes trying to decipher my sister's thought process is about as clear as trying to use a cantaloupe as a crystal ball. Selene snorted.
You'd probably have better luck with the melon.
If she's still at the Winterspell Chalet, why can't we just go and talk to her face to face? Tabitha asked.
Gee, where were you 4 hours ago? If only we'd had your brilliant insight then, Selene muttered, leaning forward to shoot daggers past me. Placing 2 fingers on her puffy chest, I nudged her back in her seat. August is there with her. We're not going to get past him. I still think we could cut a deal with him,
Selene said. Clint frowned. With August?
I doubt that, Tabitha said, her tone twisted and bitter. He doesn't know how to play well with others.
You seem to play nicely enough with him,
Selene commented before I could intercede. Tabitha's eyes flashed.
Look, despite what you might think, I'm not some criminal mastermind. Getting tangled up in August's shady business was not my choice.
Selene, we talked about this, I mumbled out of the corner of my mouth. My familiar snapped her tail like a whip, but mercifully held her peace. We're being watched by people connected to Winslow, I told Tabitha before she and Selene could get into it further. If we all pile into our car and go driving to the chalet, there's a very good chance Winslow will be alerted. And even if he wouldn't hurt Aunt Lavender, it doesn't mean there wouldn't be consequences. August would probably get a phone call and have to move her again, the way he did the other night at the cabin. And this time he won't be likely to share her location with us, which would essentially put us back where we started. Square one. Stars, maybe even worse than that. Square zero.
I don't think that's a thing,
Selene interjected. In any case, we can't risk it. Right now, we know where she is and we know she's safe. Not to mention, her accommodations are a step or two above just comfortable. We need to play this smart. Mom nodded.
I can't lose her again. Knowing where she is the only thing keeping me grounded right now.
My eyes burned as I looked at her from across the table.
Okay, Tabitha agreed, stretching the word out. But how is getting her out going to help with this supposed forgetting spell, which I've never heard of, by the way?
No one asked,
Selene grumbled. I nudged her with my elbow, nearly sloshing tea down my arm.
Are you going to make a run for it? Tabitha continued, her eyes suddenly wide with alarm. Because I can't be a part of it if that's your plan.
Again, no one—
Selene, I hissed, this time thoroughly spilling my tea in the process of jabbing at her. I sucked in my breath through my teeth, and Clint hopped up to come to my aid, offering me a kitchen towel.
Oh, all right,
Selene muttered, shaking her head.
Fine. Lavender is a lot like a dragon. She likes to hoard her treasures. She flips her lid if something important goes missing, which, considering the state in which she keeps her house, is often. Believe me.
The cat paused to add a dramatic eye roll.
Anyway, if we manage to get her free, the first thing she's going to want is the lotus. She won't be able to stand not knowing where it is. It will keep her up all night until she knows.
Mom canted her head to one side, her brows lifting as she gave a silent nod of agreement.
And seeing as how Cora and I are the only two people who know where it's hidden, she'll have to break the spell at some point,
Selene finished, puffing her chest out in triumph over her own brilliance, or at least perceived brilliance. I had my doubts, but I also wanted Aunt Lavender free, so for the time being I was willing to play along, assuming Selene's plan wasn't too outlandish. So she breaks the forgetting spell. You remember where the treasure is, and then what? Knock her out so you can go running off to August and Winslow? Tabitha mocked.
It seems like a bad idea. On a few different levels.
Selene looked up at me, her ethereal eyes narrowed.
Remind me, why is she here again?
Tabitha planted her palms on the table and leaned forward.
I'm here because of Arthur, and only for him.
I blinked, recoiling slightly from her impassioned response. Even at the most frantic parts of the past weeks, I'd never seen such a range of emotion. She usually carried herself with an almost dizzying level of composure, confidence, and cool-headedness.
All of us gathered around this table are here because we love someone,
Mom said, her voice steady, even as tears brimmed in her eyes. Under the table, Clint rested a hand on my knee. I couldn't bring myself to meet his gaze, though I felt it on me. Tabitha deflated, sagging down against her arms.
How do we even know the lotus does what August thinks it will? Could it all just be some colossal joke? I can't risk everything for a trick.
We know there is a magical link between the fragment of the lotus Aunt Lavender has and Oben's tome. We proved that when looking for the missing pages.
But that doesn't prove it opens some mystical portal.
Tabitha pointed out, looking more crestfallen with each passing second. She was unpacking the thoughts and doubts she'd likely been carrying for some time. I still didn't understand her link to August, at least not entirely. There were things unspoken, secret glances, a simmering tension that spoke to deeper roots. In these past weeks, or maybe months, she hadn't had a place to be fully honest, or give voice to the doubts and fears lurking in her mind. Once again, I found myself in a place where I couldn't blame her for the outburst or undercurrent of hostility. It wasn't meant for us. "You said you're centuries old," she continued, looking to Selene. "Have you ever heard of the Fountain of Youth, in the context of it being a real thing and not some myth or tall tale?" For once, Selene answered in earnest.
No, I haven't. But I'm afraid Winslow and August aren't likely to just take me at my word or value my lived experience. There's only one way to find out for sure.
Her tail stiffened, her chin lifting with a newfound determination.
And that's where my plan comes in.
"You have a plan?" Tabitha pushed up from the table. "I thought we were spitballing here." Selene's eyes narrowed as they swiveled toward her.
"I always have a plan."
"Well, then tell us what it is," Mom exclaimed.
"It came to me earlier, while I was supervising Cora's candle magic."
"Supervising?" I interjected.
"What would you call it?"
Rolling my eyes, I twirled my fingers, gesturing for her to carry on. There simply wasn't time to argue.
"Anyway, as I was saying, while I was supervising Cora's magic, I had a thought. We all know Cora is good at illusion magic. So, what if we use that to our advantage?"
"Could you get to the point already?" I grumbled. Tabitha nodded in agreement.
"It should be fairly obvious,"
Selene replied, puffing out her chest.
"Cora simply needs to make an illusion candle that will convince August, and whatever members of a goon squad he's employed, that Lavender is in the room. Then we simply do a switcheroo. They get the candle version, and we get the real version."
Mom's brows crept up her forehead, though as she shifted her gaze to me, I realized it was more of a question and not outright skepticism. "Could you do that, dear?" Frowning, I glanced at the cat. "Why didn't you mention any of this before? I could have told you that was impossible and saved us all the trouble of coming here. I can't make a candle like that in less than 24 hours. She flashed her tiny canines.
"You can with my help."
I smashed one hand against my face, already regretting the words that followed. "All right, I guess it's worth a shot." 14. "Are you sure this is going to work?" My nose scrunched as I considered the vat of bubbling green wax. This looks like something Emmy and Ruby might get from one of those gumball machines. You know, a little egg filled with green slime.
"I've been watching you make candles nonstop for the past 2 months, Cora," Selene admonished. "It doesn't seem all that complicated."
Rolling my eyes, I stirred the wax with a wooden spoon, smoothing the surface before lowering the temperature on the burner.
"Keep stirring."
Selene snapped her tail, sending a scattering of pink sparks across my workstation. Waving one hand, I cleared the air. Well, that's not helping. Mom and Tabitha watched eagerly from the table. Somewhere along the line, the mugs of tea had been exchanged for glasses of wine. There was a quiet understanding that we were in for a long night, made all the longer by the sassy feline directing the show.
"Stir."
"Selene, this is ridiculous," I protested, even as I picked up the spoon. "Complicated illusion candles like this take me weeks. It's not like the reversal spell we cast. That was an established spell. An illusion, especially one this detailed, isn't something I can just poof into existence. It takes time, concentration, lots of layers of magic."
"Your concentration would be vastly improved if you'd stop talking quite so much,"
Selene insisted. "What if we dug up some actor?" Tabitha interjected. "There's a community college here, isn't there? We could pay someone to be a Fountain of Youth expert,
Get one of those Argyle sweaters with the elbow patches, glue on a mustache, and a pair of tortoiseshell spectacles. The whole shebang. Then we'll have them tell Lavender the Golden Lotus is a farce. Just a trick of one of the most famed treasure hunters. If they can convince her it isn't real, then maybe she'd just agree to hand it over. Selene sneered at Tabitha's suggestion, shaking her head, though she never lifted her eyes from my stirring.
It'll never work. Lavender is too smart for that.
Tabitha deflated. Okay, I give up. You've shut down my last 3 suggestions. Glancing up, I offered a sympathetic smile.
Pay attention,
Selene snapped. I dropped the spoon. Brushing my hands together, I backed away from the counter and snagged my wine glass from where it sat beside the sink. You know what? You're on your own. You've been flaunting your magic all over town lately, so don't try and pretend you don't have the ability to stir on your own. And since I am clearly incapable of doing it how you want, do it yourself. Tabitha and Mom stifled their laughter as Selene swung around to glower at them.
I would think the answer would be quite obvious, Cora. But then this wouldn't be the first time you missed the obvious.
With a flick of her tail, the spoon handle lifted from the side of the bowl and began stirring, in the exact same manner and speed that I'd been doing it for the better part of half an hour.
As the leader of this operation, it's important I maintain my strength,
Selene continued, her whiskers twitching to emphasize her point.
But if you insist I drain my magic on menial tasks like stirring, I'm not going to shed any tears when you need to be bailed out and I run dry.
That's a risk I'm willing to take, I mumbled, before tossing back the contents of my wine glass as though it were a shot of tequila. It took several hours, but finally, and with much complaining, the illusion candle was completed. Somewhere along the way, the snotty green wax turned to a silver pewter hue, with swirls and streaks of the various ingredients shot through it, lending an almost quartz-like appearance. For the second time, I channeled my air magic to speed along the curing process, and while the final result certainly wasn't pretty enough to stock on the shelves at Wicked Wicks, it held up as we set it in the center of the table. I'd never admit it to her, but Selene had offered several shortcuts along the way that I planned to sneakily use going forward when it came to custom orders at the shop. In the end, her own magic combined with mine worked well, which theoretically was due to our closeness to Aunt Lavender. She was firmly etched into our memories, making it somewhat easier to incorporate her essence and appearance into the illusion spell. I didn't think it would work quite as well based off a photo if someone wanted me to replicate the spell for one of their own loved ones. When Selene declared the work completed, she flopped onto her side in the middle of the countertop, heaving dramatically in between demands for rotisserie chicken and fish. Drama queen, I muttered, walking by to get a box of matches from the drawer a few steps away from her. Her head popped up. Hey, you're fine. Now get up. Let's see if it even worked. Selene righted herself, her tail slightly poofy, as she glowered at me. I pulled a box of matchsticks from the drawer, bumping it closed with my hip.
And the chicken?
She asked. The market is already closed by now, I told her. And even if it wasn't, there was no way I was willing to go and buy her an entire chicken. I lit the match before she could press further, and we all drew in a collective breath as the flame glowed against the candle's wick, waiting for it to catch. It was a familiar motion, one I did multiple times a day when working at the candle shop. I kept a collection of tester candles on display for curious customers. My business was novel, and many people, especially tourists, were skeptical that my products were legitimate. The wick lit, and for a long moment nothing happened. My stomach churned, complaining that all it had to work with was a large glass of wine and a few sips of tea. A bead of sweat cropped up on my brow as the flame grew, but not so much as a flicker of an image appeared. Then, suddenly, the room plunged into darkness, as quickly as a surge in the electricity. And when the lights went up once more, we were no longer sitting in Mom's well-appointed kitchen. Instead, all the rustic, modern elegance of the Winter Spell Chalet surrounded us.
It was an exact replica of August's suite at the upscale resort. As I'd only been to the suite twice before, it was possible some of the finer details were off, but overall, it was dead on. And at the center of it all was Aunt Lavender. She sat in a chair, a book spread over her lap, occasionally turning the pages. It was almost a mirror image of how we'd found her at the cabin. Anyone who had surveyed her there would know she could sit for hours in silence, reading to her heart's content. And by the time they realized she wasn't real, we'd be gone. "It's really her!" Mom gasped, pressing her fist to her lips to hold back a sob. My heart twisted, renewed with an even stronger fervor to reunite the siblings. Whatever it took, I would do. We watched in silence for a few moments, marveling at the realistic effect of the spell. I was always somewhat reluctant to offer Selene any morsel of praise, as it inevitably went to her already overinflated ego. But in this case, I couldn't hold back. "I can't believe it really worked," I said to the cat, keeping my voice soft, as if speaking any louder would somehow disturb the magic working its spell on all of us. Selene switched her tail.
"I suppose it will do. Now we just have to figure out how to get it to the chalet for the swap."
Mom tore her eyes away from the fake Aunt Lavender. Actually, I think I might know a way." "You do?" A slight cringe twisted her mouth. "Yes, but Cora, dear, you're probably not going to like it." "I'm sorry, but no. There has to be someone else." Mom, Tabitha, and Selene all stared back at me, offering sympathetic smiles. Well, perhaps Selene's was more of an amused grin. "I know, dear," Mom said, nodding in a placating manner. "But we know we can trust him, and he hasn't been around, so he's not likely to be on this Winslow fellow's radar." Exhaling, I searched for an argument. Any argument. When none readily came to mind, I tossed my hands in the air. "Fine, but I'm not going to call and ask him. That's on you." Mom exchanged a look with Tabitha and Selene before stepping back and scurrying to the other room to make the call. Tabitha shifted her weight, leaning against the counter. She snagged an apple from the bowl Mom kept near the kitchen window, shining it on her shirt a few times before taking a juicy bite. "What's the deal with you two?" she asked around a bite of apple. "He's your ex-husband, right? But you're still friendly?" She gave me an expression one might offer an unfamiliar species of animal at the zoo. "I don't know if friendly is the right word," I replied slowly.
"It's like a train wreck," Selene interjected. "You don't want to look, but you can't stop yourself."
"Thank you," I groaned. "I'm glad we can entertain you." "Life is just one big reality show to you, isn't it?" Tabitha asked the cat. Selene grinned. Tabitha hitched her thumb toward the opening between the kitchen and living room. "What's Romeo out there think about it?" "Clint and Roger are okay. I'm sure he understands." Selene snickered.
"Maybe they can arm wrestle for your affection. That might be fun. Tabitha, who are you putting money on?"
Tabitha's lips twisted to the side as she tried concealing a smile. At least they weren't trying to kill each other anymore. "What about you and Arthur?" I asked Tabitha, desperate to shift the focus before Clint came back into the room. Tabitha's smile faded, extinguished like a flame. Her gaze fell to the last bits of wine in her glass. "It's complicated." "Did you meet August or Arthur first?" I asked. Tabitha resisted meeting my eyes for a long moment, her teeth worrying at her lower lip as she considered her apple. Finally, she began to speak, her tone low and sick with regret. "Arthur. We met in a lecture hall on a sunny Saturday afternoon. The talk was being given by Paul King, a magic artifact scholar who did work with the Order once upon a time." She paced to the trash and threw out the rapidly browning core. "Anyway, Arthur and I ended up sitting next to each other, and when my pencil broke 3 minutes in, he smiled and handed me one of his extras. Arthur is one of those people who is always prepared.
Throughout the lecture, we nodded at the same places, often scribbling the same notes. Toward the end, he slipped me a scrap of notebook paper, asking if I wanted to get coffee during the break, and I agreed. A ghost of a smile flickered across her lips as her eyes took on a faraway, unfocused glassiness, staring at the oven hood. So, anyway, we left the lecture hall together, and we wound up talking so much we lost all track of time and missed the second half. So we decided to get dinner. And that was it. We spent every day together from that point forward. He introduced me to August 6 months later when I met their parents.
Hard to believe August even has a mother, Selene quipped. Slimy little weasel.
Tabitha continued as though she hadn't heard the cat. At the time, I was trying to start a chartered adventure business. Take people on remote hikes that couldn't be found in any guidebook. Explore caverns and caves, that kind of thing. Arthur thought maybe August would lend me some money, sort of an off-the-books business loan, if I pitched him the idea. She grimaced at the memory. I got all dressed up, printed out my plans, and put them in a leather portfolio. The whole 9 yards. I got to August's office and quickly realized I wouldn't be the one doing the pitching. I frowned. What do you mean? He knew I was interested in magic artifacts and treasure hunting, and he told me that with his help I could be the face of a treasure-hunting empire. He had contacts with some museum curator and managed to get his hands on an item before it went public. He had the whole story written. All fiction, of course. I'd never heard of the thing before he showed it to me. But he was offering me my dream, and I jumped at it. Regret etched into her face, almost as harshly as the stone she'd been encased in only days before. It was a mistake. The biggest regret of my life. Sure, it brought me success beyond my wildest dreams. The podcast, the book deals, talk show appearances, adventures, and travel. It was everything I wanted. But it also gave August control over my every move. I was his investment, and he guarded me closely. She picked at her nails, peeling at the chipped polish. They showed the stress she'd been under since arriving in Winterspell, all glossy and pretty. So Katerina was right, I said softly, only realizing my mistake at the wounded look that slashed across Tabitha's face. The rumors are out there, she admitted, her voice hollow. But there's no proof, except for August. He could end my career with a carefully placed tip to his contacts in the art world. With all of the charity work he does, he's very well connected. If word got around that I was a fraud, even though it isn't true. At least not entirely. She paused, her lips twisting bitterly to one side. It would be the end of my career. Wouldn't it also make August look bad, though, if he exposed the part he played in the deception? Tabitha laughed, though it was without humor. Oh, no. He'd find some way to keep his hands clean. He always does. Not always, I replied. Tabitha looked up, her gaze holding mine for a long moment before she spoke again. I don't want you to get your hopes up, Cora. Whatever he's told you about his endgame plans, I wouldn't trust him. There's no way he's going to turn himself in and voluntarily pay for his crimes. People like him never do. My heart sank, though I'd already had the same thought rolling around my mind. It was too hard to imagine him actually doing the right thing. Mom came back in the room, still holding her phone. I think I woke Roger up, she said with a wince. But he's agreed to come over. Come over? I repeated. Here? Now? I didn't want to explain over the phone, in case someone is listening in, Mom explained, glancing at Tabitha and Selene for confirmation she'd done the right thing. Mom, I groaned, we're not dealing with MI6. How am I supposed to know what they're capable of? Mom asked, looking flustered. I told him I needed help changing some light bulbs, and he was confused, but he agreed to come help. I planted my hand against my face while Selene cackled.
This is going to be fun, she purred.
15. The doorbell rang 20 minutes later. Mom answered it, revealing a very confused-looking Roger wearing a pair of sweatpants and a zip-up hoodie. "Cora?" He blinked. "What are you doing here?" "Changing light bulbs, apparently," I muttered, before gesturing for him to come inside. "I'm afraid I was a little dishonest on the phone," Mom said sweetly, taking him by the crook of the arm as he crossed the threshold. "Okay," he stammered, still looking at me. I closed the door.
We have a top-secret mission for you, should you choose to accept it,
Selene said, channeling some kind of old-timey spy show. Roger gave the cat a wary look. Not that I could blame him. "I'm sorry about all this," I said, as Tabitha floated in from the kitchen, her wine glass topped off with what was likely the last of the bottle. Roger did a double-take. Who is this?" "This is Tabitha Hardwick," I said. "Tabitha, this is Roger Wyatt." "A pleasure to meet you," Tabitha said, extending one hand. He took it. "Likewise," he replied, tossing another sidelong glance my way, the worried crease between his brows growing deeper. Leaning toward me, he dropped his voice. "This isn't a blind date, is it? I would have dressed up a bit." Selene blinked.
You think you'd go on a date with her? Oh, Roger. She's 10,000 leagues out of your sea, and I don't even like the witch.
Exhaling, I sat down on the sofa beside Clint, the only person in the room Roger hadn't acknowledged. He ran a hand through his hair before finding me again, then noticed Clint beside me. "Oh, hello." Clint inclined his head. "Good to see you again." Roger's jaw flexed as he gave a slight nod. "Likewise." Tabitha leaned against the wall, swirling the contents of her glass. Roger's gaze dashed toward her a few times before he ran his hands over the thighs of his joggers. One of his tells. He was nervous, and his palms were starting to sweat. I jumped in to save the poor guy before his embarrassment got the best of him. "It's a bit of a long story," I began, looking at Mom for encouragement. She nodded. "But you know Aunt Lavender has been missing for some time now." Roger's expression shifted back to me, the nerves falling away as a soft sadness filled his dark, puppy eyes. He'd always had a bit of a soft spot for Aunt Lavender and her many eccentricities. "Right. I'm sorry about that. Has there been any progress?" "You could say that." "We know where she is and what's happened to her," Mom told him. His thick brows lifted. "Oh? Well, that's good news, isn't it?" "It is," I said, slowly stretching out the words. "But things are a little complicated. You might want to take a seat. It could take a minute to get you up to speed." After running through the plan 3 times, we let Roger go, telling him to be on alert and let us know if anyone followed him home. His face was pale as he left, but he kept his chin up as he marched back outside and took his leave, casting a glance over his shoulder before he got in the car. At first, I thought his parting smile was for my sake, but then realized Tabitha was the one twinkling her fingers in a goodbye wave. "He's cute," she said softly, nudging me with her elbow as we all went back inside and closed the door. Clint cleared his throat.
"I suppose. In that 10-month-old Labrador sort of way. The stage where they're all legs and chew on their own tails."
Selene shuddered, as though referencing the boogeyman.
Ugh.
"Roger is not a dog, Selene." I hesitated, wondering if I should offer to slip him Tabitha's number, but quickly decided against it. If all went according to plan tomorrow, Tabitha would be leaving Winterspell shortly. Mom collected the scattered mugs and wine glasses before silently shuffling into the kitchen. She hated going to bed with a messy kitchen. On more than one occasion, she'd stayed up to empty the dishwasher just to avoid having a single fork or dessert plate left on the counter for the morning load. A yawn tugged at my lips, though I did my best to conceal it. We'd passed midnight. In mere hours, our mission would officially begin. And Roger was the linchpin. I followed Mom into the kitchen, set on helping her tidy up. The others took my lead and met us at the table, back where we'd begun the evening. Mom passed me a wet wine glass as I joined her next to the sink. Drying it, I frowned at my reflection. I'd say here goes nothing, but I think more accurately, here goes everything. Clint offered a strained chuckle at my half-hearted attempt at humor. It's all going to work out. It's a solid plan.
Why, thank you,
Selene replied, puffing out her chest. Clearly, she was more than comfortable taking credit for the entire operation. You're like one of those annoying kids in school. Whenever a group project came around, there was always the slacker who did nothing to complete the assignment but showed up on the last day to ensure they got credit. Selene gave me a blank look, her eyes narrowing slightly, as if she couldn't quite understand whether it was a compliment or an insult.
If you ask me, that's just good time management,
she said, eliminating my doubt. Rolling my eyes, I dried the next dish. There was still a large, pink elephant crowded into the corner of the kitchen. We didn't know yet how we were going to handle Aunt Lavender's hostility when she realized what we were doing. That we weren't freeing her, at least not entirely. We were setting something of a trap instead. It was the only way, but that didn't ease the churning in my gut. We'd gone round and round, looking for another way. But one of us would find holes in the arguments, especially Selene. If there was one thing Selene excelled at, it was poking holes in things, both literally and figuratively, as evidenced by the needlepoint of claw marks in most of my upholstery and the duvet cover on my bed. I just want her here, Mom said, her voice catching as she furiously scrubbed a ceramic mug shaped like a tabby cat. Selene called it the imposter mug. Mom's eyes glossed over, and I gently squeezed her arm, right above the cuff of her rubber gloves. Now, don't start that, or I won't be able to keep it together and we'll all turn into soggy messes.
Speak for yourself, Selene said, lifting her chin. I'm not going to burst into tears once Lavender is safe. In fact, I have quite the speech lined up.
Selene, I know this is probably falling onto very deaf ears, but please don't lay into Aunt Lavender at the sight of her. None of this is really her fault. Selene's eyes popped open wide.
None of this is her fault? All of this is her fault. If she hadn't been sneaking around keeping secrets, none of this would have happened.
My brow furrowed as I shifted my gaze to the small cat. I think you're being more than a little unfair. How was Aunt Lavender supposed to know that someone would come after the Golden Lotus after all this time? Let alone that they would be able to trace it back to her. You heard what she said. She came across it by happenstance at some non-magical flea market. There was no way for her to know anyone would ever find out she had it. You're making it sound like she ran around Winterspell wearing a trench coat, flashing it to people on the street. Selene didn't back down.
I was her familiar, and she didn't even see fit to tell me that she was in possession of one half of one of the world's most famous treasures.
Recognition dawned, and my brow softened. This wasn't about Aunt Lavender getting herself into trouble. It was about Selene's guilt over not having been able to prevent it. No matter how many times I tried, she wouldn't accept logic on the matter. It wasn't her fault that Aunt Lavender had been abducted in the first place. And even if she had known about the Golden Lotus, there wouldn't have been anything she could do to prevent this particular stack of dominoes from falling. Deep down, she had to know that too. She was too intelligent to fully believe the worst-case scenario she'd cooked up in her mind, but for whatever reason, she wasn't letting herself off the hook. Or maybe this was her way of ignoring her feelings over her perceived abandonment of Aunt Lavender. Sometimes, usually late at night when I was left alone with my own thoughts, I wondered if Selene regretted her choice to bind herself to me. And not just because she felt disloyal to Aunt Lavender. In those quiet but restless moments, I couldn't help thinking it was more than guilt she was feeling. If perhaps she was dissatisfied being my familiar in general. After all, if things had gone the way they were intended, Decades would have likely passed before Selene came to me. I would be in a different phase of life, perhaps one more suitable to what Selene wanted out of her own life as a familiar. Maybe by then I would be married, with grown children. Maybe I would only work part-time at Wicked Wicks and could afford to spend the rest of my time out adventuring, at least until age prevented me from doing so. Selene wasn't always the most enthusiastic hiker, but I knew she enjoyed time outdoors more than she did in her little cubby behind the counter at the shop. Maybe by then I would have had a bigger house, like Aunt Lavender, with a garden out back and a little patch for me to grow her fresh catnip, like she always wanted. For some reason, my gaze shifted to Clint, who sat at the table, his hand running over his stubble-coated jawline. He looked exhausted. Handsome, but exhausted. None of us had likely enjoyed more than a few hours of sleep since the encounter at Hannah's psychic shop.
Cora?
Mom prompted, and I turned back to find her handing the last of the dishes to me. Sorry, I mumbled, taking it to dry it off. When I turned back, Clint's eyes found mine. One corner of his mouth hitched up ever so slightly, though the quiet smile didn't fully erase the worry from between his brows. My heart tumbled over itself, reminding me of the moment in my shop when he'd first asked me to go to dinner with him, after I'd spent the better part of an hour helping him pick out items for a gift basket he'd planned on giving to his mother. So much had changed since that evening. Time slowed as we looked at each other, until I realized with a jolt that in my hypothetical wondering about my life in the future, the one that Selene likely would enjoy more, it had been him standing beside me in the imaginary garden with the patch of fresh catnip. It had been him watching over speeding blurs of children running around, giggling wildly, while Selene watched from the porch. It was him. But what did that mean? And did it even matter? Wasn't it too late? I'd missed my chance at happily ever after. My phone buzzed, jolting me from my reverie. Tearing my eyes away from Clint, I glanced down to find a text message from Roger. No one followed me. Talk to you tomorrow. It was good to see you. You know I'm always happy to help. Then another that simply said, Good night. 16.
Cora, if you have one more cup of coffee, you're going to lift off and rocket into the atmosphere,
Selene chided from her place on the windowsill, where she'd been keeping lookout all morning, and likely most of the night since returning to Clint's house. Ignoring her, I filled the travel mug to the brim. What? You don't have a magic spell to bring me back down to earth? Clint padded into the kitchen, his feet bare, his hair mussed and sticking to one side of his head while it spiked out on the other. Morning, he drawled, still bleary-eyed. Coffee. Thanks for making it. Selene snorted.
I doubt she's left you any.
There's plenty. Narrowing my eyes at the cat, I moved to the fridge and blindly grabbed for the creamer. Clint kept an organized fridge, everything always returning to its rightful place. Tabitha came downstairs not too long after Clint, though from her appearance she'd been awake for some time. Her hair was straightened, pulled back into a low ponytail. Her makeup was artfully applied. Her chipped nail polish was gone, leaving her bare nails shaped and buffed to a shine. We sat in silence around the table, drinking coffee, idly munching on toast, the eggs Clint prepared going cold as we pushed them around on our respective plates. Mom had opted to sleep in her own bed, but arrived in the middle of our breakfast, balancing a drink carrier loaded down with 4 large Dragon's Gold Coffee Company cups.
Oh, great,
Selene quipped as I reached for my latte.
Just what she needs. More coffee.
Mom looked at me, and I shrugged. At 9, I exhaled and pulled my phone from the front pocket on my hooded sweatshirt. It was time. The phone rang 3 times, then picked up, and I flipped it to speakerphone. Don't tell me you need more time, August growled, forgoing a proper greeting.
This is happening. Tonight.
Yes, everything is still a go. I bit my lower lip, wincing slightly. We wanted to go over the details one more time. Will you be bringing Aunt Lavender to the cabin? We'd arranged to meet at the abandoned cabin where Aunt Lavender had been kept all this time. The police had searched it following the call to the tip line, but were long gone now.
Yes,
August replied, his tone clipped. I looked to Selene, who lowered her head. Are you with her? I asked, doing my best to keep my voice from trembling.
No, I have other things to see to this morning, he said, hesitating slightly.
Who is with her? I don't like that she's being left with strangers. August scoffed.
What do you mean? She's been with strangers this whole time.
That doesn't mean I have to like it.
It's one more day, Cora. As long as you hold up your end of the bargain, you'll have her back safe and sound by the end of the night.
I'm sending someone to check on her, to make sure she's being taken care of.
Out of the question, August snapped. As I've explained endlessly, you can't come here and nose around, especially not now.
It's not me.
Or your mother, or that loudmouth cat. And don't even think about sending Tabitha here.
Across the table, Tabitha stiffened, her hands balling into fists on the polished surface. Selene's hackles raised. It's not any of them. Just tell your goons to let him in when he gets there. If they don't allow him to see her, the deal is off. Got it? A horn blared in the background on August's side, and he swore darkly under his breath.
Fine. He gets 10 minutes. That's it. You hear?
Loud and clear. August hung up, and I swallowed hard before texting Roger the plan was a go.
10 minutes is all he'll need, I muttered.
I get dibs on clawing August's eyes out first,
Selene growled, slashing her tail violently.
If you really want to hurt him, you should break into his closet and take those claws to his loafers and tailored suit collection, Tabitha said dryly.
Not a bad idea.
Selene's eyes glowed, scanning Tabitha with new appreciation.
What else you got? Oh, I know. We can scratch up his car, too.
You could, though insurance would likely cover the loss.
Tabitha hitched one shoulder. But I'll play lookout while you cut the brake line. Ladies, I said, keeping my voice low, can we plot August's demise later?
We can multitask,
Selene replied, casting Tabitha a glance, looking for confirmation. She nodded.
Walk and talk. Got it.
And so, the two of them spent the entire ride to Aunt Lavender's bungalow, brainstorming ways to off August, with each iteration growing increasingly gruesome and outlandish until they were giggling together like old friends. Clint caught my eye, and we both shrugged, helpless to stop them. Mom was largely silent throughout, only speaking when we were safely nestled in Aunt Lavender's kitchen. The plan was for Roger to get Aunt Lavender and meet us here. It was risky, perhaps, but we knew Aunt Lavender was missing her home and her belongings. Plus, we needed to quickly convince her to break the forgetting spell. The Golden Lotus was here, somewhere, and there wasn't much time.
I can't help but think we should be there, even just in the parking lot, Mom said, shaking her head nervously.
She sat at the table, holding a balled-up wad of tissues in her hands. She'd occasionally dab at her eyes, but the collection of thin paper was nearly shredded into pocket lint by her worrying hands. She'll be here soon, I told her gently. Do you think she'll freak out about the state of the place? Mom exhaled a soft laugh.
It's bound to be a bit of a shock, but rest assured, by this time next month she'll have it back to the way it was. It's part of her nature.
Selene leaped into the windowsill, turning her back on the conversation. My heart squeezed. Much was left up in the air, but if our carefully laid plans worked, by the time the sun set, Aunt Lavender would be freed. We all would be. And then there would be no escaping the fallout of everything that had transpired over the past months. The solstice would be here soon, Aunt Lavender's favorite time of year, but I couldn't be sure she would even be speaking to us by then. My phone buzzed, jolting me from my melancholy thoughts. "It's Roger," I yelped, my hands fumbling the device. His text glowed on the screen, and my heart vaulted all the way into my throat. "He's got her. It worked. The candle worked." Mom let out a strangled cry of relief. Tabitha offered a fist pump. Selene turned and looked at me, our eyes meeting in a moment of silent understanding, as sadness tugged at the edges of the excitement, threatening to unravel it entirely. Clint pulled me into an excited embrace, and when he released me, Selene was gone. The minutes ticked by as we gathered in the front room, pressing our noses against the window like little kids hoping to catch a glimpse of Santa Claus and his reindeer on Christmas Eve. Finally, Roger's sedan pulled into view. Mom's breath hitched in the back of her throat as fresh tears sprang to her eyes. I squeezed her hand. Roger parked, and Aunt Lavender emerged from the car. Her movements at first reminding me of a newborn fawn, cautious but curious, as though she couldn't quite recall the house standing before her. Mom burst through the front door before any of us could stop her and threw herself at her sister. Aunt Lavender's shell shock dissolved as the two embraced tightly, as though they might never let go. Roger glanced around nervously, trying to usher the pair inside the house. "I don't think anyone followed," he said, when he managed to get them both up the front steps of the porch and into the living room. He closed the door and peeked out the window. "I took the long route, doubling back at a few points just to make sure." "Thank you, Roger." I embraced him, a tear splashing down onto the front of his coat. As I stepped back, Clint strode forward and extended his hand. "Thank you." Roger gave that boyish half-smile that used to drive my heart wild and took Clint's hand, shaking it firmly. "My pleasure. I'm just glad she's back." Drawing in a breath, I looked around for Selene, but the cat was still absent. "Cora?" Jumping, I turned back and found Aunt Lavender staring at me in earnest. Yes? "Thank you for rescuing me," she said, her blue eyes watery. "You've done me proud, my dear. That bit of spell work with the candle was truly inspired." My heart flip-flopped in my chest, tapping out a strange rhythm. Can I hug you?" Aunt Lavender smiled kindly. "Of course." We embraced, and she squeezed me so tight my ribs groaned, but I didn't dare try to wriggle free. "I'm sorry. About Selene," I said quietly into her shoulder. Aunt Lavender patted my back before releasing me. When we parted, she gave an understanding nod. She began to say something, but tiny, thundering footsteps cut her short as Selene came streaking into the room, her tail ramrod straight.
"I never thought I'd say this, but Cora, I think we need to call Templeton."
"What do you—" The front door burst open, and the first thing I saw was a gun. Holding it was a man with salt and pepper hair, a sagging jawline, and eyes harder than a slab of granite. Clint jumped in front of me, spreading his arms to conceal as many of us as he could. "Go, Cora," he said. "Lilac, Tabitha." "No one is going anywhere," the man declared. He took a step into the house, leaving the door open. August appeared, looking ashen and gray. Or at least, I took him as August at first glance. I realized the mistake when a second man stepped inside, his features identical but with more coloring, and a heated look in his eyes. "Cora, I tried to warn you," he said. "Arthur," Tabitha breathed. August's twin brother's chin jerked up at the sound of her voice. His tired eyes widened as he looked at his twin brother. "What is she doing here? You said she wasn't a part of this anymore, that she wouldn't get hurt." August's jaw jutted to one side, his eyes filled with fire. "It looks like she's made her choices." "No," Arthur protested. "I'm fine, Arthur," Tabitha said, which under other circumstances would have been ironic enough to draw a laugh, considering we were all standing on the business end of a gun.
"We haven't officially been introduced," the man holding it said, flashing a wolfish smile.
"Please," Mom cried. "Please, just let us go. You don't want to do this." The man's brow arched.
"Don't I?"
"What are you going to do? Murder us all?" I scoffed, surprising even myself. "You think you could get away with something like that? With the entire police force and Warden Quinton watching?"
"You let me worry about that,"
Winslow said, with a cold chuckle that sent shivers down my spine.
"But for the sake of a lot of cleanup, I'll give you one more chance. Give me the Golden Lotus, and I'll consider letting you go. Of course, I'll have to do a little scrambling first, and my memory spells aren't quite as polished as they could be, but hey, you shouldn't lose too much. You'll still know how to walk and talk, and perhaps I'll let you keep your knowledge of your identities."
"This is all my fault." The whimpered statement came from over my shoulder, and I took my eyes off the gun long enough to glance back at Aunt Lavender. She was clinging to Mom's hands, her shoulders slumped, looking altogether defeated, which wasn't like her at all. For a moment, it was like observing a stranger.
"Lavender, it's time,"
Selene said gently.
"Please lift the forgetting spell."
Her familiar's words seemed to inject my aunt with just enough strength to stave off the fear, if only for a moment. Glaring at Winslow, she lifted her hands and spoke an incantation. A sizzle of magic reverberated through the room, and suddenly, some small part of the back of my mind cleared. Selene looked up at me with a clear-eyed expression.
"I remember where we put the lotus."
With a grim nod, I agreed. "Me too." 17.
"Well, then you'd better hand it over,"
Winslow all but growled, waving the gun between me and Selene. Clint's eyes went murderous, but he didn't dare make a move, not while the weapon was on us. "I'm sorry," I told Aunt Lavender, my heart sinking like a stone until it was swallowed whole by the gnawing pit in my stomach.
"Do what you must, child," she said,
her tone resigned, even as the fire in her eyes glowed ever brighter. Crossing into the kitchen, I opened the freezer door, feeling the prickle of the gun's barrel on the back of my neck.
"What do you think you're doing?" Winslow snapped. "This isn't time for snacking."
"Are you sure? Because I think it would be nice if we could find something to stuff down your throat and make you stop talking," Selene interjected. "Maybe you would even choke on it."
Cringing, I reached into the back of the freezer and found the half-gallon carton of peanut butter swirl ice cream. "It's not what you think," I said, placing the carton on the counter. The freezer door swung closed with a definitive seal as I popped the top of the tub of ice cream. At the time, it had seemed like a good hiding place, certainly not one anyone would think to check. But staring down into the frozen contents of the carton, I questioned my past wisdom. This might get a little messy. Using my hand, I dug into the ice cream, my fingertips straining against the more solidly frozen bits of peanut butter until I found what I was searching for. Under the ice cream lay half of the Golden Lotus. A soft gasp echoed through the kitchen.
"I know. I told her it would be a terrible waste of perfectly good ice cream,"
Selene quipped, swishing her tail.
"But you know what she's like. Stubborn as a mule."
Frowning, I couldn't find the strength to argue with her. Her attempts at dry humor weren't enough to ease the panic rampaging through me. As long as Winslow had the power, I wouldn't feel safe letting my guard down even for a moment. I tore off a paper towel out of sheer habit and set it down on the counter before dumping the ice cream blob with a resolute clunk. "There," I snapped, glaring at August, desperately trying to keep my eyes from the barrel of the gun. "Take it and leave us alone. That was the deal, wasn't it?" Winslow chuckled and looked at August.
"Do you want to do the honors, or should I?" Have you been practicing your memory spells the way I told you?
August stepped forward, his cheeks reddening.
They gave you what you wanted, Winslow, he interjected. Let's just get out of here.
Winslow gave his protege an amused glance.
See, August, that's where you always go wrong. You get too caught up in the small details and forget to look at the big picture. Always too concerned with the here and now.
He gestured toward Aunt Lavender with the gun.
You think they'll all just forgive and forget if I walk out of here with my prize? That none of this will come back to me, either now or later?
We won't say anything, I interrupted. We've already made that promise, and we've held up our end.
I wonder if you would change your mind if I told you that August here is the reason I knew to come looking for you. That he was the one who called and warned me you might be up to something after changing your plans and sending this oaf out to the chalet.
He gestured at Roger.
I checked, Cora. No one followed,
Roger insisted, his expression more pained than terrified. Winslow laughed.
So naive.
He shifted his attention to me and the gun.
I will say, the candle work was quite impressive. If I thought you'd accept it, I'd offer you a nice, cushy job. In my line of work, there's always a place for someone so talented.
I will end you, August, Tabitha hissed from between clenched teeth.
We've got at least a dozen ways to do it already figured out, Selene added. I say we go with the slowest one. Or maybe the wood chipper.
August swallowed hard, though he managed not to flinch. His brother stood off to one side, leaning on the wall, as though he lacked the strength to stand.
The real question is, which one of you is going to open the portal?
Aunt Lavender said, her tone matter of fact, even as she continued to glower.
Accessing magic like the Fountain of Youth doesn't come for free. Opening the portal will require a sacrifice. Which one of you is prepared to make it?
Winslow paused at that, the tip of the gun lowering ever so slightly.
What's this about a portal?
He asked, glaring at August. August looked just as taken aback.
I don't remember you saying anything about this before, he said to Lavender.
August was savvy, despite Winslow's barbed remarks. He hadn't gotten to where he was by sheer dumb luck. In that moment, I could see his gears turning, wondering if this was some distraction technique, some kind of Hail Mary attempt to get out of the situation, or if she was being sincere. The truth was, even I didn't know where Aunt Lavender was headed with this latest proclamation. She hadn't said anything about any sacrifice to either Selene or me, as far as I knew. But then, Aunt Lavender was the kind of woman I'd follow into battle without question. She had her absent-minded moments, and generally lived with one foot in reality while the other remained rooted in dreams. But when she locked in on something, there was no getting between her and her target. Following her lead, I reached into the inside pocket of my coat. I grabbed the recovered pages from Obin's tome. I'd kept them on me since being forced to evacuate my home. Holding them up, I caught Winslow's attention. Clearly you haven't done your homework, I told him. Or was that August's job?
There's an incantation to open the portal to the fountain,
August said, stammering a little as he tried to get his arms around what was happening.
But a sacrifice?
Aunt Lavender scoffed.
Just as I figured. Neither of you is prepared.
Winslow stalked forward, snatching the pages from my hand. I let him, then shrank back until I bumped into the fridge.
We'll find someone willing to do it.
Awkwardly, he unfolded the pages with his free hand, frowning down at the runes and symbols on the page.
Someone who can speak the language of the ancients? Aunt Lavender asked.
Her almost feline expression reminded me of Selene, and I wondered if perhaps a witch and her familiar were sort of like an old married couple, in that over time they began resembling one another. Well, that was certainly something to look forward to, in case we made it out of this alive. Her question gave Winslow pause. The ancients? That's hogwash and fairy tales, nothing more, and you know it. Aunt Lavender chuckled, though it was quite dry. Suit yourself. Winslow's gaze shifted back over his shoulder toward August. This was your job. You were supposed to figure this out. Well, Winslow, what can I say? You've made it clear that I am nothing but an incompetent buffoon, incapable of seeing... What was it again? Oh, yes, the big picture. So I guess you're on your own now. I made a deal, and you're the one rejecting the terms. August held up his hands. Winslow's heavy brow sunk lower, his hooded eyes all but disappearing behind the dark shadows they cast. Fine, he hissed. What are your terms? He demanded, rounding on Aunt Lavender, the gun once more held high. Beside me, Selene hunkered down, assuming the posture she took right before pouncing and swiping for my ankles on certain mornings when I walked too slowly down the hall to the bathroom. Panic swelled in my chest, and I quickly bumped her with my ankle before she could do something stupid. I would never deny that Selene possessed strong magic, but this was too risky. There were too many variables to ensure her spell would have its intended effect. And if it went awry, the consequences could be dire, even deadly. I will open the portal for you on one condition, Aunt Lavender said, her tone firm, but without the hostility it held moments ago. Name it, Winslow said impatiently. You will leave our memories alone, and before leaving to go and collect your reward, you will take a blood oath to ensure you will uphold your end of the bargain. If harm should come to any of us gathered here, by your will, whether directly or indirectly, you will remain frozen in stone for all of eternity. I stole a glance at August and found his face drained of color. Selene, on the other hand, looked delighted. Her ethereal blue eyes sparkled as she looked up at Aunt Lavender with reverence. She's got you there, she crowed to Winslow. I held my breath, fully expecting the man to turn and pull the trigger, if for no other reason than to get the pint-sized cat to stop talking. However, Winslow remained fixated on Aunt Lavender for a long moment, as though he was mentally paging through the terms of a contract, trying to determine whether or not they were favorable. And how do I know this portal will take me where I'm meant to go? He asked. That you won't send me to some cursed realm instead. Before Aunt Lavender could offer some assurance, Winslow's eyes sparked. You'll all go with me, and stay until I've had the first sip. We agreed that Arthur would get the first drink, August interjected, raising a finger to his former partner. Winslow muttered darkly before agreeing. Fine, fine. After the first drink has been had, you can return through the portal, and the agreement will be sealed. He took another look around the kitchen, considering each face, before he finally returned his attention to Aunt Lavender and inclined his head. And lastly, you too must take an oath of silence on the matter. If any of you, directly or indirectly, speak of the events here today, you will be held to the same consequences. Do we have a deal? I swallowed hard. It was the only way out. But the idea of letting Winslow, and August for that matter, get away without punishment left a bitter taste on my tongue. One I'd likely never fully be able to rid myself of. Aunt Lavender looked at me. Slowly, I nodded. Deal. 18. August performed the blood oath, laying out the terms on either side of the arrangement before both Winslow and Aunt Lavender pricked their fingers and let a single drop of blood fall to the center of the intricate rings August had drawn on the table as he'd spoken the words of the spell. When it was done, Aunt Lavender placed the two fragments of the golden lotus together. At once, a magical bond fused them in place, without so much as a seam or crack to show the prior damage. Then she took the pages from Oben's tome and read the incantation in some strange, almost menacing language. A strong energy filled the room, squeezing like a change in the air pressure until it was almost unbearable. Then, just as quickly, it released in a whoosh, and a bright golden ring formed around the back door, the one that led into the garden. Even without looking through the panes of window inlaid in it, I knew the garden was no longer waiting on the other side. Winslow holstered his gun in the back of his jeans, then demanded Aunt Lavender go through first, to prove it wasn't some wormhole. She did so with her chin held high, and the light from the other side was so blinding it was impossible to tell where she'd gone. Selene scampered after her without a moment of hesitation. Granted, considering her claimed immortality, there wasn't much to fear. "You don't have to go with us," I told Clint, then looked to Roger. "Neither of you do." Clint took my hand. "I'm going, Cora." Roger nodded, his expression grave. "Me too." Turning, my chest squeezed. "Mom?" I already knew her answer. "I'm going too." My lips went thin, but I didn't try to argue. Reaching for her hand, I held it tight, and we stepped through the portal together. In a single file line, we closed our eyes and stepped forward. Into a rainforest garden, beyond my wildest imagination. A lush jungle enveloped us as we left Aunt Lavender's kitchen, stretching out as far as I could see. Trees with massive trunks rose above dense undergrowth. Their leaves formed a tapestry of greens and browns, dense enough to block out all but the most delicate and shimmering beams of sunlight. The canopy overhead swayed together like a spider web, silky and bright green, and bursting with life. Leaves fluttered and flickered as dozens of tiny birds flew from perch to perch, singing to one another, wholly undisturbed by our sudden appearance. The air was warm and humid, the ground cool and damp. And the flowers? Oh, the flowers. They were of every color and pattern imaginable, their fragrance wafting on the gentle breeze. Gently brushing a leaf, just to be sure this was all real and solid, I glanced up into the face of a bright orange and yellow bird, eyeing me from its perch on the outskirts of the garden. And it wasn't alone. Some of its feathered friends were bright enough to be mistaken for flowers, their feathers fluttering in the wind like petals. And there, at the center of it all, stood a marvelous fountain. Its pillars stretched tall, like something from a painting of a temple to the gods. Cerulean tiles gleamed beneath the water surface, as though illuminated from within, sparkling despite the low light. A delicate mist rose from the brilliant blue waters, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. A glowing, unspoiled spring. And there, on the ledge, sat a golden chalice, as clean and gleaming as if it had only just been set there, though it must have been waiting for centuries. "At last!" Winslow exclaimed, breaking the peaceful spell the forest had cast over me. August moved forward, his longer legs outpacing Winslow. He snatched the chalice from the fountain's ledge and unceremoniously dunked it under the water, breaking its calm surface. Winslow swooped in, snatching the cup from August's hands with the ease of a kingfisher grabbing a trout from the lake. "I'll take that," he jeered, flashing the ugly grin of an ill-earned victory. "Bottoms up!" He threw back the contents of the chalice in one gulp, licking his lips as he set it aside, in case one stray drop were to attempt an escape.
The sweetest of ambrosia, Winslow declared, slamming the chalice down on the stone so hard the nearest birds squawked and took flight. Arthur stumbled forward, and Tabitha lurched to help before he collapsed. "This wasn't the deal," August growled, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. "You promised the first drink to me, to my brother." Arthur wrapped his arm around Tabitha, using her for support, a hesitant look on his gaunt face. Tabitha looked on the verge of tears, her eyes rimmed with red. A strong breeze rippled through the canopy of trees, as if such emotions were not welcome in this place. "What difference does it make?" Winslow demanded, whirling on the heels of his wingtip shoes, his arms spread wide as he gestured at the burbling fountain. "There's plenty enough for us all. Imagine how rich we'll be. Of course, we'll need to hire a team to come and secure the site." August's frustration radiated from him in sheets of almost palpable tension as he stalked closer to Winslow, his jaw grinding so tight I thought he might crack a molar or two. He stopped just short and grabbed the chalice for himself. "I'm done with you, Winslow. This is over, now." "Is that so?" Winslow laughed loudly, sending another wave of birds fleeing. Humor glowed in his beady eyes. Then it vanished. August straightened, the chalice gripped tightly in one hand. A strangled cry burst from Winslow, and his body went rigid. August frowned. "What the?" Winslow's eyes bulged, his hands clawing at his throat, as his lips swelled and blackened. "Someone do something!" I cried, though the words felt pointless and hollow. Clint held me fast, and no one else moved. Winslow Anterhill hit his knees and fell face first into the spongy ground, shuddering as he exhaled his last breath. For a long moment, no one said anything. Even the birds held their peace. Finally, Aunt Lavender scoffed and stepped forward. "Well, I suppose that answers that question," she said, barely affording the body a second glance. Muttering to herself, she walked over and plucked the chalice from the ground, holding it up to the fading light as she inspected it for damage. I snapped to attention. Wait, I stammered. "You knew that was going to happen?" Aunt Lavender shrugged, then used a corner of her jacket to polish the chalice's rim to a shine. Or perhaps she was wiping away a smudge from Winslow's lips. "I knew it was a possibility. What do you take me for, Cora? Some second-rate magician's assistant?" She shook her head and continued polishing. Satisfied, Aunt Lavender placed the chalice back on the side of the fountain with reverence, then cleared her throat. "As I said, it answers a question," she clarified. "And now we know for sure. The fountain's water is cursed." August's jaw hung slack, his eyes flicking from the chalice to Aunt Lavender to Winslow in rapid succession. "As I'm sure you know by now, there were 2 brothers who found the golden lotus before it was cleaved in 2, Aunt Lavender continued, with the tone of a professor opening an important lecture. I found myself finishing the tale. Their father pulled a King Solomon on it to stop their fighting. Aunt Lavender gave a pleased nod. "That's right. And what did those ungrateful brutes do? They murdered him. Now they were put to death for their treachery, and the pieces were lost once more. But that isn't all that occurred that day. It was said that the brothers' greed poisoned the well itself, cursing anyone who should drink from it, dealing them death, not life." August floundered for words. Why didn't you say any of this earlier?" Aunt Lavender leveled August with a hard stare. "Because I figured your greedy hide would have downed the first glass." The full implication of her reply settled on us in turn.
"Damn it, I've missed you, you old bird,"
Selene cheered. But if you thought that might happen, and that August or Winslow would be cursed, why not hand it over weeks ago? I asked. Well, for one, I didn't know for certain the curse was real, and didn't want to take the chance. And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, I didn't want the Lotus lost to the ages. The portal will eventually seal, and without the Lotus itself, there would be no way back in to retrieve it, and that would be a real shame. My mouth dropped open, not for the first time, as a half-dozen new arguments and questions zipped through my mind.
You literally had it hidden in a grave plot, Lavender,
Selene quipped, on her way closer to the fountain's edge.
You just couldn't stand the thought of someone losing a piece of your treasures.
Aunt Lavender's lips quirked to one side as she briefly scowled at her former familiar's backside. You've got it all wrong, Selene. Of course, that's nothing new for you. Always so full of yourself. Clint snorted. This is like a battle of the Titans, he whispered out of the corner of his mouth. Think of it this way, Aunt Lavender continued. If the fountain's water had worked, and that beastly man got his hands on it, what kind of havoc would that wreak in the world? She shook her head, more resolved than ever. No, I couldn't take that risk. It has nothing to do with my own emotions about my collection. Exhaling, she stooped over and plucked the golden lotus from where Winslow had dropped it in his haste to get the chalice first. With a definitive snap, she broke it into its original 2 pieces, then turned and shoved one half into Tabitha's hands. I trust you can find a suitable hiding place for that. Tabitha's hand closed over the shard, her gaze fixed on it for a moment before she looked up at my aunt. Yes, she said, nodding. I'll make sure it never sees the light of day again. Arthur still had an arm around her waist. We will see to it. I could use one more adventure before I see what awaits in the Stardust realm. Tabitha's chin quivered as she clutched the lotus's petals to her chest. Aunt Lavender leveled the couple with a firm gaze. I don't know about the Stardust for you just yet. She tapped a finger to her lips, then turned to August and began rooting around in the front pocket of his slacks, giving no thought to propriety. August gaped at her, though she paid him no mind, coming up with a pen. Here, Aunt Lavender declared, flicking the cap off into the vegetation near Winslow's body. She grabbed Tabitha's hand and began scribbling. When she finished, she paused to reread, then gave a small nod before shoving the pen back into August's pocket. Ouch, he complained. Aunt Lavender didn't miss a beat, telling Tabitha, let her know I sent you. If he can be healed, she's the one who'll be able to see it done. August blinked, temporarily pausing his massaging of his upper thigh. We've called everyone, he insisted. I've hired experts from across the globe. Aunt Lavender frowned at him. You haven't called her. I guarantee it. For starters, she lives in a village with no phone line, or any of that whatchamacallits you young people carry on about. Tabitha breathed an almost delirious-sounding laugh as her eyes glossed over with tears. Thank you, Lavender. And as for you, Aunt Lavender said, rounding on August. She raised a finger, jabbing it firmly against his sternum. You are to leave my niece alone. You so much as blink in her direction, and I will turn you into a toad and keep you as a pet for Selene. Selene puffed out her chest, the twinkle in her eyes telling me she was already plotting what fun the pair of them might have together. August blanched. Aunt Lavender trailed her finger over his heart and tapped with a soft thump. August jolted, his eyes wide, and he stared down at his hands, watching as his hands stretched and morphed into 4 long and spindly green fingers with sticky brown pads at the tips. With a laugh, Aunt Lavender removed her finger and August's hands returned to normal. Selene beamed with pride, staring up at her former guardian with pure adoration.
"Have I made myself clear?"
Aunt Lavender asked, though her gaze was wandering, looking back at the chalice beside the burbling fountain spring.
"I think I'll be keeping this, though. A souvenir is always nice after a trip."
August ran his hands together, twisting and examining his fingers for signs of scales or slime.
Sure, whatever you say."
Aunt Lavender plucked the chalice from the stone.
"Oh, good. I'd hate to have to get nasty."
"You have to keep your word about Hannah, too," I inserted quickly. Aunt Lavender arched a brow at August.
"What's this?"
August hung his head.
"Consider it done."
Luckily for you, she seems the type who will take a nice fat payout to keep quiet, Selene muttered. Though Templeton's already looking into it.
"I'll sort it out,"
August insisted, his tone sharp.
"Making deals is what I do, and I'm not worried about Templeton."
Selene made an annoyed grunting sound, though she didn't push the issue further. I supposed if Hannah showed up, once again flesh and blood, there wouldn't be much for Templeton to do anyway. He'd have to close the investigation, especially if Hannah refused to provide information or cooperate. And for the right sum of money, I had a feeling that would be the case. Sighing, I turned away, only to stop short of tripping over yet another problem. What about him?" I asked, reluctantly gesturing toward Winslow's fallen body. "How are we supposed to explain what happened?" Aunt Lavender spared the dead man a withering look.
"It's quite simple, dear. By all accounts, it was a heart attack."
We'll lug him back through the portal. And by we, I mean you three, obviously,"
Selene added, glancing between August, Clint, and Roger.
"Quite right,"
Aunt Lavender nodded.
"Unless you want to leave him here for the wild animals to take care of."
She shrugged her slim shoulders, already heading toward the golden light emanating from the portal to her kitchen, the chalice clutched to her chest.
"Makes no difference to me."
19.
"Oh, Cora, this place is beautiful."
Aunt Lavender's words warmed me through, immediately dispelling the chill from the brisk walk to the shop. After her time spent cooped up in the cabin and then the chalet, she insisted she'd had enough sitting to last a witch 2 lifetimes, and refused to let me drive her to Wicked Wicks. "You've been here before," I said with a soft laugh.
"It's been so long, though. It's like seeing it with fresh eyes,"
she confirmed, trailing one hand down a display shelf as she soaked it all in. For some reason, seeing her wonder and pride at my shop made my heart swell in my chest. I left her to explore as I went through my usual opening routine. Selene hadn't accompanied us to the shop, instead offering up some vague excuse about an errand she needed to run, which had sent up momentary alarm bells, but she'd slipped through the cat flap before I could grill her for further details. As I set up the till, I glanced out the windows along the front of the shop, halfway expecting to see a gray streak flying by at any moment, wreaking general havoc as she made her way through town. A gentle snow was falling, leaving the sidewalk slick and the road frosted over. It was bound to be a busy day at the shop, despite the weather, as there were only a few days left to go until Christmas, and the people of Winterspell, both residents and tourists alike, would be out doing their last-minute shopping. I didn't mind the prospect of a busy day. The work would keep me from dwelling too much on the events of the past weeks, and the somewhat unresolved feelings still percolating inside my chest. Aunt Lavender asked questions about various products, and I noticed somewhere along the way she'd snagged one of the handled shopping baskets from the stack I kept near the front door, and was casually loading it up with items that interested her. "Are you going to Mom's for dinner tonight?" I asked, before ducking into the storeroom to grab the broom.
"Oh, yes. I think Lilac would skin me alive if I didn't," she replied with a laugh, not looking up from the rosemary and sea salt candle in the baking section. "This says it creates an alfresco dining experience? That sounds interesting."
Smiling, I nodded. I spent a lot of time perfecting that one. It was tricky since I have never been to Italy. I keep expecting someone to report back one day and tell me I got it all wrong. Aunt Lavender looked up at that, her silvery brows knitted together.
You've never been?
I laughed. I haven't been anywhere, really. Despair slashed through her expression, the wicker basket handle sliding down her arm to rest in the crook near her elbow.
Why not, dear? You're young. You don't have children or a husband holding you back. You should go everywhere.
I knew she meant no offense, but the reminder of my singlehood stung a little all the same. Well, I have my business, I protested, though it came out weaker than I'd intended. There's still plenty of time. Someday I'll get around to it. Aunt Lavender didn't look convinced. She bustled toward the counter, heaving the basket up to sit between us, her eyes never leaving mine.
What are you waiting for? You won't regret going, I'll guarantee that much.
She smiled.
While I was away, I must have mapped out my next 6 trips.
Away was how she'd chosen to refer to her abduction.
Granted, I'll have to wait a little while or else risk upsetting Lilac, she continued. And there's no telling if Selene will agree. She can get so...
She stopped, the humor fading in her soft eyes.
I suppose that last bit doesn't matter as much anymore now, does it?
Hot guilt poured into my veins, and I ducked my head. Days had passed since the day in the grove of the Fountain of Youth. Not quite long enough for it to feel like a strange dream, though it was surreal all the same. Still, we danced around the subject of my familiar bond with Selene. Aunt Lavender hadn't even ripped into us about our organizational efforts at her bungalow, choosing to ignore them altogether. Swallowing, I bit into the insides of my cheeks. I'm sorry about Selene. If we'd known...
It's all right, dear. Water under the bridge. You and Selene did what you thought was best.
She placed 2 soft, warm fingers on my chin and lifted until my eyes met hers.
I should be the one apologizing. I was rather beastly to you both when I found out.
It's understandable. She shook her head.
No.
A new sadness shone in her eyes.
I owe Selene her own apology. After all, it's my own past carelessness that led her to believe I'd simply abandoned her.
Regret twisted her weathered face as she let her hand fall back to the counter between us. She traced one nail along the stack of business cards I kept beside the register. She'd trimmed her nails and applied a coat of festive red gloss since I'd seen her the day before. I could only imagine the relief she'd felt at being able to return home and get back to her normal routines. Well, as routine as she ever got.
I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, she continued. But perhaps the greatest among them is my treatment of Selene. She's a good cat.
Well, mostly, I said, injecting a little levity into the somber conversation. Aunt Lavender smiled wryly.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
She is loyal to a fault, I added. Stubborn enough to drive me all the way to Crazy Town, but loyal. That drew a laugh, and some of the heaviness faded.
Yes, that too. But she means well, and she's almost always right, which is infuriating in its own way.
I chuckled, nodding in agreement. Oh, yes. Not to mention she costs a small fortune to feed. Aunt Lavender cackled.
Ah, so she's got you convinced she'll only eat the choicest fillets from the fish market, huh?
I've been told it's non-negotiable. Aunt Lavender's eyes twinkled as she placed one hand over mine.
Trust me, if she gets hungry enough, she'll eat anything, even the canned stuff from the dollar store.
Somehow I doubted it, but I took the advice anyway. I'll remember that. Otherwise, I may have to see about taking out a second mortgage.
I'm glad she's with you now, Cora. You'll do her proud.
She considered me for a moment, then nodded along with her own statement.
Yes, the pair of you will make for quite a force. I can see that now.
I wasn't entirely sure what she meant. As far as I was concerned, my adventuring days were gone. And if it was left up to me, Selene would spend her ninth life lounging on the couch, watching trashy reality TV shows with me until it was time for bed each night. She did have the best commentary. But then, who was to say what the goddesses had in store for the future? It was best to be prepared. Well, thank you. I squeezed my aunt's hand. You are more than welcome to visit her anytime you want. And we may have to come up with some kind of code word where you come and get her out of my hair from time to time. Aunt Lavender cackled warmly as she agreed to the deal. To my surprise, Aunt Lavender lingered at the shop for most of the day. And while it was nice to have her around and engaged, she'd filled the tiny gaps between the steady rush of customers with so many questions. My brain started to feel slightly gelatinous by the time we parted ways at the end of the day. And still, no sign of Selene. I didn't have time to worry after her. Clint had invited me over to have dinner at his house, and there was just enough time to get home and change before I needed to get going. I wanted to allow enough leeway to stop and buy a nice bottle of wine. I wasn't entirely sure what Clint wanted to discuss, but if it had anything to do with the for sale sign still planted firmly in his rental's yard, I'd need something to drown my sorrow in. Come what may, I dressed in my nicest jeans, pairing them with a black cashmere sweater and my favorite pumps, hoping the look struck the balance between casual and dressy. I stopped to get the wine, then headed across town to Clint's. My heart sank a little when I saw that blasted sign. Clint greeted me with a warm embrace, though he kept it brief enough I couldn't help but wonder at his intentions for the evening. Was this a hello or a final goodbye? How was work? You settling back into the grind yet? He asked, as he helped me out of my long navy peacoat. I'm slowly but surely unburying myself. Lily's been a big help, of course, but you know how it gets this time of year. Ah, yes, the joy of the holidays. Smiling, I followed him into the kitchen. He placed the bottle of wine I'd brought onto the counter beside the fridge, while he pulled down a couple of glasses. The oven light was on, showing off a deep casserole dish. You cooked? Clint chuckled. Not exactly. It's frozen, so don't get your hopes too high. I think I remember you liking lasagna. I have garlic bread in the warming drawer. Oh! I bobbed my head, my lips pressing together. Garlic anything didn't exactly bode well for a romantic evening. I wonder where Tabitha and Arthur are right now, I said absently, circling the room until I reached the large glass doors. Peering up at the crescent moon hanging high in the clear sky, I took a beat to rein in my disappointment. If they're smart, somewhere warm, Clint joked, turning to offer a halfway smile. A soft laugh vibrated over my lips. No kidding. Clint joined me at the window, pressing a wine glass into my hand. You think Lavender's healer will be able to save him? I hope so. For all his brother's faults, he seemed like a decent enough guy. Questionable taste in women aside, Clint added bitterly. He'd still not forgiven Tabitha for her betrayal, and I wasn't sure whether I had either. Do you regret letting them all walk away? Clint asked, after a moment, his tone cautious. The corners of my lips tugged downward, and I lifted my glass, giving the question time to marinate as I sipped. It's hard to say, I finally replied. I guess there's no way to know how I'd feel if we'd turned them all in and watched Warden Quinton haul them off to some detention center. I don't have anything to compare it to. If we'd gone ahead with a trial and all that, would it really change anything? They all have to live with themselves and what they did. I paused, hitching my shoulders before taking another long sip. The wine went down smooth and warm, filling me with some modicum of comfort, even as my doubts and questions swirled through the back of my mind. Aunt Lavender is okay, and I guess, at the end of the day, that's what matters the most. It would be different if she'd been mistreated. Well, more than she was, I mean. I'll never forgive August for lacing her tea with sedatives. I should remind her of that next time I see her. I think forcing him to live the rest of his life as a toad would be rather fitting. Clint dropped his chin in a shallow nod. What about you? I asked, glancing up at him. Any regrets? He huffed a soft laugh, unblinking. That bad, huh? I replied, offering a smile, even as my heart churned. I guess you're probably wishing you'd stepped in another gift shop your first night back in Winterspell. I tried to smile, to lighten the words, but my heart twisted violently, tinging the words with bitterness. No, Cora, he interrupted, his tone quiet but firm. He set his glass on the table and took me by the arms. Don't say that. I tried to smile, but my chest felt tight, my face frozen. It was just a joke. Clint's dark eyes pleaded with me. I don't regret coming to Winterspell or stopping at your candle shop that night. I don't regret any of this, other than that it's taken me so long to get my head out of my rear end. I blinked. What do you mean? He cast a quick glance back through the window, as though the moon itself might offer up the right words. When that didn't work, he met my gaze again. Cora, I love you. And whether I'm here in Winterspell or across the country back in Chicago, nothing is going to change the way I feel. My chest tightened around a bittersweet mixture of elation and lingering heartache. I don't want you to go. A hint of a smile pulled at his lips, and he took my glass, setting it beside his, before holding my hands. The familiar flickers of electricity ricocheted through me like tiny fireworks. I told my mother I didn't want the inheritance, not with the string she's planning to attach. You did? My brow furrowed. Are you sure that's what you want, Clint? I realized it wasn't about you and me. It was about me and her, and my father, and so many other things. Decades worth, really. He shook his head. It shouldn't have taken me this long to finally be honest with her and set boundaries. In the past, it was easier to put physical space between myself and my family. I told myself she couldn't influence or control me if I was 2,000 miles away, and for a while that worked. But it was a little like taking one head off of the Hydra, a temporary solution. A smile twitched at my lips, thinking of his mother as some leathery, mythological beast. It was quite fitting, all things considered. Clint didn't notice, his gaze unfocused for a moment as he gathered his thoughts. How did she take it? I asked softly. I can't imagine she was thrilled to find out her last tactic failed. No. He scrubbed a hand over his jawline. She didn't. It's not been easy, but I know it made the right decision for me. And now? I prompted, my lungs hitching on the last part of the question. He held my gaze for a moment, then smiled. Well, I suppose that depends on you. The conversation with Roger crackled in the back of my mind, like the soft whisper of a dwindling fire. A crossroad was coming into view, and I would have to make my choices, living with the results one way or the other. I just hoped I wouldn't have to live with regrets. I put my condo on the market, back in Chicago, he added. I had it sublet while I was here, but decided to make a clean break. It hasn't sold yet, but my agent doesn't think it will take long. I'll make a bit of a profit in the deal, and I'm planning to use part of it to invest in a new business venture. I've spent a long time consulting, which usually means running around with a fire hose putting out flames while trying to make a new plan to keep it from going up in smoke in the first place. So, I thought, why not try and start from the beginning and help businesses get going or work through an expansion before the problems pile up? Isn't that still consulting? Technically, yes. But I'd also like to invest and take a more active role, put more skin in the game, to use another metaphor. He chuckled. But not in Chicago? One corner of his mouth lifted a little higher.
Well, you see, there's a client I'm hoping to land, and I don't need to be in the city. Oh, you work fast? His grin widened. What can I say? I see the potential, and I want to get in there before anyone else. I think it could be a real game changer. Really? Who is it? Are you allowed to say? Oh, I don't think she'd mind. She's a badass witch who runs a magical candle company that's just bursting with potential. I'm going to help her turn it into a chain. A laugh burst from my lips, and I quickly covered them with my hand. Clint took it, lowering it to clasp between his own. I don't need my mother's money, but I do need you, Cora. So, what do you say? Shall we go and make our own fortune? Eyes brimming. I nodded. There's no one else I'd trust with the job. 20.
All right, everybody, listen up. A crack of magic followed a burst of pink sparks as Selene snapped her tail. Half a dozen cats stood opposite her in the alleyway behind my shop. At her order, they all sat back on their haunches, like obedient dogs. A fact that pleased Selene greatly, judging by the flash of a grin she offered as her tail swished back to the other side. That's better, she purred. Now you all know why you've been summoned here. Summoned? I whispered to Lily, who'd alerted me to the unfolding situation, though I think it was safe to say neither of us knew what the cat was up to, which was beyond terrifying. Lily shrugged. Selene swiveled her eyes in our direction, giving us a pointed look before continuing. Her voice elevated ever so slightly. I will be selecting a new familiar for a world-famous witch, Lavender Hearth. She was my former guardian, and I will be deeply involved in all familiar-related activities going forward, starting here today, with the selection. That is assuming any one of you can match up to Lavender's exacting standards. She paused to cast a glance over the gathered cats, with a look that suggested she wasn't all that certain about her last point. She's picking a new familiar for your aunt? Lily whispered. Can she even do that? It was my turn to shrug. You think anyone is going to try and tell her she can't? Lily stifled a giggle. Good point. Selene's hackles perked. That's quite enough from the peanut gallery, I think. Pinching my fingers together, I moved them over my lips. With a gentle elbow, Lily followed suit, though a giggle slipped past her pantomimed zipper. Selene cleared her throat. Very good. Now, I've arranged for something of a gauntlet for all interested parties. It will test your physical and mental strength, as well as suss out any potential magical capabilities. A black and white kitten in the front row puffed out his little chest, looking the most alert of any of Selene's potential recruits. I'm ready. Selene eyed the small cat, her head canting to one side. And you are... Checkers, the cat declared, his voice a little squeaky but decidedly male. I blinked, my smile evaporating. Lily's fair eyebrows flew up into sharp peaks as she, too, stared at the small kitten. Selene, I said, my voice wavering slightly. That one is... talking. Like you. She blinked slowly. How interesting. I cast a spell to draw out potential magic powers. I suppose that means it's working. What kind of spell could make animals talk? Lily asked. Does it work on any animal? Selene flicked us an irritated glance. Of course not, she scoffed. There's a reason why cats serve as witch familiars. Although I'm not crazy about the word serve. Her whiskers twitched. Cats are magical beings. All of us. From the grouchy old alley cats that live behind the fish market to the smallest furballs in Winterspell and beyond. So why can't I talk to any other cat besides you? I asked. She offered a long-suffering sigh, her head hanging low for a moment. Can any of the others talk? Lily asked, squatting down beside the cats, her palm extended toward the black and white one. Selene glanced up, a glimmer of expectation in her eyes as she considered the cats. After a moment, she shifted a glance up toward me.
Anything?
She asked. I blinked. Were they...
Mm-hmm.
Frowning, I shook my head. Sorry.
Well, Checkers, that appears to be an unexpected mark in your favor,
she told the small cat, who had all but crawled into Lily's lap as she stroked his ears. I don't mean to cause any offense, but if the others can't communicate with humans, then how would any of them be good familiars for Aunt Lavender?
There's more to communication than just talking, Cora. Surely one of your sad little self-help books has pointed that out to you,
Selene quipped. I drew my arms around myself and glowered at her. They're not sad. Some of them are quite helpful, actually.
Yeah,
she muttered, flicking her tail.
In any case, most witches don't speak with their familiar, at least not out loud. There is an unspoken bond that comes with the spell, one that enables a meeting of the minds, so to speak. However, as your aunt has undoubtedly grown used to my style of communication—
Loud and mouthy, I muttered under my breath. Selene's eyes narrowed.
Perhaps there is something to be said for finding her a familiar who can speak aloud, as it appears young Checkers has managed.
I got the job? He squeaked, almost falling out of Lily's lap. He was barely big enough to fill both of her cupped palms, and I wondered where his mother and siblings were. Surely he had only just been weaned in the past few weeks.
It's not a job,
Selene replied, her tone just this side of snappy.
Being a witch's familiar is the most prestigious and honorable duty a cat could hope to fulfill.
Lily placed the kitten gently on the ground and stood, her expression grave as she came back to stand beside me near the doorway. Checkers scrambled to his feet, his chest puffing out once more. Yes, ma'am. Selene's whiskers quivered, but she didn't bother correcting the young creature.
The first test will determine how well you can follow instructions. As a witch's familiar, you will be expected to run errands, assist in important magic ceremonies, and spellcrafting. Of course, with Lavender, you'll also be expected to travel. Checkers, do you have your vaccinations?
He scratched at his neck with one of his hind legs, leaning adorably to one side. What's a vaccinating? If Selene could have done a facepalm, she would have. Instead, she flicked her tail, cracking another burst of sparks over her head.
Let's continue. First up is the gauntlet.
Lily and I spent the afternoon taking turns watching the front of the shop, assisting customers and ringing up sales, and monitoring the unfolding situation in the alley. Over the course of a few hours, most of the cats dropped out or were unceremoniously dismissed by Drill Sergeant Selene, who was truly in her element, to an almost disturbing degree. Finally, the crowd was whittled down to the last kitten standing, and the winner was crowned. I think he'll make a good match for Aunt Lavender, I told Selene, smiling as the kitten scrambled his way through the miniature obstacle course for the third time since being declared the winner. She enjoys teaching, and he seems more than willing to learn. Plus, he's pretty dang cute. That has to count for something. Selene snarled. My smile softened as I reached out and ran my fingers along her back. She bristled at first, surprised by the touch, but quickly relaxed and arched against my hand. I know this isn't easy for you, I added, but you're doing a good thing for Aunt Lavender, and I know she's going to appreciate it.
Well, I can't say it was completely selfless,
Selene admitted, still watching the kitten. Checkers glanced up and realized we were watching him. His paw slipped on the ridge in the metal dumpster cover, and he tumbled from the edge with a soft yowl of surprise. Wincing, I held my breath until he popped up, his eyes more determined than ever as he quickly rebounded and scaled back to his perch. Selene chuckled softly.
He's got moxie, I'll give him that. But then so does Lavender.
That she does, I agreed, my smile returning as the kitten skittered across the metal, launched onto the staircase of wooden crates, and made his way to the top.
I'll miss her, even though she drove me crazy.
Selene said. I know you will, but she's not going anywhere, and I'm not planning on leaving Winterspell anytime soon. You two can see each other as much as you want. I imagine she'll need help with her new apprentice. Checkers hopped onto his back feet, teetering perilously close to the edge of the tallest of the crates as he stretched up far enough to hit the bottom of the metal bell with his delightfully pink and white toe beans. Huzzah! He cried out as the bell rang, immediately cutting a look to where Selene and I sat. I broke into applause. Well done, Checkers.
That will do, Selene added. Now come down from there before you hurt yourself. Go see if you can scrounge up some grub from the fish market. You eat grubs?
He stuck out his tongue.
No,
Selene snapped.
Of course not. I meant fish, Checkers.
Oh, right. Okay. With that, the small kitten scampered down the alley and out into the dwindling daylight, just as a light mist cloaked the quiet city in a wintry fog.
What about the new business?
Selene asked after a long moment.
Won't that take you, and thereby me, away from Winterspell?
No more than it would when you and Aunt Lavender would go off on your trips. Shorter, probably. Clint and I have talked about it a lot, and he's going to be the one with his boots on the ground, so to speak. I imagine I'll travel a bit to help get things set up and opened, maybe do a bit of the hiring and training on the product, but I have no intention of turning that into a full-time job. I want to be here in Winterspell, doing my normal routine as much as possible. Selene lowered her head as she considered my words, her gaze still on the end of the alleyway. My mouth twitched, working around the edges of something I'd not dared say, but felt percolating inside me. Drawing in a breath, I steadied myself. I've been thinking that maybe you might want to go and live with Aunt Lavender. I mean, I know her house has a lot more space, and there's the garden and your familiar surroundings. She lives close enough that I don't think you'd be stretching our familiar bond to the point of discomfort. I want you to know that you have my blessing and full support if that's what you want to do. I won't be offended. None of this went how it was supposed to go. You two were meant to have a lot more time together. Selene remained silent, still not looking at me, and my heart sank even lower. For all the drama and trouble and snark she brought into my life, there was a part of me that wanted her to interrupt and tell me I was being silly and that she liked living with me, and that for all my faults she was happy being my familiar. It was selfish, and likely unreasonable, but still the desire for those reassurances sat heavy in my hollowed chest. When she finally turned toward me, her eyes were softer than usual, like those of a cat in a Disney movie, large and not as sharp and skewering.
Cora, there's something I've been meaning to show you.
Oh, okay. What is it? Selene's eyes slid closed, and her ears flattened against the side of her head. She fell silent for a moment, then spoke a few words in a language I did not know or even recognize. At first I thought nothing happened. But then, a soft pink glow shone at the fur around her neck, like a magical collar. She'd always been adamant against wearing a collar, so the sudden appearance of one, even an enchanted one, surprised me. The pink faded, leaving a silver chain encircling her neck.
There,
she said, her eyes opening slowly.
In the locket.
She twisted her head, and I spotted a silver oval nestled in her fur. What is this? I asked, reaching tentatively for it.
Open it, carefully,
she added, with the barest flick of her tail. I slipped a nail into the seam of the locket and popped it open. Inside, a golden thread coiled neatly into a tight ball. My fingertip brushed over it, and I reared back at the pulse of magic. Selene, is this?
The thread of my 9th life,
she said, inclining her head.
Yes.
My eyes bulged, unable to move away from the pulsing golden cord. Wait, you were serious about this?
Of course I was,
Selene replied, her eyes narrowing as her tail swished in a wide arc.
That would be quite an eccentric tale to simply make up.
I eyed her. Right. I don't suppose anyone would dare accuse you of eccentricity. Selene lifted her chin, puffing out her chest.
All right, that's enough show and tell.
I considered the thread for another long moment, not daring to touch it a second time, then carefully shut the face of the locket, sealing away Selene's most closely guarded secret. When it was fastened back around her neck, she reached out and borrowed another dash of my magic, and the locket vanished. It's a nice piece of spell work, I commented, rocking back onto my heels. My rear end was beginning to complain about being sat on the plastic crate for so long, not to mention the biting chill nipping at my bare fingers, but I wasn't quite ready to get up. Thank you, I said quietly. It means a lot that you trust me enough to share something like this with me.
I've learned a lot in my 9 lives, Selene said. Perhaps chief among those lessons is to always trust my instincts and follow things through to the end. When I came to you, I was angry and bitter and, quite frankly, hurt. Now, all things considered, perhaps those feelings weren't entirely warranted, but they were there for a reason. I love your aunt, and I always will, but our time came to a close. And while the fates might not have my final chord, I do think the old hags still have some sway over things here in the mortal realm. And perhaps I was meant to find my way to you in the time that I did. So don't take my reminiscing or occasional morose attitude as some kind of slight or insult.
My eyes welled up as I swallowed the lump in my throat.
All right, don't go turning on the waterworks, Cora.
She flicked her tail, sending a trail of pink sparks to illuminate the lamp hanging outside the back door of my shop. Smiling, I quickly swiped at the corners of my eyes, twisting away before the cat could scold me. Do you think the fates are still looking for you?
Oh, who can say what those old biddies are up to?
Do you think they're angry you pulled one over on them?
Nah, for all I know, they haven't even noticed yet.
A soft laugh slipped through my lips. I admire your confidence. Pushing up to my feet, I adjusted the strap of my purse. Come on, I told her. Let's go to the fish market before Checkers gets himself lodged in the dumpster. Tonight is a celebration, so I'm buying anything you want. Then I think we should take a drive over to Aunt Lavender's and bring her some dessert. Cherry pie still her favorite?
You know it.
Selene jumped down from her perch, tail aloft, with a jaunty little twitch at the tip, as though she were playing some little ditty inside her head, as we headed out into the moonlight. Epilogue. 1 year later.
I'll get the door.
An explosion of pink sparks filled the car, leaving Clint sputtering, one hand clenched to his chest. I don't think I'll ever get used to that, he told me as he cut the ignition. Laughing, I patted his thigh. I think she's counting on that. Jostling the casserole dish in my arms, I carefully made my way out of the car and followed Selene's tracks through the thin layer of snow leading up the steps to Mom's front door. As promised, the cat had flung it open, and somewhere inside, Mom's voice was calling out, complaining about letting all the heat out amongst a chorus of giggles and squeals from my now 6-year-old nieces who'd spotted their favorite plaything. Hi, Mom, I called, stepping inside to find Cheyenne and Evan sitting on the sofa, both with a mug in their hands. Mom's famous cocoa, no doubt. Cheyenne's pregnant belly was swaddled in a festive red sweater with silver sequins. Smiling at me, she raised her mug. Hey, you two. I'd offer to get up, but that's an astronomical feat these days, so you'll have to settle for air hugs. Laughing, I nodded. Right back at ya. Merry Christmas. Ruby and Emmy raced in from the kitchen and launched at me. Auntie Cora! Clint swooped in and grabbed the ceramic casserole dish from my hands before the twins, who both insisted on growing like weeds, knocked me over. Chuckling, he carried the dish into the kitchen. "Oh, Clint, you look so handsome in your Christmas sweater," Mom called. "Thank you, Lilac," Clint replied.
"What did you get us for Christmas?"
Ruby asked, grinning widely, a ring of melted chocolate around her rosy lips. "Rubes," Evan chastised softly. "Let Aunt Cora breathe. And girls, what did I say about sneaking any more of those turtles before dinner?" Cheyenne asked, giving both of her daughters a firm look over the rim of her steaming mug. They exchanged a look, realizing too late the evidence of their pilfered treats was still smeared across their upper lips.
"Selene told us it was okay,"
Ruby said, turning back to face her mother. Emmy nodded vigorously. "Is that right?" Evan asked, his brows drawn. I pressed my lips together to contain a laugh. After all, it did seem like something she would do. As Cheyenne and Evan needled the truth from the twins, I turned away and studied the collage of photos strung above Mom's mantel that told the story of the past year. Evan, Cheyenne, and the girls on a Disney cruise, posed on either side of Mickey and Minnie Mouse. The sonogram of Baby Boy Hearth, due in mid-January. Clint and me standing behind a red ribbon, each holding one side of a larger-than-life pair of prop scissors, moments away from opening the second location of Wicked Wicks, tucked in a magical community just outside Seattle. Liana, Selene, and me posed in front of the Eiffel Tower, and another in front of the Colosseum from our month-long trip through Europe. Aunt Lavender and Checkers at a dig site in Egypt over the summer, when the black and white cat was in his lanky, not still a kitten but not quite a cat phase of life. And finally, my favorite of the photos, a group photo with all of us Hearth family and familiars, plus Clint, each wearing a black and gold party hat and holding up a flute of champagne, or sparkling juice in the case of Ruby and Emmy, ringing in last New Year's Day, right before this very fireplace, the two cats on either side. It would be New Year's Eve again in just a week's time, and I couldn't wait to see what new memories and milestones would unfold in the space between this Christmas and the next. Clint had no shortage of plans, especially as the second location was on track to sell even more than the flagship store. More often than not, we stayed up late into the night, dreaming about our plans for the future and the new goals waiting on the horizon. The year hadn't been without its hard moments, too. Clint's mother passed in late spring, and some distant relatives came out of the woodwork to try and wiggle their way into getting a piece of her fortune. Clint handled it with his typical cool-headed grace, but I'd had to hold back from requesting Selene curse the lot of them for not letting him grieve in peace. In the end, Clint opted to sell his mother's lavish home and most of her possessions, donating a large portion of the proceeds to the various charities she'd designated in her will. Somewhere between that fateful dinner at her home and her passing, she changed her mind on the terms and had her lawyers draw up a final draft, surprising even Clint when it was given to him in the days after the memorial. She'd stripped out the stipulations on his marriage or fatherhood and entrusted him with the entirety of the estate to do with as he saw fit. She'd enclosed a personal letter, one which Clint had yet to share with me, but whatever her words were, they'd seemed to soothe some of his mixed emotions over her passing, and for that I would always be grateful. "Ruby, Emmy," I said, turning back around as the negotiations over the chocolate truffles wrapped up. "Why don't you two help me get the presents from Clint's car and put them under the tree?" "That's a great idea," Cheyenne said, winking at me, as Evan gently steered Ruby toward the door. "Evan can help. You come and sit next to me." Evan chuckled. "All right, but if any of the presents mysteriously end up getting unwrapped between the car and the house, you'll only have yourselves to blame." Smiling, Cheyenne rolled her eyes. "Right, maybe we should send an adult out to supervise." Evan and the girls trooped out into the frosty December morning to unpack the car, and I took my brother's vacated seat on the couch. "How's my nephew?" I asked, gently placing one hand on her belly, hoping for the fluttering kick of small feet.
Giving me heartburn straight from Mount Doom, Cheyenne groaned. But otherwise, he's good. We got the nursery all finished. Remind me to show you the pictures. The girls each picked out some stuffed animals for the shelves over the changing table, which was very sweet. They're going to be great big sisters, I agreed. Selene poked her head into the living room, her body low as she slinked through the arched doorway.
Are the tiny terrors gone?
She asked. Cheyenne frowned. Those are my children you're talking about, she reminded the cat. But yes, momentarily. Selene hopped up onto the small table, then vaulted to the mantel, narrowly missing the tall pillar candle and hand-carved stocking hangers.
All I'll say is my sympathy to your next spawn. He's going to be turned into a life-size baby doll by those two. Poor kid.
My sister-in-law's eyes narrowed. Spawn? Selene, that's not very nice, I reminded her, leaving out the part about how we'd already had this conversation multiple times. Selene plopped down between two of the stocking hangers and began licking one paw.
I said what I said.
The front door opened again, and preceding the parade of Ruby, Emmy, and Evan came Aunt Lavender, decked out in a bold red dress, with even brighter red hair. Selene yelped and nearly fell off the mantel.
What in the 9 circles did you do to your hair, Lavender?
Do you like it? Aunt Lavender asked, reaching up with her mitten-clad hands to fluff the ringlets hanging around her shoulders. I told the gal at the salon I wanted to look like Shirley Temple. Do you remember her? We used to watch some of her pictures together.
Oh, for the love of... They're called movies, Lavender.
Selene jumped down and marched forward. Checkers came trotting inside, his head turned as he ran from Ruby and Emmy, only to smash headfirst into Selene. She hissed, her hackles raised.
You!
Checkers jolted back, his fur standing on end as he arched like a Halloween cat. I'm sorry.
Not nearly as much as you're about to be, Selene declared. What were you thinking, letting her walk around like this? Lavender, tell me you didn't pay for this.
Frowning, I nudged the cat with the side of my foot. Selene, knock it off, you're being rude. Then, smiling at my aunt, I stepped forward to embrace her. I think it looks great. A fresh look for the new year. Aunt Lavender remained unflappable as ever, giving her former familiar a winning smile. See, Selene, Cora likes it. And besides, I don't recall you ever attending cosmetology school or being consulted for your advice by fashion magazine editors. Before Selene had a chance to fire off an undoubtedly droll reply, Ruby and Emmy burst through the open doorway, their arms wrapped around small stacks of gifts from the back of Clint's car.
There you are,
Ruby cried, her bright eyes zeroing in on the cat over the shiny gifts.
Uh-oh.
My familiar dove under the 8-foot Christmas tree in the corner of the room, slithering around the other presents to find safety, while the rest of us laughed.
Silly Selene, Emmy added. Look, it's Checkers,
Ruby cried with delight. The black and white tabby gulped. Ruby and Emmy hadn't been part of Selene's gauntlet, which in hindsight seemed like a mistake. We settled into our Christmas morning, sipping cocoa and indulging in Mom's decadent baked French toast, piled high with fruit and whipped cream. Afterward, we gathered in the living room to open our gifts, each taking turns. Selene and Checkers even got in on the action, batting around the glossy bows and using the corners of various boxes as makeshift scratching posts. They might be magical cats, but at the end of the day, they were still cats, not at all immune to the charm of a cardboard box. The living room was awash in discarded paper and bows and gift bags. By the time a soft snowfall began, the twins pressed their noses to the window, already dreaming of snow angels and snowball fights, while the rest of us lounged, putting off the cleanup a little longer, enjoying the soft Christmas music piping from the Bluetooth speaker and the crackling of the fire. You ready for a refill? Clint asked, nudging his chin toward my mug.
I think I'm all full of chocolate. Maybe time to switch to tea? I said. Smiling, he took the mug from me. On it. Rising, he glanced around at the others. Anyone else, while I'm up? A rumble of polite declines followed, and he went into the kitchen, humming along with Elvis as Blue Christmas played. With a happy sigh, I sagged back against the pillows, already missing the warmth of Clint's side and his arm around my shoulders. At my feet were a handful of gifts, mostly things for the new house we'd bought a few months ago, after Clint and Selene decided that my place was a bit too small for the three of us. We'd settled into a spacious 2-story home, about a mile from Wicked Wicks. The inside needed a facelift, but the second floor had a spectacular view of the lake. And Clint was planning to turn the large media room into a customized workshop for me, so I could keep one eye on my beloved lake, even while dreaming up new creations from the comfort of home. My phone buzzed, and I fished it from my pocket, smiling when Liana's name appeared at the top of my screen. Merry Christmas, Cora. Hope you find your way to some mistletoe, too. Attached was a photo of her and her new beau, Jason, snuggled up underneath a mistletoe-lined doorway as he pressed a kiss to her beaming cheek. I texted back, attaching a photo we'd taken as a family, moments before the wrapping paper started flying. When I looked up, Clint had returned, but he wasn't carrying a mug. With a soft laugh, I gestured at his empty hands. What, are we out of tea? Smiling, I looked at Mom, expecting her to defend her expertly stocked kitchen. Instead, I found her glossy-eyed, a box of tissues in her hands. My smile slipped. Mom, are you... Cora? Clint interjected, drawing my attention back to him. Yes? Reaching behind him, he tugged something from his back pocket. My breath hitched in the back of my throat at the appearance of a small, velvet box in his hands. Ruby and Emmy squealed. Is it happening, Mommy? Ruby asked. Shh, Cheyenne said with a soft laugh as she pressed a finger to her lips and gestured to bring them closer with her other hand. Clint smiled, emotion brimming in his eyes as he took another step closer. Cora, there's one more gift I'd like to give you. Taking a knee before me, he opened the box, revealing 3 delicate platinum bands, 2 set with diamonds, on either side of a band dotted with diamonds and sapphires. My hands pressed to my mouth as tears welled in my eyes. Clint, they're beautiful. I'm glad you think so, he replied with a chuckle. That means there's a good chance you'll accept them. A quiet rumble of laughs rolled through the room. Cora, Clint continued, clearing his throat briefly. I love you. You've changed everything in my life, down to the foundations, and I will forever be grateful. If you'll do me the honor of becoming my wife, I promise to spend the rest of it building new dreams with you. Will you marry me? Say yes, Auntie Cora! Emmy exclaimed. Laughing, I nevertheless let fall a tear. Yes. Of course, my answer is yes, I love you so much. Clint rose from his knee, and we crushed together in a tight embrace as my family hollered and cheered. I'd say it's about time, Selene added above the excitement. I'd also like to know why it seems everyone here knew this was happening except for me. Clint chuckled as he slipped the beautiful stack of rings onto my finger. Come on, Selene. We both know you wouldn't have been able to keep this a secret, he said over his shoulder. I beg your pardon. Selene bristled, her tail swinging wildly. She cast a look down at Checkers, who was playing with a wad of ribbon. Did you know about this? He paused his playing long enough to puff out his chest. Uh-huh. I helped figure out the rings. My brows lifted. You did? Clint chuckled.
I had Checkers do a little reconnaissance for me after he mentioned you were looking at rings and wedding dresses on Pinterest a few months ago. My cheeks warmed. Oh, you knew about that? Clint chuckled and pulled me in close. He did a little spy work, and then I took him to the jewelry store to help me make the final selection. I laughed. I'll bet that was a first for the salesperson, even here in Winterspell. Clint smiled as he held my left hand out, admiring the sparkles. The top band was actually my mother's, he added, his voice a little thicker. I thought maybe it would work as a wedding band, but then Checkers told me you were only saving ring stacks, not solitaire, so I changed course. A lump swelled in my throat as I tilted my hand, letting the light set the stones aflame. It's perfect. They all are. Clint kissed me gently as the mix of emotions swirled together, and while it ended all too quickly, I knew I'd never forget it. This is all so exciting, Aunt Lavender exclaimed, clasping her hands together. And I promise this time I won't miss a minute. I'll be in the front row. Smiling, I turned and wrapped her in a warm embrace. I'm going to hold you to that. She squeezed me tight and patted me on the back. Trust me, dear girl. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.